Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. A very warm greetings to each and every one of you. Welcome to the 2023 International Conference for Healthy Aging and Biomarkers, hosted by the National Center for Geriatrics and Welfare Research, National Health Research Institute. I'm your host today, very glad to be at your service, always. Yesterday, we witnessed fruitful dialogues from scientists and scholars from Canada, Japan, Singapore, the US, and Taiwan. Today, we gather together to further listen and learn about identifying the biomarkers for understanding the aging trajectory. Please join me in welcoming Professor Chuan-Wei and Professor Hong Jianqing to the podium to chair the morning session. Professor Chen is the Vice President of the National Health Research Institute of Taiwan and also serves as the Director of the Center of Neuropsychiatry Research. Professor Hong is the Vice Superintendent at the National Taiwan University Hospital, Yunlin Branch. We are honored to have them chair this session. Let's welcome Professor Chen and Professor Hong.
Good morning. I hope our distinguished guests have a very good sleep last night after a very delicious dinner. So welcome back to the second day of this conference. And this morning, we have 4 speakers, and I will introduce the first 2, and Vice Superintendent Hong will introduce the 3rd and 4th speaker. So our first speaker is Professor Zhang Wang. Professor Wang got his medical degree from Seoul National University and then got the PhD from Korea University. And he has been professor at the Department of Family Medicine at Kyung-Hee University School of Medicine, and then become the head of the department since 2012. And now he is the president of Korean Society of Sarcopenia. So today he will share with us about healthy aging and biomarkers, from solitary biomarker to combined biomarkers, experiences from KFACS cohort study. So now let's welcome Professor Wang.
Thank you. Thank you. It works. May I move to center? Okay. And, from my experience from KFACS cohort, which I've been working on, I will talk about some biomarkers for especially frailty and sarcopenia, and also some combination of biomarker study. So I will touch some my KFACS study. After then, I'll talk about biomarkers of sarcopenia and some multi-omics experience, and for frailty, and lastly, multi-biomarker risk score. I mean, combination of multi-biomarkers. So Korean Frailty Aging Cohort Study, KFACS, is a cohort which I've been working on. This is a symbol, the throwaway cane. So my wife painted for me, free, it's free. And so KFACS, we think about facsimile. I think you don't forget that. Young guys don't know facsimile, but old guys know that. So KFACS, we recruit older adults who are community dwelling or elderly from across the nationwide. So from 10 centers, including Jeju Island, we recruit community dwelling elderly. So we start in 2016 and 2017 as a baseline study. And we've been working on we do a follow-up every 2 years. So I'll talk about biomarkers. So in terms of muscle growth, you know that BDNF or follistatin is increasing muscle mass. But, and you know that myostatin and GDF15 is suppressing muscle mass. So this is myostatin. So as I told you, as you know, myostatin suppress muscle mass. So it increases muscle mass functionally. But if you measure blood level of myostatin, if the myostatin level is high, what do you expect with muscle mass? Muscle mass may be low or high. It must be low, right? Because it functions as a suppressing muscle mass. But the result is the reverse. I mean, with the higher level myostatin level, the muscle mass is higher. It's a kind of paradox. So when you analyze this data, we found that muscle mass and myostatin positive relationship. So sometimes we stop here. Oh, negative finding. So it's a bad finding. So, but actually, that is the reality. That is real. So this is my study result. So why? I think if muscle mass increasing, this is myostatin is myokine, so it's secreted from muscle. So as a negative biofeedback, it may be secreted. So muscle mass increasing, myostatin secreted for negative feedback is my guess. So I think about how about myostatin and skeletal muscle mass ratio divided by muscle mass. So in 1 unit of muscle mass, how much is the myostatin level? So look at analyze with the muscle mass, okay, hand grip strength. So we found that highest quartile group of myostatin ASM ratio had the lowest ASM index. And especially the highest group had the lowest grip strength. So if we have a ratio, the result is reasonable. This kind of paradox result can be found in other study, in other articles. This is done by Peggy Cotton, you know. They look at a cross-sectional study with two large cohort study, Health ABC and CHS. And that they found that myostatin, GDF8, myostatin level is positively associated with muscle mass, not negative. And you know, follistatin is a good one, increasing muscle mass functionally, but the blood level of follistatin was negatively associated with muscle mass and muscle strength. So it's a kind of paradox, but I think it's a kind of feedback reaction. So it's kind of another paradox, FGF12-1. So this is my KFACS cohort data study. That is fibroblast growth factor 21. It's good for, obesity or diabetes. So it functions as an anti-inflammatory, anti-diabetic, anti-obesity. But the function is that, but the level, circulating level, blood level of FGF12-1 also associated with obesity and type 2 diabetes. Functionally it's good, but blood level, higher level of FGF21 is also associated with diabetes and obesity. Do you understand? So our study group showed that also So we think that FGF12-1 may be good for muscle mass. But the result, the blood level of FGF12-1 associated with low hand grip strength and higher prevalent sarcopenia. So again, I think it is kind of compensatory biofeedback mechanism. How about GDF15? GDF15 is not myokine, but so it is not confusing. It's really bad for muscle. It's known as a macrophage inhibitory cytokine. So after adjusting for confounders, it's a KFACS Cohort data. So highest GDF15 total was associated with increased sarcopenia prevalence, as you see here. So cross-sectionally, GDF15 is a marker of sarcopenia. But unfortunately, when you look at 2-year follow-up data, elevated GD15 was not able to predict instant sarcopenia. If we follow up 4 years, 6 years, though, we may find positive finding, but for 2 years, we didn't find any result. Instead, I think GD15 may be more associated with cachexia rather than sarcopenia, because GD15 suppress brainstem appetite center. So it increases anorexia and it decreases muscle mass, fat mass. So I know that some pharmaceutical is developing medicines for treating anorexia, especially for cancer patients, cachexia. This is also from our KFACS Cohort study. It's about P3MP. It's a pro-collagen type 3 N-terminal peptide. P3MP is a collagen derivative. So P3MP is released into blood during collagen fiber degeneration. It's not about muscle, but when you look at the relationship with physical performance, we found that in cross-sectional study, higher level of P3MP was associated with negative, P3MP was inversely associated with physical performance, like SPBB and 5-time chest stand test, but not associated with muscle mass in our study. So biomarker P3MP may be kind of marker for muscle quality, not muscle mass. So it is another study, Chianti study from Italy. They showed similar result. They followed 3 years, 6 years later, and they found that P3MP was associated with muscle density decrease. So higher level of P3MP is associated with decrease in muscle density and poor physical performance after 3 years, 6 years later. So as you see here, muscle density and SPBB. So they say that it may be related with fatty infiltration, muscle fat infiltration, or fibrosis. So it's good for it's a marker. It could be a marker for muscle quality, muscle function. And also we look at the biomarkers based on serum creatinine and cystatin. As you know, creatinine is a marker for muscle mass and also kidney function. And cystatin is only for kidney function. So if you look at the ratio, it means it can be some biomarker of muscle mass. We found 5 index using creatinine and cystatin C. That is the ratio between creatinine to cystatin C. And the second one is sarcopenia index. That is serum creatinine multiplied by GFR using creatinine. Cystatin C. And third one is the ratio between GFR using C and creatinine. And the first one is using, is a kind of index they're using age, creatinine, C, hemoglobin, and body weight. And similarly, a biochemical total body mass index, they are using weight, creatinine, and C, whatever. So out of these 5 index using creatinine and C, we found that the first 3 index is not good to diagnose sarcopenia, but this one, number 4, number 5, is good to diagnose sarcopenia. And also we have some experience in multiomics using metabolite multiomics. So out of the KFACS data, we chose 10 severe sarcopenia, 10 non-sarcopenia. Why just 10 persons? You know, multiomics study is very expensive, very, very expensive, you know. So we chose just 10. And so, and then we did some non-targeted metabolic analysis. And then out of 1,000 metabolites, tentative 1,000 metabolites, 191 metabolites were found in my 10 persons of person's blood. And among them, we found that just 4 metabolites were significantly different between severe sarcopenia and non-sarcopenia. So this is the result. It showed that a higher level of alanine and proline, glycolic acid, and low tryptophan was a biomarker for severe sarcopenia. So if we have higher alanine, higher proline, higher glycolic acid, it means severe sarcopenia. Or otherwise, low tryptophan may mean severe sarcopenia in my study. So what is the explanation as to proline, alanine? Actually, proline is an essential component of a collagen. It's an amino acid of a collagen. But because it works for joints, and maybe it may work for a muscle. And especially proline and alanine are generated by proteolysis in skeletal muscles in malnourished. Because we don't eat well, muscle breakdown, and then proline and alanine is coming out to blood. And there are some studies that low physical activity and longer sitting is associated with the high level proline. So as you know, when you look at the TCA cycle, proline or alanine is used in this cycle for energy production in mitochondria. So I think that this kind of amino acid is used as a energy production, and also it can work for muscle activity. I found one study. They showed that out of this kind of amino acid, including glutamine, histidine, proline, tryptophan, only after multivariable analysis, they showed that only proline was associated with sarcopenia. So maybe proline is a very important amino acid as a biomarker of sarcopenia. So how about tryptophan? It's very interesting. We heard yesterday about tryptophan. So we must remember that tryptophan itself is a substrate for muscle synthesis, protein synthesis. And also it produces serotonin and melatonin. But it's a healthy condition in this way. But under a stressful condition or with chronic disease, tryptophan metabolized to kynurenine. Very interesting pronunciation. Kynurenine, right? Kynurenine. So it's very toxic material for muscle. So, I mean, tryptophan can be used under, stress condition with chronic disease. It can be bad for muscle, but if not under stressful condition, if not with some chronic disease, it can be used as substrate for muscle mass. So I found one study which showed that tryptophan level is positively associated with growth strength and gait speed. But my assumption is that why tryptophan is good for muscle mass? Yeah, it could be a substrate, but also it can produce serotonin. So it associated with good mood, good sleep, and it may increase muscle mass. So I think it could be another assumption, pathway. And why gluconate is associated with muscle mass sarcopenia? I don't know. So gluconate is produced by oxidation of glucose, as you see here. But the role, the effect is mystery. We don't know yet much about that. But if you are interested in gluconate, I recommend you to study about that. How about biomarkers for frailty? So yesterday, Ochika told us about EPA, DHA level, blood level. But instead, we check the red blood cell level of EPA and DHA. So some say that fatty acid composition of RBC membrane is better than plasma level because it represents more long-term dietary fatty acid, PUFA intake. So it's more stable than just blood level. Anyway, we found that with higher RBC level of EPA and DHA is associated with low risk of frailty. And if we look at the 5 items, the EPA, DHA was not associated with weight loss, or not so much with hand grip strength, but it was associated with exhaustion and gait speed. Yes. So maybe EPA, DHA is good for neurologic, CNS or motor neuron. So that's why it's good for gait speed or exhaustion. And BDNF, it's a marker for neuronal activity, but it is also found in blood. So if we practice exercise, the brain excretes BDNF, and it comes to blood. But also, if we muscle contraction, the muscle produces BDNF also. And BDNF function as an enhancer of lipid oxidation, decreasing muscle fat infiltration. So we found that BDNF is a good biomarker for frailty. Okay, we don't have much time. And we also some study about hypermethylation of gene in related with the premotor region of brain is associated with cognitive aging. And multi-biomarker risk score, because as you know, the sarcopenia, the pathway is very multifactorial, multi-pathway. So just one single biomarker does not explain sarcopenia well. So we tried to, we found 14 biomarkers candidates after searching literature, so these 14 list of candidates, including CRP, myostatin, GDF15, anyway. So with KFACS data, we found that out of that 6 biomarker was not effective, so we excluded that. And finally, 8 biomarkers are left. So with these 8 biomarkers, we made some risk score. So I will skip this one. So everyone is meaningful, I mean. And how to develop multi-biomarker risk score with the 8 biomarkers. So for that, we used rigid regression. I don't know where, but it's a kind of AI. So because we use 8 biomarkers, variables, there are multi-correlated related between variables. It means that if we, without any adjustment, without any control, the score can be more than 10 or more than 1. It must be within 1 to 0, 1 to 10, but due to multicollinearity, without any adjustment, the result will be overfitting. We say that it is overfitting. So we use rigid regression, and the score formula is like this, the final. And the distribution is from 0 to 10. And we found that the best optimum score is 1.76. Anyway, compared to the So when you use the multi-biomarker risk score, it was higher than any single biomarkers. As you see here, the blue one is multi-component risk score, and others are single biomarker. So it's much better. And if you do some stepwise regression study, we found that GD15 and consistency is starting, and if we're adding more variable, the AUC is becoming much bigger. But I think that out of this combination, GD15, consistency, DHA, myostatin, hemoglobin, ASALT is best because the sensitivity is 0.83, even though specificity is 0.4, but for screening us, I think it is the best choice of a combination. Okay, thanks so much. And I'd like to give thanks to my KFACS member, especially Ming-Chyi Kim, the professor, PhD, and also Shin Hyung-hun, my PhD student. They do this kind of wonderful job. And I'm just transferring the results today. I'm just transferring, but it is not easy because I'm not a scientist, but I'll try to express the results. Thanks so much.
Our second speaker is Professor Mao Ping Tan. That's the pronunciation by Taiwanese, very similar. Professor Tan, she got a medical degree from University of Nottingham, and then go on to get the doctorate of medicine from Newcastle University, also in the United Kingdom. And then he began to be appointed by University of Malaysia and has been promoted to professor since 2017. And more importantly, during her professional career, he has been elected a member of Royal College of Physicians. And now is also a fellow of the Academy of Medicine of Malaysia. And today, she will share with us ageless longitudinal study of aging, biomarkers for cognitive frailty trajectory. Let's welcome Professor Tan.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah. I won't stand behind the podium because you can't see me, so I'll have to stand up here. Hopefully it works. Okay, right. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share with you some of the work that we've done. And Malaysia, I've been looking at all the work that's been done, presented, and with great admiration, because Malaysia is actually a lower middle income country. So we don't necessarily have the similar magnitude of resources to try and do the same sort of things. But we still need to do research in Malaysia, so I'd share with you what we're doing to align ourselves with what other people are doing. But of course, we can't spend those sort of big monies to actually chase after biomarkers. So just to let you know a bit of background about the ageless study. So ageless stands for transforming cognitive frailty into later life self-sufficiency. So, and this, when we first conceived the ageless study, it was actually to combine two longitudinal cohorts of aging that started in 2013. Now, if you've been following the political climate in Malaysia, you would have realized that everything went wrong in 2017 when the cohorts needed further input into actually maintaining the cohorts. So we ran out of money, basically, because somebody stole it all. And it's just one person. After that, we had a lot of political turmoil. And so we got together and we went, well, how do we keep this cohort going? And so the decision was to merge the cohorts to form the ageless study. So the concept of the ageless study is to actually look at a condition called cognitive frailty. So we do know this is just from the tour study, we still have problems harmonizing both studies. So sometimes we present this data and sometimes we present that data. So, so this is from the tour cohort, 9% of our population were frail and 61% pre-frail. This is from the 2013 data. And that's a frailty phenotype. And then this is mild cognitive impairment, 16 to 21% mild cognitive impairment. That's using MOCA. And so we decided to look at the gaps. So a lot of things we do in Malaysia, we don't do shotguns because we have no money. So we look at gaps and then we target specific gaps. So accurate diagnostic tools we don't have. And then we wanted to look more about psychosocial factors and societal burden to influence policy. And then we have a microbiologist in our group who wants to do some microbiome work. So we're looking at the gut-brain axis. And then we also have the National University of Malaysia who actually wants to look at the finger study. So this is actually the finger study, the Malaysian version of the finger study, which is called the ageless trials, personalized rehabilitative approaches. So our uniqueness about our finger study is that we're actually targeting cognitive frailty rather than a general population or MCI population. And then we also work with Monash University Malaysia to actually develop mobility solutions. So they don't have to be really fit to get around. If you create an environment where even frail people find it easy to get around, like in Taiwan, then it's actually still possible for them to function despite having cognitive frailty. So at the time that the study was conceived, this was what we thought about cognitive frailty. So hopefully at the end of the talk, you'll realize that this is not actually what cognitive frailty is. So this was what Panzer et al. In 2018 actually postulated. So cognitive frailty is actually the coexistence of cognitive impairment, mild cognitive impairment, and physical frailty. So and this Panzer said that you start in this spectrum, you start with no cognitive frailty, and then you develop reversible cognitive frailty, and then it becomes irreversible cognitive frailty. So, so what we wanted to do was to actually be able to detect cognitive frailty before it becomes symptomatic, and so that we can actually potentially reverse all this and reduce the burden of cognitive frailty in our country, which, as you have seen, is actually extremely high among our older adults. So this is an ageless program. So what we wanted to do was, as I mentioned, was to actually look at how we detect it. So this is the biomarker arm, together with the microbiome arm, and then to look at socioeconomic stuff, mobility, as well as intervention. And so this is the cohort. When we collected data in 2013, we actually recruited them at 55 and over, so that we had a cohort that could actually last some time, because life expectancy in Malaysia is much lower than life expectancy in developed countries. So we were expected to lose this cohort quite fast if we started at 60 or 65. And then with the ageless study, we actually had 4 states and the Federal Territory, but we also recruited people fresh from Sarawak, Penang, and Negeri Sembilan, 3 more states. And then Sarawak was very important. Not just because Angelique comes from there, but also because Sarawak is East Malaysia, and we didn't have a state in East Malaysia. But it's very challenging. I wish I had time for the videos, but if you want, I can show you some nice videos of us going to the Sarawak longhouses. And then we also needed to top up our cohort because there's a high attrition rate, so we also went about doing that. And then there was a sub-study where we actually did MRI and neurological and EEG. We wanted to do FNAIRS, but ordering became very challenging over the pandemic, so near-infrared has now been cancelled. So these are the things that we did. We did socio-demographics, medical history, quality of life, anthropometrics, physical performance, cognitive testing, and then we took blood samples and stool samples, and these were the outcomes of interests. And then what we planned to do was to put it all together and use machine learning, AI, to actually help us come up with early detection. Okay, so and then the pandemic happened, and so we actually had to. We found ourselves having to pivot to actually the virtual survey, and it was extremely challenging because people keep saying to us, "You are a lower middle income country, so how you expect to be able to actually interview older people using smartphones and computers and tablets?" Well, we don't like to take no for an answer. Well, at least I don't. So, so this is what we did. We did pivot, and we actually went on to use mainly telephone-based tools, but we tried as much as possible to actually interview them on their smartphones. So we did, and also a lot of them have access to computers, and smartphone penetration in Malaysia is 200%. So we're actually pretty good, even in very remote parts of Malaysia. We could actually get interview them, but of course with a lot of perseverance and with a lot of support. So instead of using MOCA, we moved to MOCA blind. Instead of using anthropometry, to look at frailty, we actually did SAC-F and the frail scale, and then the rest was actually quite straightforward. It didn't really need that much. It wasn't really that much work. So these are the cohort characteristics. So remember, ageless was a follow-up study of Tuer and Malor. So Tuer, the mean age was around about 69, but so we're talking about 6 years later, so they're now 75. And then this is the ethnic composition. So the recruitment criteria for Malor and Tuer were different. Malor actually stratified by ethnicity, so we had equal numbers of ethnic groups. And then Tuer was supposed to be a nationally representative cohort, so we have overrepresentation by Malays. We don't have 62% Malays in Malaysia, 30% Chinese and 5% Indians, so underrepresentation of the Indians. So by putting them all together, we actually have a very representative cohort. Okay, so now we have a nationwide cohort, 300 in Sarawak. Kelantan, Penang, we didn't do so well, but this is another story. It should go up to about 300 at some point when I get around to get my negotiation skills out. 300 here, and then a large proportion, 1,500 in Selangor and Kuala Lumpur. Okay, so this is the MOCA test. So the mean MOCA test scores for our population was 25, and we fell out with MOCA because MOCA wanted us to pay for training, and it caused a lot of problems. So we did pay for training because we're honest people, and we did have to use MOCA because we use it in the initial wave, but we then decided to administer it together with a visual cognitive assessment tool, which was actually developed by Nagendran from Singapore. They don't use it in Singapore, but I tell Nagendran it's very useful in Malaysia because it is non-language bias and because it is entirely visual, and as long as the administrator and the respondent speak the same language, it's all pictures, you can still administer it. And we get pretty close scores with MOCA. So at some point, if MOCA decides to be really silly about training, then we will just phase out MOCA and just move towards VCAT. The frailty scores I'll show later. And we also asked them, because we did this intra-pandemic, whether they were less active or more active over the pandemic. 30% said they were less active, 15% said they were more active, and then whether they were anxious or more anxious or less anxious. And then 12% said they were more anxious, and 8% said they were less anxious, and around about the same number said they were less depressed and more depressed. So actually our older population are pretty resilient. They didn't do so badly over the pandemic. So okay, so now this actually looks at the frailty outcomes of our cohort. So after following them up for 7 years at that point, we were actually able to look at what frailty scale would we use for Malaysia. And to our pleasant surprise, the answer was any one of them. They're just as good. They correlated very well. They correlated decently, but the problem is that they can't be used we have got problems about using them interchangeably. So when we looked at 7-year mortality using the Rockwood, Freed, the SOF, as well as the TILDA, then we actually found that all of them actually significantly predicted mortality at 7 years, with the mortality for those who are frailer higher than the ones who are pre-frail compared to those who are robust. That's pretty good. But what so this is actually looking at the correlation. So this is the correlation, and correlation is strong for some. So the CHS is actually the Freed study, and then CSHA is actually the Rockwood's Freed's phenotype, and then this is Rockwood's. So the SOF and Freed correlated quite strongly, and the rest had moderate correlation. And also we looked at agreements, so frail, non-frail agreement, and there was all significant agreement, but not perfect agreement. So all of them were useful as tools for frailty, but they can't be used interchangeably. Okay, so this is the Kaplan-Meier plot because we've got them. As you can see, if you're frail, using Rockwood's, using A is Rockwood, Freed, B is TILDA for some strange reason, C is actually the SOF. Sorry, this is Rockwood, D, and then A is Freed, and you can see that there's clear separation. Those who are frail actually die faster, pre-frail a little bit less fast. And then these are people who are robust. Okay, so let's move on a bit. So we wanted to know how many of our cohort actually had cognitive decline. And MOCA became a problem because we found that there was actually a significant learning effect. So after 7 years, the whole cohort scored a lot better. So we did have issues with a follow-up, as you would imagine. We couldn't contact some of them. You know, we basically are doing data collection at a time where we couldn't go to people's houses, and then phones, we had changed from landlines to mobile phones, so we actually had difficulties contacting some of our cohorts. And some of them had passed on, but we do have actually mortality data for them, so that's not too bad. But overall, 13% of our cohort had a MOCA score drop of 2 or more. So I move on a bit. So biomarkers. So we basically looked at physiological biomarkers. This is a personal interest of mine, using beat-to-beat blood pressure. So we are always very fussy about blood pressure, but we all still do one snapshot blood pressure at the office. But we actually have technology now to measure blood pressure with every single heartbeat using non-invasive beat-to-beat blood pressure monitoring. So we have, this is the setup. This was actually in Newcastle where I trained. And this is Leslie, one of our nurses. But this, I have this similar setup now in Kuala Lumpur. This is a task force monitor. And we measure beat-to-beat blood pressure using a finger cuff. And that's synchronized to beat-to-beat to ECG signals. And so this will give us continuous beat-to-beat blood pressure recordings will give us very short-term blood pressure variability. So you can do this in 10 minutes in your clinic. And the ones that we have been reading in the literature is long-term, so visit to visit, and also mid-term, which is day-to-day. So usually this is done with home blood pressure monitoring, and then the short-term ones, which is 24-hour blood pressure monitoring. But you can do this, you can do very short-term in 10 minutes in your clinic. And so we looked cross-sectionally at MOCA scores versus blood pressure variability. I'm just showing the frequency domain one. I won't try and explain what it is. But so basically, the higher the number, the higher variability from beat to beat. And we look at it as high frequency and low frequency variability. So low frequency variability, no association with MOCA scores. But when we look at high frequency variability, compared to the people with the lowest MOCA tertiles had significantly higher high-frequency systolic blood pressure variability compared to those who had the highest MOCA tertile. And there was also a significant difference in people in the second tertile, but of course, the difference was less. So potentially, we could actually use very short-term blood pressure variability, high frequency, as potentially a biomarker for cognitive impairment. So we thought, okay, short-term, cross-sectionally, increased blood pressure variability is associated with reduced cognition. So let's look longitudinally now. We've got follow-up data. So to make this simple, we've actually we've just dichotomized this. So we've did both time domain and frequency domain blood pressure variability. So we couldn't find anything with the frequency domain, so I'll just contend with the time domain. So time domain, we use coefficient of variability and standard deviation. Okay, and then when we looked at those who had 2 or more points decline in MOCA versus those who had no decline, our jaw dropped. The relationship was the other way. So what we found was that individuals with higher blood pressure variability at baseline actually had a significantly lower risk of cognitive decline at 7-year follow-up. We went, oh, that's interesting. So it was totally unexpected. And in fact, the student kind of went into hiding for 3 months thinking that she's not going to pass her PhD, so I had to go and find her. And then we sat down and we talked about it and we read about it, and then we decided that this actually potentially can be explained by a phenomenon called hormesis, which means that in order for us to age healthily, we actually need an element of mild stress. So we're looking at a normal population. This is not a sick population. And so having increased blood pressure variability could potentially expose them to mild stress, and therefore that actually reduce the risk of cognitive decline. So there's a lot more we can do about this, but this is the current hypothesis. So moving on to cognitive frailty, when we look at a 5-year adverse health outcomes. So when we looked at cognitive frailty at baseline, we also wanted to know whether it was associated with adverse outcome, whether it's a useful thing to look at. So cognitive frailty was actually quite complex, as you can see, because it's a combination of cognitive impairment and physical frailty. So then we divided it into 5 groups. So we have those who were robust, and those who were pre-frail only, frail, MCI and pre-frail, and MCI and frail. We didn't have people who had MCI only, so there was none on that group. And basically what we found was people with cognitive frailty, so this is a CF group, had significantly increased risk of falls, hospitalization, and also sarcopenia at long-term follow-up, but no increase in cognitive memory worsening. But we could actually account for falls by adjusting for ethnicity. So ethnic differences accounted for this, and then hospitalization also for ethnic differences. So ultimately, it was the sarcopenia that was actually statistically significant after all adjustments. So transitions. So this is exciting. When we came up with this curve, everyone wanted to draw it. This is called an alluvial curve. And what we have is, this is baseline, and this is follow-up. So the placing of this makes sense. I was talking to Belinda about this, and she told me I was actually extremely OCD. But so this is a cognitive frailty group, the red one at the top, and then you have frail, MCI only, pre-frail and MCI, I think. Can't see. Pre-frail and MCI, and then pre-frail only, and then the robust group. So we lost quite a few to follow up. That's a loss to follow-up chunk. So let's not look at those. And then quite a few also passed on. The mortality rate was around about 10% at that time. But when you look at cognitive frailty, a tiny number of cognitive frailty people came back, because of course follow-up, they needed to come. And if they were cognitively frail, they would have deteriorated and we would have lost them. So the ones who came back, not all, remained cognitively frail. Some had died. They were at higher risk of death, remember, and some had reverted to only MCI, and a small number had reverted to pre-frail and cognitive frailty, but none of them reverted to robust. So if you have cognitive frailty, then you can't actually fully become robust, and so this is a transition. Okay, so. But then we said, okay, what's a low-lying fruit? What can we look at as a predictor of cognitive frailty longitudinally? So what we looked at was what predicted the transition states, and so we decided to look at psychological status. So these are psychological status at baseline. So depression, anxiety, and stress were determined using the DAS-21 because that was validated in Malaysia in the relevant languages. I forgot to say that in Malaysia, you have to do everything in Malay, Chinese, Tamil, and English. So we had to find tools that were available for all those 4 languages because we have really high, a lot of ethnicities, and they don't all speak English or Bahasa Malaysia. So anyway, so depression. So when we just dichotomized them into normal to mild depression versus those with moderate, severe, extremely severe depression, what we found was that, so for those who actually reverted back into a lower state, we called them the improved group. For those who stayed the same or got worse, so we called them the worsened group. That's just makes sense. So so when we looked at those who are depressed, they were significantly more likely to have worsened. But when we actually looked at whether they could actually improve, they were depressed. Then basically, if you had depression, your CF status was very unlikely to revert. Was unlikely to revert back to normal. Nobody actually reverted to normal, and that was the same with stress. But anxiety, yes, if you had moderate to severe anxiety, you were more likely to have a worsening in your CF status, but you were less likely to have improvement. So psychological factors actually predicted the transition of cognitive frailty. I will look at circulating biomarkers. So we thought everybody does circulating biomarkers, so we want to do some too. But we do it in our way, because we have no money for metabolomics, so we actually chose a few. So we had a really, so we sat down and we said, which ones can we choose? And so we decided to go for IL-6. And thank you for Prof. Chang for actually going through what these biomarkers did so that I don't have to waste time explaining it. So we went for IL-6, myostatin, follistatin, TNF-alpha, and high-sensitivity CRP. So we could, high-sensitivity CRP is very cheap. We just send it to the lab. So we sent all our samples to the lab and got all of them back. And they were significant for increased BMI, sarcopenia, and falls, not significant. But we actually found that follistatin was significantly associated with falls. So we actually can have follistatin as a biomarker, potentially as a biomarker for falls, as well as increased BMI. Okay, so in this study, we actually wanted to look at sarcopenic obesity, because that's a really big problem in our country, and falls. So we also we also looked at MRI markers. So this is MRI segmentation, and what we found was that muscle bulk was actually significantly associated with falls in people who actually had an increased BMI, but not in those with a normal BMI. Okay, so finally, last slide. This is actually what we've lined up all our circulating biomarkers, physical biomarkers, and anthropometric biomarkers. I think these ones are our MRI biomarkers to look at how they correlate. And basically, this is a heat map. So the darker you are, the stronger the correlation. And what we found was that the correlation varied a lot, and some of them were better than others. So from here, what we found was if you could actually potentially use this map to identify which biomarkers we could use to actually predict healthy aging. But I'm not going to go through it; it'll take too much time. Okay, so I'd like to acknowledge all our grant funders as well as all our research team. And this is the picture of what we did. So this was data collection in Penang. This is in Johor. Afterwards, they went to the beach. It was really nice. And this is in Ipoh. They went for dim sum afterwards. And this was in Kelantan, in Pasir Mas. So this data collection effort has now involved thousands of medical students, research assistants, and also investigators. So I'd like to thank all of them that made all this possible. It is really a lot of work. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chang, for your excellent talk, particularly your experience of conducting a virtual survey during the COVID-19. So it seemed to me you always remain very optimistic. That's very good for healthy aging. Okay, so now we pass to the third speaker.
Yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker will be Chuan-Wei Yang. Chuan-Wei obtained his PhD degree from China Medical University in Taichung in central part of Taiwan. And he's currently the Assistant Research Fellow at the Department of Medical Research, China Medical University Hospital in Taichung as well, in Taiwan. What he's going to share with us is the healthy aging and biomarker results from aging cohort in Taichung. Dr. Yang, please.
Thank you for your kind introduction. In this talk, I want to share some findings from the Taichung Community Healthy Cohort Study. This presentation contains 3 parts. Among them, the Taichung Community Healthy Cohort Study will be divided into 3 approaches for discussion, including epidemiology, molecular mechanism, and genetic variations. Firstly, I want to talk about the elderly population in Taiwan. Many countries are facing the issue of aging population, and Taiwan is no exception. We are experiencing change in our population structure. The elderly population continues growing, and it projects to reach its peak by 2050, more than 7 million people. Additionally, this demographic shift is accompanied by a continued decrease in the working age population as well as young population, leading to a continued increase in the proportion of the elderly population. Compared with other countries, although Taiwan currently doesn't have a higher proportion of elderly population, but they will be increased rapidly in coming years. By 2017, we will become the second highest among these countries. In order to address this issue, we set up the Taichung Community Healthy Cohort Study to explore the related issue and how to promote healthy aging among older adults. In terms of the Taichung Community Healthy Cohort Study, Taichung Community Healthy Cohort Study has been set up since 2004. This cohort includes 3 projects. The first project is the TCHS, which is a longitudinal survey conducted on community residents ages 60, age 40 and over. And the second project is the TCHSE, which is the primary research being shared in this presentation. This study focuses on tracking community residents ages 65 and over. And it has completed 4 waves of follow-up assessment, and the longest follow-up duration was of 50 years. The mean age of the participant in the first wave was about 74 years in men and 73 years in women. And the third project is the TCHSF. This study focuses on tracking family membrane with the TCHS and the TCHSE. In this talk, I will focus on the TCHSE. The major topic of TCHSE was sarcopenia and frailty. These 2 conditions are quite common in the elderly. In order to make everyone to pay attention to this issue, our team was the first to report the prevalence of sarcopenia and frailty among older adults in Taiwan. These 2 conditions cause related and share common characteristics such as the weak muscle strength and the slow gait speed and other features. Individuals with the sarcopenia may have a lower skeletal muscle mass or a poor muscle quality. Individuals with the frailty may have the fatigue, weight loss, or cognitive impairment. In order to explore the cause of this syndrome, we use several approaches to assess, including epidemiology, molecular mechanism, and genetic variations. In this presentation, I will focus on the molecular mechanism and the genetic variations. In terms of the epidemiology, let me provide a brief overview. We have found that preventing frailty in older adults is very important. This is because when older adults have frailty, they may impair their quality of life and the potential of a successful agent. Furthermore, through the collaboration with the NHRI, we discovered that using European Working Group definition of sarcopenia is suitable for Taiwanese older adults. However, it is need to pay attention to the body composition and the chronic disease of the prevalence of and the control the prevalence of chronic disease, because this factor may affect their physical performance. Additionally, through the multiple analysis of mortality, we found the urine acid level, frailty status, muscle mass, and the physical performance can be used to predict the survival of older adults. Here are more articles on epidemiology, such as the topic of the sarcopenia definition, sleeping problem, and the obesity marker trajectory. But today I will want to focus on the molecular mechanism and the genetic variations. Therefore, they will move to the next part, molecular mechanism. In terms of the molecular mechanism, firstly, we analyze the relationship between sarcopenia obesity and the C-reactive protein. And we investigate whether the genetic variation in the CRP gene were associated with serum CRP level and the great strength among older adults. In a study of sarcopenia obesity and the CRP, we include more than 800 subjects from the TCHSE Wave 1 who underwent the measurement of the body composition and the serum CRP level. We group the subject based on the skeletal muscle mass and body fat. The results show that after adjusting for confounding factors, older women with obesity had a significantly higher CRP level. However, in the older men, both obesity and the sarcopenia obesity were significantly associated with a higher CRP level. But we want to know what factors contribute to this subject having higher CRP level. Therefore, we investigated the impact of the genetic variation in the CRP gene on serum CRP level and the hand grade strength among older adults. This study includes more than 400 subjects from the TCHSE Wave 1 who underwent the measurement of the genetic variation, hand grade strength, and the serum CRP level. The results show that in a genotype model, when older adults have a variant at these 3 loci, it significantly affects their hand grade strength, as well as the serum CRP level. Similarly, in the additive model, we also found that when older adults carried C allele at these 3 loci, it significantly impaired their hand grade strength or CRP level. However, we further conduct a haplotype analysis, the subject with the haplotype 1 as a control group. After adjusting the confounding factor, we observed that subject with the haplotype 2 exhibit significantly lower hand grade strength as well as the higher serum CRP level. Furthermore, subject with the CC genotype at these 2 loci had a significantly higher CRP level compared to others with the TT genotype. Therefore, from this study, we confirmed that the genetic variation in the CRP gene not only impaired the serum CRP level, but also affected the hand grade strength of older adults. In terms of the molecular mechanism of the insulin sensitivity, we assessed the relationship between insulin sensitivity, skeletal muscle mass, and the physical performance. Subjects with the poor insulin sensitivity typically have a higher blood glucose level and advanced glycation end product. Therefore, we explore the potential of the urinary advanced glycation end product as a biomarker for sarcopenia. During the recruitment process, it was often observed that the older adults with diabetes have a lower muscle mass. Therefore, we began to consider the impact of the glucose metabolism on muscle mass. We included more than 800 subjects from the TCHSE Wave 1 who underwent a measurement of the DEXA scan, blood sugar, and the insulin level. And we used the HOMA-IR equation to assess the insulin sensitivity. We grouped the study subject based on the tertile of HOMA-IR. As you can see, the subject within the highest tertile HOMA-IR had a higher body weight, BMI, waist, and hip circumference. However, the situation is different when it comes to the muscle mass. Subject with the highest tertile HOMA-IR group had a significantly lower high adjusted ASMI. Among the weight adjusted ASMI, the situation is the same. Furthermore, we further grouped the study subject based on their physical activity status. Among those having the physical activity, the subject with lower insulin sensitivity had a significantly lower ASMI, whether adjusted height or weight. However, when we examine the combined effect of the physical activity and the insulin sensitivity, subject not only exhibit lower ASMI, but also lower walking speed and the grade strength. Therefore, in this study, we confirmed that the significance of insulin sensitivity in relation to skeletal muscle mass, walking speed, and the grade strength among older adults. As we know, the subject with the lower insulin sensitivity for a long time may lead to the increase of blood sugar. Over time, some of this sugar may bind to the DNA, lipid, or some protein. This reaction leading to the formation of the advanced glycation end product. Previous study has already identified a link between the AGE and the disease, such as Alzheimer disease, Parkinson's disease, hypertension, COPD, and CKD. More recently, through the recent related experiment, it has been confirmed that the AGE accumulated in muscle cell and impact muscle cell function. However, can we use the AGE as a biomarker for sarcopenia? In order to explore this question, we conduct an investigation using the subject from the TCHSE Web 3. In addition to measure the subject's body composition and the physical performance, we specifically analyze the urine CML level, which is one kind of AGE. Because previous study found that the higher plasma CML level can be an independent predictor of the walking speed and the frailty among older adults. But in this study, we didn't find an association between the urine CML level and the walking speed. And no association was observed between urine CML level and the ASMI, whether adjusted height or weight. However, interestingly, urine CML level show a significantly negatively correlated with the grade strength among older women. And we further analyze the data by using a regression model. The results show that as the urine CML level increased, and the grade strength of older women significantly decreased. Furthermore, we assess the combined effect of the urine CML level and the time need for the TAMA and GO test. And we found that when older adults with the urine CML level and the TAMA and GO test time both higher than the median had a significantly higher risk of having sarcopenia. So, from this study, we confirm that the concentration of the AGE in urine is negatively correlated with grade strength, and when combined with the TAMA and GO test, they can be a predictor for the development of the sarcopenia. Here we can provide a brief conclusion. In terms of the molecular mechanism, we found that the higher serum CRP level in older adults was associated with obesity or sarcopenia obesity. Higher serum CRP level may affect by genetic variation of the CRP gene, which may impair their grade strength. According to our other study finding, when we consider the physical activity status, the variation in the information-related gene among older adults not only affect the grade strength, but also impact their low-limb function. Additionally, older adults with a lower insulin sensitivity may have a lower muscle mass and a poor physical function. Our result confirm a correlation between the urinary advanced glycation end product and the physical performance among older adults. Then we move to the next part, genetic variations. In terms of the genetic variation, we conduct analysis of the variation in the IGF-1 and the IGF-BP3. This study aims to investigate the impact of this variant on muscle mass among older adults. And we examine the impact of the variation in the VDR gene on grade strength among older adults, and further consider the physical activity status. First, we investigate the polymorphism located on IGF-1, IGF-BP3, and the IGF-BP5 gene were associated with the serum IGF-1 level and the muscle mass among older adults. In this study, we analyzed more than 400 subjects who had complete DEXA scan, genetic variant analysis, and the serum IGF-1 level measurements. Low appendicular skeletal muscle mass index was defined as 2 standard deviations below the mean of young adults from our TCHS study. After adjusting for confounding factor, we found that the IGF-1 level in the low ASMI group was significantly lower than those in the normal muscle group. Furthermore, we investigated the effect of the variation on IGF-1, IGF-BP3, IGF-BP5 gene, and we found the variation in the IGF-BP Shuichi was significantly increased the risk of low ASMI. On the other hand, this variation in the IGF-1 gene may affect the serine H1 level. Therefore, we explored the combined effect of these two loci and found that having variation in both loci significantly increased the risk of low SMI. So, in this study, we confirmed that the variation in the IGF-1 and IGBP3 gene among older adults affect their serine IGF-1 level and muscle mass. However, are there other pathways that may affect the physical performance of older adults? In this study, we investigated the impact of the VDR gene variation in older adults on hand grip strength. We analyzed more than 400 subjects who had a complete DEXA scan, genetic variations, and grade strength measurements. The result indicates that in older men, variation at these two loci significantly increased the risk of low grade strength in a genotype model, additive model, as well as the dominant model. The highest risk could increase up to 3-fold. Furthermore, we consider the effect of the physical activity. We could observe that there is a significantly joint effect of the physical activity and the variation of this loci. The significant effect only appeared when there was a variation at this loci and no physical activities. And we could observe a similar finding at this loci. Only there was a significant effect at this loci and no physical activity had a significant effect. According to this study finding, we confirmed that the joint effect of the variation in the VDR gene and the physical activity affect the grade strength of older adults. On the other hand, we understand that mitochondrial function is very important for muscle mass. Mitochondrial function can be regulated by its own DNA. Therefore, in the upcoming research, we aim to investigate the impact of the mitochondrial DNA variation on muscle mass and the physical performance among older adults. And we also analyze the impact of the mitochondrial DNA variation on cognitive function. However, the mitochondrial function declines with aging. This decline may affected by mitochondrial DNA haplogroups. A previous study showed that mitochondrial DNA haplogroups can regulate by the physical performance in mice. Therefore, in this study, we conduct analysis using the data from 3 waves of TCHSE and performed mitochondrial DNA sequencing using a baseline sample. We grouped the subject based on their haplogroups and further investigated the impact of the mitochondrial DNA haplogroup on 6-minute walking distance in older adults. Firstly, based on the haplogroup F, we divide older adults into 2 groups for comparison. After 8-year follow-up, the 6-minute walking distance was decreased, but no difference was observed between these 2 groups. However, interestingly, when we compared older adults based on haplogroup M, and we found that those with the haplogroup M has a significantly shorter 6-minute walking distance compared with others at the 3rd wave. But in the other haplogroups, we didn't observe any association. In addition to explore the impact on low limb function, we also conduct analysis of upper limb function. After 8-year follow-up, the grade strength of the study subject was decreased. When compared with the older adult based on the haplogroup R, and we found those with the haplogroup R had a significantly higher grade strength compared with others at the 3rd wave. However, in the other haplogroups, we didn't observe any association. Therefore, in this study, we identified that the mitochondrial DNA haplogroup status can be used to predict the grade strength and the working function in older adults. In addition to the physical function, cognitive function is also very important. Therefore, we explore the relationship between mitochondrial DNA haplogroup status and the cognitive function in older adults, and further use the MRI to observe the brain microstructure. We include more than 100 subjects from the TCHSC Wave 4 who had completed the MRI scan and mitochondrial DNA sequencing. We grouped the study subject based on the haplogroups. And the result indicated that the older adult with the mitochondrial haplogroup D exhibit significantly lower MMSE score compared with others. Furthermore, mitochondrial DNA haplogroup D carriers had a more than 4-fold risk of cognitive impairment compared with others. Even adjusting for confounding factor, we still observe that older adults with the mitochondrial DNA haplogroup D exhibit significantly lower MMSE score compared to others. When we consider the MRI data, we observe that both haplogroup D and the white matter proportion in the left petunias were all significantly correlated with the MMSE score. Therefore, in this study, we identified that mitochondrial haplogroup D and the brain microstructure regulate cognitive function among older adults. Here, we can provide a brief conclusion. In terms of the genetic variation, the variation in the IGF-1 and IGBP3 gene among older adults not only affect the serum IGF-1 level, but also increased the risk of low muscle mass. When older adults carry the variation in the VDR gene, they may increase the risk of a low-grade strength. Additionally, our other studies have confirmed the association between the VDR gene variation and the osteoporosis. Furthermore, we found a correlation between the mitochondrial DNA haplogroups and the grade strength, working speed, as well as the cognitive function among older adults. So, in conclusion, many factors can regulate the skeletal muscle mass and the physical performance in older adults. Therefore, we need to use the multiple approach to assess, such as the issuing inflammatory status, growth factor, issuing sensitivity, and the mitochondrial function, and more. In the future, we can use this approach to create a predictive model to assess the risk of the sarcopenia and frailty. Through this model, we hope to promote the healthy aging among older adults. Then we move to the final part, future work. In the future, we will continue to explore the impact of the genotype variant, brain structure, and the related biomarkers, such as advanced glycation and PODA, on the physical and the mental health of older adults. Additionally, we will investigate the effect of a time-variant social factor on healthy-related outcome, and more recently, we focus on the traditional Chinese medicine, hope to identify some medicine that can help the muscle condition. Some findings in this area have been published. Finally, I would like to thank everyone who helped me in this project, and thank you all for your guidance, assistance, and support. And thank you all for your listening.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Yang, for your sharing with the several studies generated from the Taichung Community Health Cohort study. Thank you. So we are going to move to the next presentation. Our next speaker will be Belinda Hernández. Belinda is currently the Senior Research Fellow, TILDA, at Trinity College Dublin in Ireland. She obtained her PhD degree at the University College Dublin. And her areas of research interest are mainly at the advanced statistical and machine learning methods to develop physiological and epigenetic biomarkers for health aging and multi-morbidity prevention. Let's welcome Dr. Hernández.
Thanks a million. Yes, so I'm here to tell you a little bit about the TILDA study. So I'll give you a quick overview of our study, then go through some of the biomarkers that we collect before showing some recent research from our group. So we are TILDA, which is the Irish Longitudinal Study in Aging. We've been going a little over 13 years at the moment. So when we started out, we had 8,500 participants, and we were nationally representative of 1 in every 156 community dwelling adults aged 50 and over. So we're quite representative, and we now have just over 11,000 participants. So just to note that TILDA is part of a kind of wider global initiative. We're part of what is known as the HRS family of studies. So we have largely kind of harmonized data and health assessments across around 40 countries. So we started out in 2010. We've currently just finished our 6th wave of data collection. That finished a couple of weeks ago. We capture survey data every 2 years, which captures data on participant data on social self-reported health outcomes in economic and financial data as well. Our biomarkers are largely consigned to the health assessment, which takes place every 4 years. We've had 3 health assessments so far, and there we collect a number of biomarkers from kind of blood, hair, saliva, and stool samples. So we have microbiome data from there. So this is by no means an exhaustive list, but it's just to give you an idea of the most commonly used biomarkers that we collect in our sample sizes. So we collect cardiometabolic, cognitive, a wide array of inflammatory markers, kidney, hormonal data from our hair samples and micronutrients, and we have that over longitudinally over 4 years at the moment. And as I say, we're in the middle of processing our 3rd time point, which will be longitudinally over 12 years. With regard to other data then, we also have epigenetic data, telomere and metabolomic data over 4 years as well. So that brings us on to some work that we've been doing in epigenetics. So, I mean, just to start, we know that there's high inter-individual variability in the pace at which we age, and that's shown here by our 2 sets of identical twins. Obviously, they're the same age, but one set looks markedly older than the other. And we know that there's been an awful lot of research in kind of developing a measure which can encapsulate the aging process in a better way than just chronological age. And one of the ways that we can do this is through epigenetics, or DNA methylation is shown the most promise. So there's kind of been an explosion of research in recent years in developing what are known as epigenetic clocks. So obviously we know that around 1/3 of methylation levels at around 1/3 of our CPG sites affect or are affected by aging. So we can use these kind of penalized regression or small n large p machine learning methods to uncover a very small set of CPG sites which can very accurately predict age. So we can compare then the residuals of these algorithms. So basically, if your predicted age is less than your actual chronological age, well, then we say you've a negative age acceleration. If the opposite is true, then you're biologically older than your chronological age, and we say you've positive age acceleration. So there's been quite a lot of different types of clocks that have been developed. And one of the first things we wanted to do in TILDA was to compare them and see, well, what sort of aging outcomes are captured by each of these clocks, because they're all developed on different tissues, they're developed on different cohorts, different age groups, and they're even developed on different outcomes. So we wanted to see, well, do these kind of the most popular clocks work on our cohort, which is mainly white European. So we compared 4 different clocks: the Horvath, Hannum, PhenoAge, and GrimAge. The first 2 were known as the first generation clocks. They were developed on age as the outcome. PhenoAge and GrimAge were developed using mortality as the outcome. So we compared these for 9 different functional outcomes. So we can see in our minimally adjusted models, which adjusted for just age and sex, we could see that that phenoage and grim age were associated with slower walking speed and higher odds of polypharmacy in our minimally adjusted models. When we then adjusted for things like your socioeconomic status over the life course and things like health and lifestyle behavioural factors, well, actually only grim age was associated with walking speed and polypharmacy. So then we went on to look at other outcomes like frailty. We could see very similar results. So grim age again was significantly associated with higher frailty in fully adjusted models, and it was phenoage which was marginally associated with cognitive impairment. Again, for mortality, we could see that grim age surprisingly was the only one that picked up on mortality in our cohort, despite the fact that phenoage was also trained on mortality. Long story short, I guess grim age was associated with 8 out of 9 of these functional outcomes in our minimally adjusted models, and it remained significantly associated with 4 out of the 9 of them for walking speed, polypharmacy, frailty and mortality in these fully adjusted models. So I guess grim age was the one that showed the most promise. It was the only one really that kind of captured a wide array of different functional outcomes in our cohort. So this is just a snapshot of some work that's been done by our group in this area. And I'm really, the reason why I'm showing epigenetics here is because we have a lot of studies that are ongoing at the moment where we're developing different surrogates for different health and functional outcomes. But unfortunately, we can't share the results here today. So I just wanted to note that this is part of a wider collaboration with the US and a number of different European cohorts. So if anybody has epigenetics data and will be interested in joining this collaboration, get in contact. We'd love to further that. So another thing I wanted to show from our group is something called the active stand test. So this is a part of our health assessment which is unique within the HRS family of studies. It's unique to TILDA, although Professor Tan has shown that she also has a very, very similar study. So in the active stand test, it's a very simple test. The participants come in, they lie down on a bed for 15 minutes and they relax. Then they're asked to stand up as quickly as possible. They remain standing for 3 minutes, and that's the entire test. So during this time, you can see that they're hooked up to a phonometer, and this measures loads of data about their peripheral hemodynamics, or the blood pressure, or the blood flow around the body. So we capture things in real time like our heart rate, systolic, diastolic blood pressure and other measurements like stroke volume, total peripheral resistance. So another thing that isn't in this picture but that we also capture simultaneously is oxygenated and deoxygenated blood flow to the brain using NIRS. So this is what the data looks like. You can see that we have these kind of curves from 30 seconds before standing. I'm showing until 3 minutes after standing, and this vertical line here is where the participants stand. So just to give you a brief overview of what actually happens when you stand. So when you're lying down, your blood is kind of evenly dispersed throughout your body and it's in line with your heart. When you stand up, what happens is gravity acts on us. Our blood, it pools in our feet and our lower extremities, and that kind of activates our baroreceptor reflex. So then our sympathetic nervous system gets activated. That's the part of our autonomic nervous system that's in charge of the fight or flight response. So you can see immediately after standing that we have this dramatic drop in blood pressure here. This is our systolic and diastolic blood pressure. When our sympathetic nervous system gets activated, well, we have this compensatory increase in heart rate. So our heart rate starts increasing as our blood pressure starts decreasing, and that's to kind of get our blood flowing around the body again. So we usually hit our lowest point, or our nadir, in the blood pressure around 10 seconds after standing, at which point the parasympathetic branch of the ANS takes over again, and our heart rate begins to drop, our blood pressure starts to recover, and our pointer doesn't work here, but then we usually start to recover from about 30 seconds. We really should have recovered by 60 seconds after standing. If we haven't, that's usually a sign that there's a bigger underlying problem. So with regards to the blood to our brain has its own defense, our own defense mechanism called cerebral autoregulation. So, but despite that fact, there are actually transient blips or drops in the blood pressure to the brain in response to standing. So we can see here, this is TSI, that's the percentage of oxygenated to total hemoglobin in the brain. And we can see that there's a drop of about 2% in TSI on average in the initial response to standing before we get this recovery. So this is again a snapshot of some work that's been done by our group in this area. So most of this literature and the wider literature in this area, it's really focused on just looking at one time point or at a snapshot or a summary of these curves. And I guess when I looked at this, I was kind of thinking, well, actually maybe looking at just one time point doesn't encapsulate all of the information about the autonomic response to standing. Where we have a huge loss of information. So what I wanted to do really was to use the entire curve and look at the entire response to standing over time and see, well, can that predict, maybe, can that be an early biomarker for disease onset or for mortality? So I just wanted to show two recent pieces of work that we've done in this area. So the first one was focused on diabetes and looking at the impact of diabetes on peripheral and these cerebral hemodynamic responses and looking at its association with cognitive impairment. So type 2 diabetes, it affects about 10% of older adults in Ireland, but its prevalence is increasing. So it's known that, that diabetes is associated with greater risk of poorer brain health outcomes in later life. And our hypothesis really was that, well, maybe it's impaired cerebral perfusion, in other words, like these kind of impaired blood flow to the brain upon standing might link diabetes to these brain health outcomes. So the first thing we wanted to do was look at the impact of diabetes on these signals and see, well, first of all, is there a difference in the recovery of these signals in diabetes? And then we wanted to see, well, are there associations with cognitive impairment, or do we see anything there? So what I'm showing here is the marginal effect of diabetes, pre-diabetes and no diabetes on each of these curves. So the coloured areas are showing the time points where diabetes was significantly different. And this is after adjustment for a number of different things like age, sex, education, and health and behavioural factors, and also medication usage, because obviously medications can impact these signals. So we adjusted as well for things like use of antihypertensive, statins, and antidepressants, antipsychotics, things like this. So we can see that even after this adjustment, there were marked differences in those with diabetes. So we can see that in terms of the heart rate recovery, it was this kind of initial response around the peak, which was significantly different in diabetes. So we can see that there's this kind of blunted peak response in heart rate in those with diabetes. And this is a known feature of autonomic dysfunction. It's thought to be kind of an inhibition of reactivating the parasympathetic nervous system. So we do see this in diabetes. We also see kind of poorer blood pressure recovery. So yeah, here we go. So we can see kind of poorer blood pressure recovery. With those with diabetes have lower blood pressure in general in their recovery period from 30 seconds all the way towards standing. And we can see again that with regards to stroke volume, there's this kind of inability to lower stroke volume in the recovery period to below the supine baseline. And this is actually a feature that we see in pretty much all disease states and mortality in TILDA. With regard to blood flow to the brain, then we saw that those with diabetes, they had higher drops in their percentage of oxygenated blood flow to the brain, and this persisted up to 3 minutes after standing. So we did see marked differences there. With regards to the link to cognitive impairment, then we saw that, well, those with diabetes and with larger drops in their TSI in this recovery period were associated with higher odds of cognitive impairment. So our measure of cognitive impairment here was a MoCA value of less than 23. So, I mean, we did see that diabetes was associated with this impaired response to standing, and we saw that diabetes and the impaired recovery of TSI was also associated with higher odds of cognitive impairment. And I mean, this was by no means a causal analysis, but I think it does hint that that kind of this poorer recovery and bigger drops in blood flow in oxygenated blood flow to the brain in this immediate response to standing. It might be one important mechanism that links diabetes to poorer brain health outcomes. So the next study I wanted to show was looking at these signals at baseline, and we wanted to see, well, actually, could these signals be used as biomarkers for mortality and for cardiovascular disease onset? So I just wanted to show here, this is the mean curve at baseline. So these are the baseline signals, and this is the mean curve for those who survived the intervening 11 years and those who died is in the blue line. So we can see that there are marked differences in the recovery and in these curves. So in particular, we can see that those who go on to die, they have higher mean heart rate. They have, again, this blunted peak response in heart rate and a slower blunted recovery as well. And we can see, again, this kind of lower recovery of systolic blood pressure, which we also saw in diabetes, and this failure again to drop our stroke volume index to much below its supine baseline in this recovery period. And these are features that we keep seeing again and again. So then we wanted to see, well, can we see differences not only in who went on to die, but also in what they died of? So we looked at different causes of death, and again we can see that those who died of other causes, they had very elevated heart rate in general, almost no peak, and just a very flat recovery. Now we do know that of those who were marked as other, over 1/3 died of respiratory illnesses, so that might explain this kind of elevated heart rate there. Again, those with who died of circulatory causes, they had this blunted peak heart rate response and kind of lower blood pressure. And again, we saw this same feature of stroke volume where it was higher in the recovery period. So we developed algorithms to see, well, after adjustment for all of these other factors are like frailty status and health and behavioural factors and medication usage, are these signals predictive of mortality and cause of mortality? And we found that they were. So I'm going to show the results here for the same thing that we did for cardiovascular disease. So we removed those with cardiovascular disease at baseline, and we said, well, in individuals who are otherwise healthy at baseline, can we use these signals to go on and predict who goes on to have cardiovascular disease within the next 12 years? So overall, we found that these four components here marked in green, they were the features which were predictive of cardiovascular disease over the next 12 years. So we found that those with who basically had higher heart rate and this blunted peak response, that was one of the features. The other signal which came out as predictive was this kind of failure to recover diastolic blood pressure from about 20 seconds onwards. And again, we saw this same kind of failure to lower stroke volume index from 20 seconds onwards. So these were the signals or the features which were predictive of 12-year incident CVD after adjustment for all of these other factors. So we found we could predict pretty okay. This was the accuracy on test data, which was completely separate from the algorithm development. We had an AUC of around 0.7, and and okay sensitivity and specificity. But I think more than the accuracy, what's interesting here is that I also went and looked, well, it kind of occurred to me that maybe what I've done here is essentially develop a more complicated way of measuring things that are already measured in the clinic, like underlying heart rate and cuff measurements of our blood pressure. And another measurement that's commonly used is for orthostatic hypotension, which looks at the drop in blood pressure at 60 seconds after standing. So I also looked at those and wanted to see, well, are those predictive of these different health outcomes? And actually they weren't. So we looked at OH at 10-second intervals from 10 to 60 seconds, and we also looked at baseline heart rate and blood pressure, and we found that those markers on their own were not predictive of incident cardiovascular disease or mortality or cause of mortality. But when we looked at the entire curve, it was these features in these curves which were. So yeah, so that's kind of it. I suppose really what this kind of points at is maybe our initial hunch was correct, that maybe by looking at this entire curve rather than just recovery at one time point or at a very short interval, we can uncover more kind of subtle relationships which can act as kind of preclinical biomarkers for disease onset and mortality. So yeah, I'd just like to finish up by acknowledging our sponsors and for thanking our hosts and the organising committee for inviting me here today and for organising such a wonderful conference. So thank you.
Thank you, Belinda. So now we are going to move to the panel discussion. So we would like to invite all speakers to be on the floor.
Okay, so now we have about 30 minutes for general discussion. And our experience shows this is probably the most funny part of the symposium. So now we're open to the floor. Please, you can use either the microphone.
Hi, morning, Jean Wu from Hong Kong. I'd like to ask for comments from Professor Tan and Dr. Yang. Relating to the issue, there's currently a controversy about whether measurement of muscle mass using DEXA or whatever actually predicts any of the incident adverse outcomes. So which would be physical performance measure, falls, etc. That controversy is based on one very large study where they looked at DEXA measurements and relate that to incident mobility. Now, I think, Professor Tan, you mentioned that muscle bulk in people who are obese predict falls, is that right? And Dr. Tan, you talked about muscle mass and physical performance and all the factors that can affect muscle mass and physical performance. Not very clear whether what the relationship is between muscle mass, because you measured it using DEXA, right? What the relation is between muscle mass and physical performance. So would you like to comment?
Actually, the message is a bit mixed. And I think the problem is we are looking at the older population as one homogeneous group. So when we looked at, in Malaysia, it's very easy to divide it into people who are overweight versus the people who are normal weight, because half our population are overweight. So when we looked at that, we found that for the people who are overweight, we could actually use muscle mass as a very good predictor of outcomes, but for the people who are normal or underweight, it wasn't really that relevant. So perhaps it's because we're dealing with older people as one homogeneous population, and that's actually the problem.
Did you use DEXA or did you use bioimpedance to measure muscle mass?
Okay, initially in the first wave, baseline, we only had bioimpedance. But now we've also included MRI and DEXA, but only in a small number of our participants so that we could correlate. But we actually, overall, we found that the best measures of muscle mass and muscle strength are actually bioimpedance and grip strength and gait, and we use time up and go instead of gait speed, which is easier to measure in a population, because you can't really use MRI and DEXA for large population groups.
So, your conclusion is that if you measure muscle mass with bioimpedance, it does predict some of the future adverse outcome, right? Yeah, that's great. What about you, Dr. Tan? What was the relationship between your muscle mass measured by DEXA and physical performance, longitudinally? I know that you looked at a whole lot of factors that affect muscle mass. You talked about that, and then you talked about physical performance, but I wasn't sure whether you're lumping the two together or what. I mean, did the muscle mass predict poor? Is there a relationship between muscle mass and physical performance prospectively?
Yeah, I think from our data, we use the data to examine their muscle mass, and we could observe that the association between their muscle mass and the physical performance very, very strong. Yeah.
Congratulations for very, very comprehensive presentations. My question goes for the 4 panelists, because my perception, also working on biomarkers, is whether we are really looking at biomarkers of specific conditions like some of you presented, or are we just showing unhealthy aging consequence of all this accumulation of comorbidities and disabilities and all these things. So my question specifically is for all of you. A good biomarker should also have a predictive value for outcomes that are closely associated with the disease you are looking at. I explain myself. Interleukin-6, to give you an example. This happened in everything, and is a clear marker of unhealthy aging. So I'm not totally convinced that it's a predictor of mortality in sarcopenia, for example. So in your particular cohorts and studies, what is the predictive value of your biomarkers for a specific outcomes, and what are those outcomes? I know it's a complicated question. And the second point is, how do you identify response to therapy, which is the other criteria for a good biomarker? When you treat the condition, the biomarker goes, if it's a good one, goes up. If it's a bad one, goes down. So I don't know. This question is for all of you.
I think you know the answer, but it's squeezing. So yeah, for my experience, it's usually a cross-sectional study. So at this moment, we are looking for some screening tool for diagnosing sarcopenia. But sometimes we do some prospective study to see outcomes. You mentioned the outcomes, right? So I think for the outcomes, usually mortality and a disability must be the usual biomarker for outcomes. But I'm not much experience. I haven't done that much experience in the prospective study still yet. So usually I've done cross-sectional studies. So.
It's a very, very loaded question. So do we really use mortality as an outcome? We do know that if you age healthily, you're going to live longer. But it doesn't matter. But just because you just because you live longer, it does not necessarily mean that you live longer, healthy lives. So we're looking at healthy life expectancy. But mortality is a very easy outcome to measure, particularly in Malaysia, where we've got good registry data, but nothing else. So we don't have linkage data, and even functional assessments are very challenging. So you ask about IADLs, they wouldn't do it anyway. So why would they do it? So we tend to put a lot of outcomes together: mortality, functional, physical performance, cognition, falls, sarcopenia, all frailty, all as outcomes. But what really should be a healthy aging outcome? I think with regards to the cohort studies now, I can't remember the name of the group, but there are a few groups that have now developed actual healthy aging tools. So and perhaps that's a way forward to put everything together to see what is healthy aging. But you're right, we're all just dealing with individual outcomes and looking at the prediction, the accuracy of prediction of individual outcomes.
From our survey, we still confirm that the major outcome is mortality and frailty, and we found that like some biomarker were associated like IL-6 is associated with a lower grade walking speed or some hand grade strength lower. Yeah, we found some that.
So I guess your question was kind of like, do I think that I've uncovered a biomarker here for cardiovascular disease in general, or specifically, or for mortality? Like, no, I don't. No. So I think you're totally right. Like, it's just basically showing those with poor health versus good health. Yeah, you're totally right. And I guess I haven't done this, but I have looked at other outcomes, and we see these same features. As I said, we see it across loads of different disease states that I didn't show there, but we see these same features kind of cropping up everywhere. And I'm sure if I looked at the other functional outcomes like gait, like gait speed, grip strength, we'd probably see those same features present because in those things as well. So yeah, I agree.
What about response to therapy? Sorry, because that part has not been answered yet. So, response to therapy.
Sorry, I've forgotten the second part.
Like your biomarkers as a response to therapy.
So could we use these biomarkers therapeutically? Well, yeah, like I suppose they are reversible. So like I guess in terms of like the last data in terms of autonomic functioning, it will probably be well, I suppose there could be medicines that could help, but probably other non-medical interventions as well, like just increasing physical activity, or kind of improving physical, just physical health in general, I think. But,
I think we already use functional biomarkers as a way of biofeedback to encourage adherence to therapy, and even the physiological biomarkers I tend to use in the clinic to actually show that they're getting better, so they will actually continue the pharmacological or non-pharmacological management that you've doled out. But when it comes to predictor of therapy, which is we're talking about precision medicine, I think we're getting there, but I don't think we're there yet. But that'll be a huge step forward if we can actually do that.
As you know well, to get the outcome, for example, to whether the medicine is good for sarcopenia, it takes 1 year. If you look at the outcome for disability, functional outcome, it takes at least 3 months to 6 months. But if you use biomarker, you can see at early stage, you can see it's going, the medicine is doing well or not in the early stages. So, yeah, as we agree that the biomarker is good, useful for in the treatment of medicines.
Recently, we used the Chinese medicine to find out that maybe if better effect in cachexia mice, and we also found that Chinese medicine has the ability to improve the age association, decrease the immobility, and it also induce the reprogramming of the muscle homeostasis and associated gene associated in the skeletal muscle. Yeah, we do some experiment in the muscle animal model and found that it had a benefit effect by some Chinese medicine.
Okay, before we open, maybe I just make a brief comment on this very general, and I think also a very important issue about biomarkers. Gustav's question is, those biomarkers are surrogate for the exposure or is the consequence of the disease. And the status of the biomarker, they have a unit direction to the outcome, or they have a reciprocal direction. And why it is important? Because if you think a biomarker is the surrogate for the exposure, so then you may try to do some intervention to lower it. But if that's not the case, then you may target the wrong target. And so now another study is trying to use the Mendelian randomization to say, in fact, some biomarker is just a confounder. So if you try to lower that kind of biomarker, you won't have any beneficial effect on your, for example, lower the occurring of the outcome. So I think that's very important, and sometimes very difficult to, come through those highly correlated marker. But I think your point is very important. Otherwise, we may end up trying to intervention wrong endpoint, right? Yeah. Okay. So remember, Professor Yang, and then Dr. Liu. Yeah.
Thank you.
Professor Yang first.
My question is for Dr. Tang. You did a very good job, and you have very comprehensive measurement. One I'm interested is you measure the blood pressure variability. And my question is, do you think is there any physiological mechanism can explain the association between the blood pressure variability and the frailty? And the second is, do you consider the variability of blood pressure come from the environmental stressor, such as the air pollutant or the heat stress? Thank you.
Wow. How long have you got? The blood pressure variability is, of course, we know there's autonomic control, hormonal, humoral mechanisms that also do control them, but you also have structural variations like your what do you call that? The blood vessel distensibility and the elasticity of the blood vessels. There are lots of all these factors that will actually control your blood pressure variability. So it's a highly complex mechanism. And so when we look at frailty, so if you think of frailty as a kind of a multi-domain sort of thing, then you could see that there's already a very strong correlation between blood pressure variability and frailty, because they are also controlled by a lot of similar factors. So you're right, we haven't quite got round to look at blood pressure variability and frailty because we hadn't even had time to refine our frailty instruments. So we use very hard outcomes such as falls, and then we've now moved on to cognition. So yes, our next thing to do is to actually look at blood pressure variability and frailty. But our problem is not many groups do this, so the development of this area is very slow, so that gives you an opportunity to also come on board as a researcher for this sort of things.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question to follow up Professor Gustavo's question. If I put my policy hat on and I sit on the board of oversight for precision medicine for Singapore as a social scientist, my question is, you can tell me about all these biomarkers, but what are we going to do about it? Like how at a population level can we intervene? And maybe you can educate me on that, because I think we need to think about it. If we're going to genome sequence 100,000 Singaporeans, we need to convince them to come in for genotyping. What do we tell them? What is the benefit? So it's kind of a general question, but if you have any insights.
Board chairman's question. Huh?
I don't have that kind of government, so it isn't really, I don't get round to asking that question. But yes, we should theoretically have, it's like a chicken and egg thing. So if you don't have a diagnostic tool, then how do you diagnose the disease to come up with a treatment? But then if the government wouldn't fund the treatment, then we will never have enough money to actually refine the whole system. So I think there needs to be a balance. Yeah.
Maybe later we can ask Peter Tsai, our distinguished fellow. He probably has been asked for this question a couple of times. Yeah, so maybe Peter, you'd like to comment later. But first, the question over there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your excellent talk. So I'm Jixian Huang from Taiwan. So because I'm a medical doctor, so I would like to ask a question from a clinician view. Because I've just read an article, a meta-analysis about sarcopenia biomarkers, just published on Aging Research Reviews. So the conclusion of that meta-analysis demonstrated that none of the all biomarkers is optimal to screen for sarcopenia, which just echoes Professor Wang's comment. Yeah, so, so a combination of several biomarkers may be better than only individual biomarkers to screen for sarcopenia. But the biomarkers mentioned are not commonly used in our daily practice. For example, so GDF15 or IGF-1 are not very commonly used in our daily practice, maybe mainly used for research. So I'm thinking about, is there any potential to combine several clinical variables with biomarkers to establish a new biomarker panel or biomarker screening tools to help clinicians to screen for sarcopenia using your cohort?
May I answer to that? Yeah, actually the biomarker study and then also some combination of biomarkers is a science-based, I mean, it's based on the curiosity. But in practical terms, we found some meta-analysis using algorithm to predict sarcopenia using height, weight, age, sex, and with some cap circumference something, they can predict sarcopenia almost 90%. Some of them can predict 90% of sarcopenia. So in practical ways, I think that is enough. Yeah. So, but all these biomarker study we have done is about science-based because we don't know well still about sarcopenia. So that's why we are trying to touching biomarkers because, as you said, it can be some exposure or it can be some mechanism. So we are looking for that for the cause of sarcopenia. So that's why. But in clinical terms, we can use the more easier one, as I told you. Yeah, height, weight, age, sex, and some body measurement is enough to predict sarcopenia.
I quite agree. So basically, I do find it very difficult because my patients will go to have a blood test done first, and they think that the blood test will tell them how healthy they are. But actually, and no one seems to think that a clinical assessment is complete without a blood test. So what we're looking for is a blood test to predict something that is so much more easier to, it's much easier just to measure the grip strength, the walking speed, take a history, those are actually much better measures of muscle strength, muscle mass, and also prediction of sarcopenia. No blood tests in any of the biomarkers that we've predicted that were actually good measurements. The biomarkers that we've done, we have very limited money, are not good predictors at all, the blood tests, the circulating biomarkers.
Belinda, you like to make a comment? You even have some startup, right? Try to sell the biomarker.
No, I was just going to follow on from the previous comments as well. I suppose, like when you're doing this research, it kind of comes back to what are you doing? Are you trying to? Is this like are you trying to explain the mechanisms, or are you trying to predict? So is it predictive accuracy or explanation you want from your models? And I guess probably with a lot of us, what we want to do is we want to understand the underlying mechanisms, and then we can kind of go back from there and see, well, how could we stop this, or or how could we intervene, or so in terms of like predictive accuracy, or developing these kind of screening tools, like as the other said, the marginal effect of any of these biomarkers or measurements, like after you take things like your overall age into account, that's probably going to be most of it. Like, your comorbidities, your BMI and things, the marginal, the incremental value of a lot of these markers, it probably won't be that much. But it can still, but it can still be very, it can still be very useful in adding predictive value. But probably practically, it's probably more explanation that we want. But like to understand how we can, the pathways and how we can kind of stop this before it starts. Or
yes.
I thank you really for your outstanding presentation. I would just say I have two questions. The first one about the biomarkers. I completely agree with you that probably the biomarkers is not useful in clinical practice to do the diagnosis, but we are studying around the world the biomarkers to better understand the mechanism of sarcopenia and eventually to try to have a specific treatment respect of that kind of mechanism. So I think that we can share this idea that biomarker is really important in terms of mechanism and not in terms of to do the diagnosis. The second one, I really curious about the if you, for Professor Tan, if you have really a clear different definition between cognitive frailty and mild cognitive impairment.
So cognitive frailty is actually a subset of mild cognitive impairment. So you have to have mild cognitive impairment as well as physical frailty for to actually qualify to become cognitively frail. But it's, as we've shown, it's not a static thing, and it's not even a progression. It's actually a transition state. So people transition out of a CF state into MCI only, frail only, MCI pre-frail. So it's not as straightforward as we think. So I would be very cautious in labeling anyone as CF because they don't say CF forever. But that's the current working definition.
We probably go to the next procedure. We have some gift to present to our speaker, right?
Yes,
and then we need to take a photo.
Yes, and also video.
A video, okay. So now we follow your order, okay?
Okay. We thank the speakers and moderator for such insightful presentation and discussions, and we would like to present the certificate and gift for our speakers. And we invite moderator representing National Health Research Institute to express our gratitude. So please, we invite all our speakers to the front of the stage. Thank you, Professor Wang. Thank you, Professor Tan. Thank you, Dr. Yang. Thank you, Dr. Hernández. And we invite all the speakers and moderators to the front of the stage, and let's take a group photo. A moment, please. Yes, our photographers will take a video clips. Yeah. Wave hands, wave hands. Hi. One more, hi. Welcome back to the 2023 International Conference for Healthy Aging and Biomarkers, hosted by the National Center for Geriatrics and Welfare Research, National Health Research Institute. We apologize for the brief lunch break, but we still hope you enjoy that. Following the physical nourishment, our speakers are ready to provide some food for brains, taking turns to engage and energize everyone's mind. So please join me in welcoming Professor Cho Hong-Yi and Professor Yang Yi-Qing to the podium to chair the afternoon session. Sorry. Professor Cho is a distinguished investigator and serves as the director of the Institute of Population Sciences at National Health Research Institute. Professor Yang currently leads the Department of Geriatrics and Gerontology at National Cheng Kung University Hospital. We are honored to have them chair this session. Please welcome Professor Cho and Professor Yang.
Okay. Good afternoon. I hope you are enjoying your lunch. Okay. Now we are start our symposium. And the first speaker, we invited Professor Ming-Chyi. Ming-Chyi now is the professor of National Cheng Kung University, Taiwan. And he holds his position about the director of Alzheimer's Disease Research Center, and also the Taiwan Clinical Trial Consortium for Dementia, and the Center for Integrated Dementia Care in Tainan. And Professor Bai, he got his MD degree from Taipei Medical University and a PhD from the National Zhongzheng University. And he is the leading investigator in Alzheimer's disease and some geriatric problem in Taiwan. And today, he will talk about spectral navigation impairment is a marker on AD continuum. Let's welcome Professor Bai.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my great honor to be invited by organizing committee and especially from Professor Yang. Thank you. Today my topic is spatial navigation impairment. Probably is a marker for Alzheimer's disease continuum. Maybe this topic is quite different from the others, but I would like to share some of my previous and ongoing study to all of you. I'm nothing to disclose. This is the outline today. And for one to be to safely move from one place to another, we need a topographical orientation, including a landmark recognition, egocentric following, a route ability, and a well-preserved allocentric map. And sometimes we also need a path integration. And if we cannot find our way, we need executive function to solve this problem, perhaps by call out or ask others to go home. And this is called spatial navigation. About 19 years ago, a great psychologist, Professor Tolman in UC Berkeley, proposed a concept of cognitive map from many very excellent experiments. He said in the course of learning the maze, something like a field map of the environment get established in the rat's brain. Here is called cognitive map. At the time, researchers believed there must be some neurons or neural substrate corresponding for this function. 23 years later, these cells were found by Professor John O'Keefe. This cell is called plate cell. The plate cells basically is in the hippocampus, and the plate cell can build up an inner map of the environment. And several decades later, the the Moses in 2005 found another nerve cell in nearby of the brain called the entorhinal cortex. This grid cell is very amazing. I will show a brief video to you later. Grid cells were activated when the rat passed certain location. Together, this location form a hexagonal grid, each grid cell reacting a unique spatial pattern. Correctly, this grid cell from a coordinate system that allow for spatial navigation. This is a very amazing experiment using a single cell recording in a cell in a rat brain in a freely moving environment. After several minutes later, you can see hexagons appear in the pictures. Can you see the sixth angle figure? Just imagine. Okay, this is called a grid cell. Grid cell. So because of their contribution, the Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine in 2014 was shared by both of the distinguished scholars for their achievement in spatial navigation in the animal, called a position system in the brains. In addition to press cells and the grid cell, we also rely on head direction cells and border cells to complete the full spatial navigation. This is not only for animals, but also in humans. And for Alzheimer's disease, the pattern of initial pathology shows a striking overlap with the head direction cells circuit. This included pathology to the entorhinal cortex, where both grid cell and head direction cells are found, and the anterior dorsal thalamus and the retrospinal cortex. And damage to this region, together with hippocampus, where including many press cells, represented devastation of the neuron circuits known to represent head direction, path integration, and the current location. And over the past years, I've published several papers in patients developing a topographical disorientation after a single cerebral lesion on the right side, including parahippocampus, posterior parietal cortex, thalamus, and the retrospinal cortex. In each area, the patient may manifest a different kind of topographical disorientation, including the landmark agnosia after lesion to lingual gyrus, egocentric disorientation after lesion to posterior parietal cortex, and Hating disorientation after damage to posterior cingulate, or retrospinal cortex, and anterograde disorientation after damage to parahippocampus. This is the base for our future developing questionnaire. And this area is quite fit the areas initially involved in patients with Alzheimer's disease regarding the neuropathological change. And next, I will present some clinical viewpoint regarding the spatial navigation impairment. In my presentation, topographical disorientation, wayfinding difficulty, spatial navigation impairment, getting lost, mission, sometimes is interchangeable. And our first paper on this topic published about 20 years ago. In this paper, we showed that wayfinding difficulty can be one of the most incipient symptoms in some of the patients with Alzheimer's disease. And several years later, we published another paper, found that among the 180 patients, about half of the patients have topographical disorientation, and about 20% have ever been lost or missing. This is very serious. But at the time, there is nothing to do with the score of traditional neuropsychology test. And another paper described that usually people would think that a patient with Alzheimer's disease would be lost in number of places. But actually, their first ever getting lost occurred in familiar environment. This finding is very important for most of the caregivers. Because of no questionnaire or test can be related to wayfinding difficulty or can predict getting those in the future, we decided to develop a questionnaire to answer this question. We called Questionnaire on Everyday Navigation Ability. Abbreviation is QUINA. This is, we published in 2014. And we use the concept of the topographical disorientation after single cerebral lesion. And the questionnaire proved to be a feasible, reliable, and valid to assess spatial navigation in people with mild cognitive impairment due to AD or AD dementia. And the cutoff 7 for caregiver version can predict getting dosed with AUC about 0.8. And the questionnaire have two versions. One is for patient and the other is for caregiver. And the discrepancy between caregiver and the patient can predict the times of the getting dosed. Usually, patient would overestimate their ability. So this is quite interesting finding. And we also follow about 200 people for about 3 years to see a new event called incidence or the recurrence rate. The picture is on the slides. And in this paper, we found that the KFACS is very popular in Taiwan, Japan, and many Asia countries. The orientation, inattention items, and inattention item in QUINA and the orientation item in KFACS are related to getting those incidents. And if there is no safety range set up by caregiver, will increase the risk of getting those recurrence. So we suggest the caregiver to let their patient to assess KFACS and QUINA to improve orientation and attention, may delay and prevent getting those incidents. And for those who have already get lost, to set a safety range may reduce the getting those recurrence. And this is QUINA to test several kinds of neurodegenerative disease. You can see only Alzheimer's Continuum show more often getting those events. And they have a score more than 7. As I said, is a cutoff point. And in the following year, we would like to know how to assess this patient in real-world condition. And this is another definition for topographical disorientation or spatial navigation impairment. We define getting lost different from missing. Getting lost is defined unable to reach a destination in familiar places, while the navigator's consciousness is clear and the environmental cues, such as light, landmarks, are adequate. And the missing is defined. One, he or she could not to deal with wayfinding difficulty on their own, so or call for help from others, indicating a poor prefrontal function. And this moment, timely aid from others may avoid unwanted result. The pathology in initial Alzheimer's Continuum involved region critical spatial navigation. So this is a very good point for spatial navigation to be potential markers to make a early diagnosis. We investigate 586 incidents of getting lost and missing. You can find people even in MCI stage may have getting lost and missing, but most of the patients with neurodegenerative dementia or other kind of dementia suffering from getting lost are due to Alzheimer's Continuum. And they may have getting lost only or with injury. And this is a picture showing the different manifestation in MCI and in dementia. Clearly, you can see more getting lost occurred in MCI and more missing occurred in dementia patient. And dementia patients have more missing and more injuries. So this information is very important for caregiver. As I mentioned, most of the getting lost occurred in, getting lost or mission incidents occurred more in Alzheimer's continuum. And MCI have more getting lost than missing, and the dementia more missing than getting lost. More injuries occur to those with dementia than MCI, and those with were missing than getting lost. In Taiwan, we have about 400. We have 4 million people older than 65, and among them, about 1 million have a mild cognitive impairment or dementia. So it means that more than 1 million at the risk of getting lost. So as I mentioned, we would like to design a real-world device to detect spatial navigation. We call this a PJ device. This is an air view of our campus located in National Chang University, and we provide iPad with the map to the participants, and we teach them how to reach each of the 5 points, and when they get there, just put to indicate that they are there. This is the procedure. This is a map provided to the participants, and we started from a famous building at Chimei, and we teach the patient, we taught the patient if they reach the target, they just press the button and indicating they are reached the destination, and turn the angle to the starting point. Okay, and this is the result. We invited cognitive unimpaired and MCI due to AD or prodromal AD and mild Alzheimer's disease. This is their demographic data. Clearly shown that prodromal AD and AD showed impaired episodic memory. And this is the QINA. As I mentioned, the MCI due to AD and AD with a QINA score more than 7. And many of the MCI patients and most of the Alzheimer's disease, mild Alzheimer's disease patients experience getting those events before the experiment. And this is the result. I can only show part of the result to you. The QINA, we measure the deviation. The patient will put the place to indicating they are there, and we use GPS to make a comparison. And we have a linear deviation between the patient's response and the real location. We call the linear deviation. And the linear deviation can differentiate the 3 groups very, very clearly. It means that prodromal AD is worse than CU, and AD even worse than prodromal AD. And if we use hit rate means below the 16 meters as an error. In the same way, they can clearly differentiate the 3 groups very clearly. But you know, in the real world situation, the test is very complicated. One is the manpower. The second is the weather. Sometimes it's rainy, sometimes it's sunny, sometimes typhoon, sometimes it's cloudy. The patient sometimes would cancel the test. So we decided to use a virtual reality to replace the real world and to test the spatial navigation impairment. But this time, it is impossible to test patients with mild Alzheimer's disease. They just could not understand the instrument. So we just test MCI due to AD and cognitively impaired. We ate subjective cognitive decline to aid this group because SCD is among the AD continuum from normal to MCI. And we put the real world scenario to virtual reality, and we also provide a map and teach the participants to use the map and use the toolbar and to indicate the direction and press the button indicating they reach the target. The procedure is essentially the same as the real-world test. And we also measure the linear deviation as a parameter to make a comparison, same as the real-world situation. And this is the scenario when the PJVR was performing from a third-person viewpoint. We use a HTC.
好，请问几分钟？
Okay. And this is a viewpoint from the participants. Professor Yang might have ever been to Zhiqiang campus. It's very similar to the real ones. Yeah. And as I mentioned, we test the CU, SCD, and the MCI due to AD. And cyber sickness is a question, is a problem, because in our study, about 14% of the participants experienced nausea, vomiting, and vertigo. But as compared with Western countries, our cyber sickness rate is higher. I don't know why. But we asked the HTC to improve their software, and the rate of the cyber sickness reduced. So in the future, we will try to improve and improve to get the patient more comfortable, the participants more comfortable. This is the demographic data for the 3 participants. Again, you can see most of the performance in CU and SCD are much better than MCI. And this is KFACS, very popular neuropsychology test in Taiwan, Japan, and many Asian countries. As you can see, most of the items show MCI is the worst as compared with the other 2 groups. And this is the QINA. Again, you can see the MCI perform the worst among the 3 groups, but the SCD and the CU basically the same. And this is the linear deviation. I just showed the principal results. The results is very similar to QINA response. And this is the plot of QINA. I just introduced you previously, and the linear deviation. Their correlation is not bad. And most of the MCI, more deviation in linear deviation, and their questionnaire score is higher. And most of the CU close to 0, means a better performance. And the SCD diverse. If I try to divide it, SCD into A and B according to the linear deviation at 40 meters. 40 meters is upper limit for most of the CU groups. Then you can see we divided SCD-A and SCD-B. The performance of linear deviation and the QINA for SCD-B is very similar to those of the performance of MCI. I mean, maybe some of them will convert to MCI in the future, but this is ongoing. We still follow up there annually. So maybe in the future, I can show you the result of our their progression. This is a comparison of 2 eQINA and linear deviation among the 4 groups adding the after SCD were divided to A and B. Okay. After we divided SCD to A and B, we want to know what's the difference between A and B. As you can see, the B is older than A. And in KFACS, their abstract thinking and the verbal fluency is worse. Maybe some executive dysfunction, subcortical lesion, maybe. So implication for this division, we found some individual with CD would progress to MCI in years, and the SCDB impaired spatial navigation, cognition with additional biomarkers perhaps may increase the power to predict the conversion from SCD to MCI. And regarding the safety, pay more attention to spatial navigation impairment may reduce the occurrence of unwanted events. In general, for PJVR summary, PJVR is a feasible tool to assess spatial cognition in individuals with MCI due to AD, and cyber sickness can be improved. To simplify, PJVR to be practical is necessary, and we will refine PJVR to welcome the era of using digital cognitive assessment and plasma biomarkers to aid detecting people with MCI due to AD earlier. And regarding the biomarkers, especially in dementia, we use a clinical, such as memory and other cognitive function, or we use a manifestation, and we use a neuropsychological test, such as spatial navigation or episodic memory. We also use MR imaging, focus on hippocampal atrophy. And we also use a PET imaging, including amyloid PET or tau PET. Recently, more and more biofluids were introduced to dementia detection and diagnosis, including CSF or plasma biomarkers. For a biomarker, by definition, they can help clinicians to make an early diagnosis, early detection, to make differential diagnosis, monitor disease progression, and to verify the efficacy of clinical trials or treatment. Based on this, our PJVR spatial navigation, we can detect patients with AD continuum more early, and we can differentiate AD from other type of dementia. And we monitor disease progression is ongoing. But we would like, actually we have, with other researchers trying to persuade pharmaceutical company to aid spatial navigation as a parameter to see the effect of clinical trial and treatment. But perhaps in the future, we will add this parameter. So spatial navigation appears long before. I hope I can convince you before the happening of getting those of missing, and it's a potential markers on AD continuum to detect spatial navigation impairment in an ecologically valid way may help to make an accurate diagnosis when one is in a very early stage of AD continuum, and to prevent against getting those and missing. I would like to thank many professors, research assistants, graduate students, and supporters, and our institute and the centers, and also from many, many grants from our government. And also thank for your attention.
Thanks, Professor Bai's excellent speech. Because we have the 20 minutes discussion, so if you have any question, you can use that time. So now we are moved to the next speaker. Next speaker is Professor Francesco Landi. Professor Landi now is the International Medicine and the Geriatrics of the Catholic University of the Sacred Heart, Italy, and also the chief of the Geriatric Internal Medicine. And Professor Landi got his PhD degree from Preventive Medicine, the University Cattolica del Sacred Cuore from Roma, Italy. And today, he will talk about the intrinsic capacity and the longevity, a paradigm in the perception of aging. Let's welcome the Professor Landi.
First of all, thanks a lot to invite me again here in Taiwan. It's really my pleasure to stay here with you in this really beautiful island and beautiful city. So really, thanks a lot. And for me, it's a really nice and great opportunity to share my experience and try to to better understand all together here with the National Center for Geriatric Welfare Research, with the National Health Center Institute of Taiwan, about the concept of intrinsic capacity and longevity. Really briefly, this is my potential conflict of interest. And I want to start from here, because I think that we need to understand and start from here, the three components of healthy aging. For sure, we have the environment. We have not the time to have a specific focus on environment, but we know that the environment is really, really important, also in terms of pollution, for example. We have a clear evidence, the correlation between pollution and no longevity and no healthy aging. Now, usually we are focused on functional ability. So as a geriatrician, I think in this room we have a geriatrician, we have internal medicine, a student, and for the probably more than 30 years, we focus on functional ability in terms of movement, in terms of activity of daily living, instrumental activity of daily living, physical and cognitive performance. But now the WHO, the World Health Organization, suggests that it's important also to looking for the root of these three, that is the intrinsic capacity. And here we have the specific definition of the four domain, the three domain, what is the health longevity, what I think everybody expects for ourselves in terms of health longevity, in health aging. And it's the three components: functional ability, intrinsic capacity, and environment. This is the definition. And the intrinsic capacity is really a complex system where we have, for sure, cognition, psychological, vitality, the problem about sensory, and also locomotion. I have not the time to go in depth of all these domains, and I'll try to focus especially on locomotion and physical function that we can translate sometimes in physical frailty. Because I think that it's really, really important to understand what's happened during the aging process in terms of the onset of physical frailty and the end disability, in terms of, for example, impairment in mobility, and this means mobility disability, and how we can prevent physical frailty and mobility disability. I think that in the right side of the slide, it's important that in depth we have biological mechanism. So as I said before, in terms of biomarkers, and the title of the conference, I think it's really great, Healthy Aging and Biomarkers. As I said before, we need to better understand the mechanism that can regulate the intrinsic capacity and the alteration of intrinsic capacity, and then the onset of locomotor, cognitive, sensory, psychological, and other dysfunction that we can observe during the aging process. And we know that during our life, the intrinsic capacity decline. And together with the decline of intrinsic capacity, we have the decline in functional ability. And you can see that we have this phase, the early phase, early childhood, adolescent. We had a high and stable capacity between the early adult, and then in the middle age and the older age, we start to decline. But if we are able to improve the intrinsic capacity, not only when we are old, but also we start from the childhood with the adolescents, we improve the intrinsic capacity and we can improve the functional ability. So when we arrive at the end of our life, the functional ability is not in the disability, but we are up of physical frailty and disability because we start higher and we arrive at the end of our life higher. So probably this means the health longevity. How we can have health longevity? The first key message. The health longevity we need to gain not only when we are adult or the old people, but we start at the beginning. I show you in the next slide that probably we need to start in the pregnancy and infancy. So I think that this message is really, really important. We need to start at least during the adult and in the middle age. Because we know that we decline. This is the same for the men and women. This is the same for the different races. I have not the time to present all the data that I have, but a little bit more than 5 years ago, I have the opportunity to share some of my data with the Taiwanese data, and we observe exactly the same. The decline of physical performance, the decline of muscle mass. And I want to show you briefly this data. This is the hand grip, and you can see that both in male and female, the hand grip decline is quite stable until the middle age, 50 years age old, and then start to decline. This is the different percentile. And this is the same for the female. This data derived from a big data that we have in Italy, that I have created during the last 8 years with a program, the name is Longevity Checkup and Longevity Run, that I'll show you at the end of my presentation. And now we have more than 15,000, now 16,000 subjects assessed outside of the hospital. So this is a community people, is a normal people, starting from 18 years old to 98, so more than 80. And this is the hand grip strength. But the same is for the lower strength. This is the chair stand test. I think that everybody knows this test, up and down 5 times without the help of the arm, and we calculate the time that the single person spent to complete this performance. And you can see that again, the performance is stable until 50 years age old, around 6 seconds to complete the performance, and then start to spend more time. So the decline in the test, because this means that, for example, at 80 years age old, we spend around 10 seconds to complete the performance. Remember this performance, because this slide, because it's important, because I'll show you in a few minutes something that it's important. This is the normal pathway. So we decline in performance. This is the general population. I repeat, this is the real world in Italy, more than 15,000 subjects, both male and female. But now I want to go back to the HiCOP, because we have a different component. I want to focus on mobility. And the HiCOP and the WHO suggest the trajectory, how we can manage this aging process. And at the beginning, and I think that this is really important, this is a clear message, at the beginning, when we have no loss of intrinsic capacity, so before to start the decline in intrinsic capacity, for example, in muscle strength and in physical performance, chest and test, reinforce generic health and lifestyle advice or usual care. So I think that we need to start from here. And it's really important that if you look for the slide that I presented before, this prevention of chronic condition, so this means the early detection and control, is true for the entire process. So So I think it's really important that we start at the beginning of our life, but in any time we can change. And this is exactly the capacity to have a centered perspective for our patient. If you look for only this picture, you look for the disease, probably arthritis. But if you look for this, you look for the entire person. The possibility, for example, to have a care of the child, for the nephew. So I think that this is the importance, is not the disease. I put this slide, again, from the WHO, because I want just to shift from the disease to function. And when we are thinking about health longevity and biomarkers, we need to shift from the single disease, but with a perspective on function. Again, this is the physical function. But the problem is that our knowledge, during the medical course, we are able and we learn about the disease, how to prevent the disease, in terms, for example, of primary and secondary prevention. But I think that now we need to start with this, that in the USA, they say the primordial prevention. So something that we need to start immediately, in terms, for example, of smoking, control of hypertension, better, not control of hypertension, control the risk factor for hypertension, or for problem with the cholesterol, diabetes, sedentary lifestyle, obesity, and for sure non-traditional pollution, but we have not the time. And all of this concept is summarized in this article. I suggest, probably you know this one, but I suggest to really looking for this article in circulation less than 1 year ago, because this is an update of the American Heart Association in USA. This is the update because before this article, they say about 7 health metrics. Now they speak about life's essential 8 health metrics, 8 important health metrics. And I want to underline that it's really important for us that I suppose that we are not cardiologists, that if this is the Association of Cardiology, but the title is not Heart Essential Health, it's Life. That is different in terms of really, in terms of semantic. For us, it's really important because this factor is not only important for the heart, but is important for the life. It's really easy to understand: diet, exercise, glycemia, diabetes, weight, the body mass index, cholesterol, hypertension, blood pressure, no smoking, and the health sleep. The health sleep is a proxy of unmanagement stress. So this is the 8th factor that we need to improve and we need to control. And this is the cartoon published in that article that it's really important because this life essential is really important to improve our intrinsic capacity. Because this life's essential is important to improve the psychological health, but also the physical health. And it's important because we have 8 risk factors, primordial risk factors, that we can control and we can improve during our life. So this means that we can gain our health, but we need to start immediately. In fact, the American Heart, in the same article, published this cartoon that it's really impressive, starting from the pregnancy, infancy. Okay, I'm a geriatrician, so I am not involved in pregnancy, the infancy. I'm not involved in the child and improve in the adolescents, but I mean, I think that we need to really create this awareness in the adolescents, for example, in the school, to improve the exercise, to improve the sport, to improve the correct lifestyle in terms of correct food choice and quantity choice. But for sure, I think as a geriatrician, we are involved with the adult age, with the middle age, and with older age. And I want to go back to my data, because do you remember the chair-stand test? And I think it's really interesting that chair-stand test is a proxy of intrinsic capacity, is a physical performance, okay? And we have a clear correlation with that health metrics. This is the first survey, so we have not 8 health metrics, but 7. When you improve the health metrics, 7 means that all the health metrics are correct, you have the better performance, both in women and men. So when we have only 1 health metrics correct, this means the subject smoke, no healthy diet, no exercise, high cholesterol, high glycemia, high hypertension, we have the worsened performance. So we have a clear correlation between the primordial prevention with the physical performance and with intrinsic capacity. But again, look what happened with the physical performance and exercise. We divide this big data with a huge sample in 4 different classes and in 4 different groups. Sedentary, the subject that only walk, the subject that do aerobic exercise, and the subject that do aerobic exercise plus resistance exercise. Look here. The subject age 80 years age old has the same performance of the sedentary 55. So we can modify the trajectory of the physical performance. Again, this is the chair-stand test. This is the time to perform the chair-stand test. So this means that I can change the slope of trajectory, so I can change the slope of trajectory in terms of higher time to perform the chair-stand test. So I can modify. I think that this is really a good news. The bad news is that all the people decline during the aging process, during the life. But the good news is probably we can change. And really briefly, we can change also with the diet. This is the same with in terms of sarcopenia, and this is the Mediterranean diet. The adherence to the Mediterranean diet show a better performance in this our sample. But now, in few minutes, I want to go ahead. Okay, this is the primordial prevention. So this is what really I can do during my life to gain my intrinsic capacity. But in the same picture, also we can reverse or slow declining capacity. So this means that, okay, it's important that I can perform this kind of action during the entire life, but always is the time to change. And now I want to present, and again, in the ICOP, when you go ahead and we have a loss of intrinsic capacity and limited mobility with a short physical performance battery score between 0 to 9, we can do exercise, nutritional approach, and also the protein intake. And I want to show you the results of the Sprint project. We answered to this call in 2013. This is an European call the call in the title of this call is "Develop an Innovative Therapeutic Intervention Against Physical Frailty and Sarcopenia." And we won with this trial with a sprint project, and this was a randomized control trial with the aim to prevent mobility disability, and through the multi-component intervention based on physical activity, diet, and some technology. This was the number registered in the clinicaltrial.gov. This is the first article showing the baseline characteristics. And this is the trial that I personally coordinated as PI in Europe. And you can see that this is the Europe, and we involve some sites in Spain, in France, in Germany, UK, in Finland, and in Czech Republic, in Poland. So it's really representative of the north, center, and south of Europe. The intervention and the target population is important, because the target population is subject with sarcopenia and physical frailty, with a short physical performance battery score between 3 and 9, but at the baseline, the ability to complete 400-meter walking test at usual pace within 15 minutes, so without disability. So we can say that we enroll people immediately before the onset of mobility disability, with sarcopenia, frailty, but autonomy in the performance of 400-meter test. This is the multi-component intervention, the physical activity twice per week directly in the gym with a specific protocol, the sprint protocol of exercise, and the control group receive only the lifestyle education, so no intervention. This is a control. We enroll more than 1,500 subjects, one half in the active group and the other one in the control. In the active group, also nutritional assessment and the other intervention. In the active group, also some high health technology intervention, for example, to measure the activity during the day. And this is the trial, as I say, all the people 70 years age old with low muscle mass, short physical performance battery score between 3 and 9, substantially no particular exclusion criteria, and 2 arms. Why I present this the European Medical Agency? Because before to start the trial, we went to the European Medicine Agency to have the endorsement of the European Medicine Agency. And we tried to endorse this one, because I want just to conclude and to remark, we have not disease, we have function. The target population is not the subject with a specific disease, but with function, with some impairment in function in terms of short physical performance battery score. And we present this slide, and the European Agency Medicine endorsed the trial. So this means that endorse the specific focus on function versus disease. And I think that it's really, really important, because this is the first time that the regulatory agency in Europe, specific to test drugs, accept that we test something that is not drugs, exercise plus nutritional approach and some technology, and the target population is not the subject with the disease, but with a functional impairment. And finally, I want to show you the results that we published less than 2 years ago, 1 year, a little bit more than 1 year ago in British Medical Journal. And this is the results. This kind of activity, this kind of intervention can prevent the onset of mobility disability, because the outcome is the inability to perform the 400-meter test in 15 minutes without help. And clearly, you can see that who receive only lifestyle education has a higher onset of mobility disability. So this means that we can prevent the mobility disability, and this means that we can change in any time. Also, if you are really close to follow in the disability and you are with a frailty, but you can prevent disability, so we can change. And I think that it's important that with the Sprint project and with the other project that we are going on, we focus on lifestyle modification. But I think that I clearly show you that with the lifestyle modification, we can change the aging process, so we can gain the healthy aging. I think that this is really the good news, but for sure in the future we can have additional intervention. If we are able to better understand the other biomarkers, probably we can add this additional intervention, specific additional intervention. So I think that today we have really good news that we can change. But to change, we need to gain our longevity. This is our campaign in Italy, the longevity run, that is not only a marathon, but is a campaign for the population, not in hospital, outside of the hospital, in the community, in the square, in the touristic place, in any place. We try to organize this kind of activity with a healthy village to promote the longevity checkup, exactly the checkup that I show you derived from the American art. And if you want more information, for sure in Italian, but there are a lot of video, you can find the web page of Longevity Run, or also in the social, in Instagram, in this page of Instagram. I think that this kind of campaign is really the new idea to go out of the hospital and try to modify the mentality of the people, and just to say that it's important to change again in any moment of your life, better if you start immediately. And again, I want really to say thank you to the colleague from Taiwan. I'm not sure that is correct. From the Google translator, but again, I think that it's really my pleasure to stay here and to share my experience. Thanks a lot again.
Thank you very much for Professor Francesco Landi give us a very excellent talk about longevity and intrinsic capacity. So now we have the discussion section later. So we'll move on to the next section. We are very happy to invite our distinguished guest speaker from the Chinese University of Hong Kong, Professor Jim Hu, Hu Lingfang. I would like to briefly introduce the Professor Hu. Professor Hu is the emeritus professor of medicine from the Henry Liang Research Professor of the Gerontology and the Geriatrics. Although she's retired for 9 years, but she's still very active and very productive. She now is currently the director of the Institute of Aging and also the co-director of the Institute of Health Equality. She used to be a chairman of the Department of Community and Family Medicine in CUHK, and also the director of School of Public Health, and also the chairman of the Department of Health and Therapy. So today she will continues the topic about the intrinsic capacity and give us a talk with the topic with the exploring the VO2 max as the objective measure of the vitality domain of the intrinsic capacity. Let's give a big hand to welcome Professor Hu.
Thank you for your kind introduction, and thank you for inviting me to share my thoughts on this topic. Following on Professor Landi's background, you would have seen that if you're a clinical researcher or people in public health, deciding on how to provide health service, preventive health service, the scene has changed from one focusing on individual diseases. There's still a lot of people just focusing on individual diseases. And then for the past 10 to 20 years, we've shifted from the geriatric perspective to focus on frailty and sarcopenia as well as outcomes and planning our services accordingly. But as you've heard, in 2015, the World Health Organization started this concept of healthy aging, focusing on function. And then they introduced the concept of intrinsic capacity and the life course approach to promoting and maintaining intrinsic capacity. So, but intrinsic capacity is not widely accepted yet because it's a concept. I mean, as you've seen from the slides, nothing much happens when you reach peak until about 50, 60. Then you start to decline. So you can ask, well, what's the difference to the current approach to preventing pre-frailty, cognitive frailty, and all that? Because we are not into the maternal child health and school. Somebody else is doing that. So it's still a controversial topic. I think the strongest proponent is the WHO, and there's a lot of talk about it because currently we're in the UN Decade of Healthy Aging. And the United Nations has asked the WHO to provide an update. How are you getting on with all your measurements, proposed measurements? So, so I'm going to explore this idea, and as you heard, there are 5 domains: cognitive, psychological, sensory, vitality, and locomotor. So I'm going to talk about vitality. What is vitality? Now, you also heard about ICOPE. So these are conceptual domains of intrinsic capacity. But what do we do about it in public health, or if you're thinking of your own health, what do you do? So the ICOPE has created this thing where it's a integrated medical social screening in the community, and anybody can do it. You don't have to have nurse or doctor or anything. And see, you can see that there are now 6, because sensory is visual and hearing. Limited mobility, depression, cognitive decline. Initially, they decided on malnutrition and an indicator of vitality. Because underlying vitality is whether your body's metabolism is working normally or whether you're having age-related deficits, right? So essentially, it's an expression of cellular senescence. So this is a geroscience bit. What's the underlying process that gives rise to these terms? So cellular senescence, and then you have adverse metabolic outcomes, and then corresponding clinical phenotypes. Of course, with mitochondria is a powerhouse, and if you have mitochondrial dysfunction, you have adverse outcomes. So might contribute to reduction in cardiorespiratory fitness, for example. Maybe metabolic syndrome and central obesity, loss of muscle mass and quality. And in the last analysis, what's the difference to the underlying pathophysiology of frailty and physical resilience? Are we all talking about the same phenomenon, but using different terms? So conceptually, it's there's no universal agreement. Similarly, there's no agreement about how it's measured. Now, you have to measure it if we're going to take this concept into practice. This thing, fatigue, is the latest that the measurement group has decided on. So this is a questionnaire. So after a lot of discussion, they thought that vitality is a manifestation of low vitality is fatigue. So you immediately would think, well, this is similar to Fried's concept, right? Because the phenotype, one of them is fatigue. And so how do you measure fatigue? And then somebody did a literature search and so on and found there's a fatigue scale of about 20 items with reasonable psychometrics. So that's the latest thing from WHO, published in the October supplement of Age and Aging. Now the French group, Bruno Vallis' group, recently looked at grip strength, MNA for nutrition, and plasma biomarkers, mainly the inflammatory markers, and also markers of mitochondrial function. And they found that they're all predictive, but the plasma biomarkers seem to be best. So because of the similarity, this concept of fatigue, can we use vitality measures to be used as early indicator of frailty? That's an interesting thought. Now, you can measure energy expenditure and metabolism using VO2 max. It's an objective measure of cardiorespiratory fitness. People in sports medicine have been using it for a long time now. So basically, it measures maximal oxygen uptake using calorimetry. And it consists of resting metabolic rate plus energy expenditure during exertion. And body composition independently contributes to resting energy expenditure. In the past, we have examined body composition and maximal oxygen uptake in healthy men and women in the community. And we found that age, fat mass, and lean mass are independent determinants of maximal oxygen uptake. And furthermore, the cardiorespiratory fitness is not the same as physical activity. They are distinct from physical activity and metabolic syndromes, but they're all related, but separate. What happens as you get older, with age, VO2 max declines. And what determines this decline in VO2 max is body composition and levels of physical activity. This is digressing into this concept of sarcopenic obesity, where in this condition, there's loss of muscle mass and there's increase in metabolic load, increased cardiovascular risk factors. So we just use a simplistic way of using a ratio of appendicular skeletal mass divided by total body fat. Just a kind of useful way of expressing this. And there are cutoffs for different outcomes using CART analysis. So we've built up this kind of picture with what happens to you as you get older. And finally, I just want to say the difference between physical activity and VO2 max, the relation with all-cause mortality, they're different. So you can have different combinations. The best is that you're active and you're fit. So this is the reference. And the worst if you're inactive and you're unfit. So the hazard ratio is 4.5 times. But in between, you have inactive fit and active unfit. And it's in between this combination. So we're all measuring slightly different things. So in addition to just physical activity. So then one can ask this question, can we use VO2 max as an objective indicator of vitality? Is it linked to other intrinsic capacity domains, such as cognitive, locomotor, or psychological domains? And then finally, can we think of this as a biomarker of early frailty by its ability to predict frailty, sarcopenia, and sarcopenic obesity, using the simple ratio that I mentioned? So this is what we set out to address, these research questions, using this OS cohort, 2,000 men, 2,000 women, where it was collected around year 2000, And at 7 years, we measured the VO2 max. And then we followed them up for another 7 years and look at 14-year outcome. So, lots of people drop off. Some people cannot ride bicycles and so on. But anyway, we ended up with some 1,176 subjects. We looked at all-cause mortality data at 14 years. So that's 7 years after we measured the VO2 max in men and women separately. So we put people on the bicycle ergometer. So some people cannot ride bicycles, so they're excluded. And then we get them to pedal as hard as they can with a face mask to measure oxygen consumption linked to a metabolic analyzer. People who have a history of chest pain on exertion with a diagnosis of ischemic heart disease or ECG abnormalities, uncontrolled blood pressure are excluded. And we set a minimum pedaling rate of 50 RPM, and termination is when cannot, when there's no further increase in VO2 max with increasing load, or participant cannot continue, or they attain 85% of age-predicted maximal heart rate. And the 14-year outcome variables is MOCA, chair stand, gait speed, grip strength, total body fat to appendicular mass ratio using DEXA, GDS 15, the Frail scale, and SARC-F. So we try to relate 7-year VO2 max measurement to 14-year outcome. And so this is just a brief showing that the top part are the continuous variables. We looked at the outcomes using a continuous way in the regression. And these two are categoric variables. The frailty, Morley's frailty classification, 0 and 1, and sarcopenia with greater than 4, yes or no. So you can see that there is significant prediction for all of these, but the directions are different. Some are reverse. And the next slide just shows visually what direction it is. So, for example, it's positively correlated with cognitive function, but negatively with chair stand time, and depression, and frailty. And this is a categorical variable, so higher VO2 max has a protective effect. So this is just from the sake of visual presentation. Now, in sports medicine and some respiratory medicine, where they're interested in VO2 max, it is recognized that many people cannot do this bicycle ergometer test. So they use 6-minute walk distance. So I think Professor Landi mentioned that it's been used. So how far can you walk in 6 minutes? Well, pulse pressure, I won't talk about pulse pressure now. So if you look at the ROC curve, this is all-cause mortality for men. The blue line is peak oxygen uptake. The red line is 6-minute walk distance. And incidentally, we also looked at the 6-meter walking speed. The ROC curve is not bad. I think ignore pulse pressure for the time being. It just confuse things. The AUC is not bad, 0.74, something like that. So you get a similar result with all-cause mortality in women. And if you look at cardiovascular mortality for men, you're getting quite good predictions as well. For women, the results are not so good. That the 6-minute walk distance, the 6-meter walk speed is not so good in predicting. So I think these findings support the idea that you could use VO2 max, but then because it's very difficult to do, because we excluded a lot of people, we could use 6 meter walk distance instead, right? So this is to show what's the relationship with the other IC domains. So geriatric depression scale, gait speed, MMSE. So if you look at VO2 max, it has a direct effect. Asterisk means that it's significant. It has a direct effect on the outcome here we consider is change in IADL. Direct effect. Does it also exert indirect effect through these other parameters? Well, VO2 max affect MMSE, it affects gait speed and reverse association with depression. But it's only the indirect effect through gait speed that affect the change in IADL. So let's say we don't want to talk about VO2 max because it's too difficult to do in real life. Let's just do the 6 meter walk distance. And essentially you find exactly the same thing, that if you, direct effect is a direct effect here. 6 meter walk distance significantly affect cognitive function, gait speed, and depression. But it's only through the gait speed indirectly that there's an indirect effect that affects ADL. So this is just a table to summarize the direct and indirect effect of this mediation model. And see, there's a direct effect, significant direct effect, also a significant indirect effect. But the indirect effect is only mediated by the gait speed. So what I'm saying is all the findings very similar to Professor Landi's presentation in another sense. And if you look at the fitness measures of the mediation model, it's good. So I just want to conclude that in this current debate about how to measure vitality, if you use the VO2 max and then subsequently, instead of using the bicycle ergometer, you can use 6 meter walk distance, then maybe we can use 6 meter walk distance in our screening rather than other scales. Maybe we don't need to use biomarkers. We don't need to take blood to look at inflammatory markers. I think we need to compare that because when you're working in the community, it's always good to have a quick test, quick screen, and then you can, depending on the result, you can design your intervention, mainly in terms of lifestyle modification. And finally, because we looked at frailty and sarcopenia as a 7-year outcome, it's predictive. So we can say that we can also consider this measure as an early indicator of frailty. So from a public health point of view, and from a clinician looking after people in primary care, this kind of information is going to be very useful because we've been being criticized that we're too negative, focusing on deficits. So I think there's room in primary care to detect these abnormalities and then create enjoyable programs. But from the policy point of view, I have my doubts about intrinsic capacity because governments who look at health, they look at deficits, they look at indicators of deficit. Perhaps they're not interested in indicators of how good you are, right? So I think that there might be problems with pushing policy in that direction. Nevertheless, I think conceptually understanding the science underlying all these age-related changes is good. It's very interesting and would guide our practice. So I'll end here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for professors who was talking about the vitality domains of the intrinsic capacity. So now let's move on our last speaker. I would like to invite our Professor Dr. Yuh-Ru. This is the last speakers in our section 5. I will very briefly introduce you Dr. Yuh-Ru. Now, Dr. Lin is got his studies in the Department of Life Science in the National Tsinghua University. Then he got her master degrees in the Institute of Genetics in the National Yanmin University, and got her PhD degree in the Cell and Developmental Biology programs in the Rogers University in the United States. Now, currently, she is the postdoctoral fellow in the Institute of Molecular and Genomic Medicine in the National Health Research Institute in Taiwan. Today, he will give us a talk with the topic of the risk predictions for the chronic kidney disease and hereditary cancers using the HALST study cohort. Let's welcome Dr. Yuh-Ru, please.
Thank you for the kind introduction. And before I start, I would like to thank the organizing committee for the opportunity to share our work here. So my topic today is risk prediction for chronic kidney disease and hereditary cancer using the Healthy Aging Longitudinal Study in Taiwan, the HALST cohort. So chronic kidney disease is the 10th leading cause of death in Taiwan. And last year, there are about like 600 people died of CKD. Taiwan has the highest incidence rate and prevalence of end-stage renal disease worldwide. If we look at the U.S. renal data system annual report from last year, the incidence rate in Taiwan is the highest. And the prevalence of dialysis is also stays #1, followed by Japan, Korea, Singapore, and United States. Currently, more than 90,000 people received dialysis treatment in Taiwan. And this has been posed a huge financial burden on our whole society. And chronic kidney disease actually is the top 1 costly disease in our system, and followed by disease of oral cavity and salivary gland, diabetes, hypertensive disease, and malignant tumors of digestive organ. Chronic kidney disease last year was Taiwan's costliest disease, with the national health insurance system paying about 58.7 billion related to it. So the chronic kidney disease and both the number of people sought treatment and the medical expenses for chronic disease in Taiwan continue to rise over the past 5 years. Chronic kidney disease is a slow developing and progressive deterioration of renal function. If we look at the prevalence rates among different age groups, we can see it's increased. However, when it reached the age of 50, it's increased drastically. And even for the adults older than 65, it estimated to, the prevalence rate is estimated to be more than 37%. To study the influences of genetic makeup and environmental factors and living lifestyle on chronic kidney disease during the aging processes, we are very grateful to have the cohort, the HALST cohort study. HALST, the Healthy Aging Longitudinal Study in Taiwan was launched in National Health Research Institute. And it's a long-term follow-up cohort aiming at identifying determinants and their correlation with aging in an old Taiwanese population. Since 2009, HALST recruited community-based juror age 55 and above from 7 areas to represent the social and demographic diversity in Taiwan. That includes 2 in the northern part of Taiwan, 2 in the central region, and 2 in the south, 1 in the east. In the baseline examination, around 56 participants were enrolled. About 74% of them continue to enroll in the second wave. In the table, it shows the age and gender profiles for both the first wave and the second wave. And also represented here is the list of dropout from the participants. And we can see death is the first top 1 reason to drop out of the study. And this is a dynamic cohort. Currently, the third wave is ongoing. And according to the dropout rate, we estimated there will be 3,300 people followed along the 3 waves. The host collected lifestyle, clinical, and genotype data. So starting from 2009, the participant was first recruited by home visit interview. And then after that, a clinical examination will be performed in the hospital. And laboratory analysis will be underway with blood and urine samples. And each year, there will be a telephone questionnaire follow-up. A data linkage to the National Health Insurance Database, the Cancer Registry, and the National Health Registry allows a tracking to the participants' health-related incidents. And in 2019, an effort was made to acquire the genotyping data with TWB array. Starting from 2021, our project decided to leverage the host cohort with emerging technique, including Illumina Nova 6000 and the NVIDIA GPU. And together with the ultra performance system coupled with mass spec to analyze the metabolomics. So today we have sequenced around 1,000 host participants' genomes. And a study on the on these data will provide genomic profiling and metabolomic profilings to facilitate the understanding of the underlying biology in the aging processes. We decided to take a preventive perspective on the chronic kidney disease project. So we leverage the with our genomic profiling to assess the hereditary risk of developing chronic kidney disease by developing a polygenic risk score, PIS, for that. CASE was the defined as EGFR lower than 60, and the albumin urea is higher than 30. And also, the participant maintains the loss of renal function in both first wave and second wave. And for the control, we defined with the EGFR higher than 90, and together with the albumin urea level less than 30. So a selection of 306 CDK case and 268 controls was recruited in our study. So to start a polygenic risk score development, we need to, the first step is GWAS analysis. So we, after gathered the whole genome sequence data, we went through a series of quality control, including per sample QC for the gender check, the heterozygosity, and the relatedness among the samples. And for per marker QC, we did Hardy-Weinberg disequilibrium test, and followed with PCA analysis. In the end, 7.5 median variance passed the QC processes. And after that, only 683 markers have the GWAS p-value below 10 to the minus 1. After that, we perform variant annotation analysis and pathway enrichment analysis. If we take the SO82 expression as an example, the variant annotation reported that SO82 expression is associated with clear cell renal cell carcinoma. And from the pathway analysis revealed that 18 markers in 15 genes are associated, or maybe we should say enriched, in soft tissue lesion pathways. And however, the association of these markers with the kidney functions and how they involve in modulating kidney function still remain to be explored. So finishing the GWAS analysis, we collect the effect size from that. And to select a set of susceptibility SNPs, we follow the following criteria, selection criteria. Begin with a p-value less than 10 to the minus 3, and a clumping process to keep the most significant SNP within each linkage disequilibrium block. And next, we keep the SNPs with odds ratio higher than 0. So with that, the figure here shows a whole genome sequence-based CKD-PRS was able to accurately stratify the base data into CKD cases and CKD control. So next, we will do model testing, validation, and compare its predictability with array-based CKD-PRS. Okay, so our ultimate goal is to leverage genomic profiling and PRS, and to increase the community-based early detection. And hopefully this would empower the community residents to develop self-management knowledge for CKD. So in addition, we also try try to evaluate the utility of whole genome sequence to predict cancer risk. And with 1,000 whole genome sequence from HALST, we decided to follow the idea of CDC Tier 1 genomic application. So which was defined by CDC Office of Public Health Genomics as those having significant potential for positive impact on public health based on available evidence-based guidelines and recommendations. So we look for variants that's associated with known autosomal dominant disease, and it was being suggested that would increase the risk of breast cancer, ovarian cancer, or colon cancer, and additionally to increase the risk of heart attack and stroke. Comparing with the study in Healthy Nevada project, among 26 or almost 27 participants, they have come to a discovery carrier rate of 1.33%. For the all three CDC Tier 1 conditions. And in our study, we come to the carrier rate of 0.89%, and the low carrier rate in HALST genomic study might be partly due to the fact that the individuals with severe illness was, including the cancer under treatment, was excluded. So our conclusion is the application of whole genome sequence analysis enable to address the genetic conditions affected by both monogenic and polygenic variants, as in CDC Tier 1 screening and the PRS development in CKD respectively. And our pilot study facilitated the use of genomic profiling and PRS to implement community-based preventive medicine and raise the awareness for people to manage their risk of disease preemptively. So our take-home message is most geriatric syndrome and complex chronic disease develops over time and involves behavioral, clinical, genetic, and metabolomic factors. And a comprehensive mechanistic insights will require a prospective cohort, such as the Healthy Aging Longitudinal study in Taiwan, to provide information as the disease developed. So the HALST cohort starting from 2009 with behavioral and clinical data collection. And in 2018, genotyping data was collected. And starting from 2021, whole genome sequence and metabolomics data was collected. And we are hoping analyzing the whole genome sequence data and metabolomics data will lead us to better understand the aging processes. So with that, I would like to acknowledge our founding agency, the National Science and Technology Council in Taiwan, and also to acknowledge our colleagues at the Institute of Population Health Sciences, the Institute of Molecular Genomic Medicine, and Institute of Cellular and System Medicine, Centers for Neuropsychiatric Research, and But foremost, I would like to acknowledge our former president, Dr. Liang Genyi, for his leadership in this project. And also, I want to thank Dr. Xiong Zhao and Dr. Xu Zhicheng for their leadership and vision to establish the HALST cohort. So with that, I thank you for your attention.
Let's thanks Dr. Lin Yuh-Ru give us an excellent talk about the risk predictions of the CKD and the hereditary cancer using the HALST cohort. Okay, so we have finished the 4 speakers lecture. Now move on the panel discussion section. So please, all the 4 speakers, please the stage. We have the panel discussion here.
Okay, we will get started. Now we are open for discussion from the floor. Okay, please. Hi, Professor Tsai.
Mei-Ling Tsai from National Cheng Kung University. I would like to have a question to Professor Hernández. I really appreciate your overall introduction about intrinsic capacity. I'm particularly interested in talking about functional decline. And I'm wondering right now how to link the measurement of intrinsic capacity as ICOPE with current understanding of frailty and frailty. How to link these 2 parts together. Yeah, that's for you. And fortunately, we have a Professor Wu also here. So I have another question for you too. Because you also talk about VOS max. And so actually, we also have a very similar data about that. And I'm wondering how that cardiorespiratory fitness also can link to pre-frailty and frailty to help the society to link health and the prevention medicine together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question that gives me the opportunity to better explain my idea about this new concept about intrinsic capacity. And I think that we need to translate this in clinical practice because anyway, on the other hand, I don't like the philosophical approach of intrinsic capacity. Okay, so I think that we need to translate in clinical practice because the intrinsic capacity, as I tried to show you during my presentation, I think it's important, the concept during the entire life course. But during the adult and older age, we need to measure the function and to identify the frailty status. And I think that the performance, and I mean, I just focus on physical approach, on physical frailty. We need to measure this physical frailty in terms, for example, of short physical performance battery score. And the 3 components inside of the short physical performance battery score, the balance, gait speed, and chair stand test, I think that this is the way to translate the intrinsic capacity in clinical practice and to assess the physical frailty. Because we need to identify this subject. And I want just to remark that the result that we obtained in the SPRINT project, the better results, I have not the time to present all the data, but in the article you can find it, the better results we observe in the group between 3 and 7. Okay, the score and the short physical performance battery score. So this means that we have the possibility to change the progression of the physical frailty in disability. So I think that this is really important. But the intrinsic capacity, I think now there are emerging something to better measure and to have the measurement of intrinsic capacity. But I think it's important during all our life.
So I think intrinsic capacity is just a positive way to age well, right? And it's mainly for the public, okay? It's not really for doctors, because they won't prescribe or measure. But it's a very positive, if you look at the sprint trial, you get all these things improving. And it's a very strong motivation to change your behavior. So from my point of view, you need to tell people, you need to do something, otherwise you're going to get old and dependent. And this is a really positive message. So it's for the public. And it's true, if you talk about it like that, you get more people joining community programs, and they keep doing it, and they incorporate it into their regular lifestyle. Now, my whole digression into VO2 max is really to join in the scientific discussion, right? It's, they talk about mitochondrial dysfunction and so on. So, and then you come out with fatigue scale. I mean, but, you know, VO2 max is a long-standing measure, and it is well recognized that it's very close to 6-meter walk distance. So we go back to the simple things, the physical performance measure. So it's really an argument to say, what are you talking about, right? In a way, how intrinsic capacity develops is very interesting, because, you know, it took geriatricians about 20 years to promote this concept of frailty and incorporate it into practice, in the clinical practice, in the hospital as well as GPs. They've been very successful. And then suddenly, the WHO then promoted this concept. It's a concept, life course and so on. I mean, yeah, it's good for discussion, but I don't really see that it has any, well, it's just confusing, right? Because we're still not 100% successful with convincing the policymakers to do something about frailty. I mean, like in Hong Kong, it's all focused on disease. Singapore is much better, more enlightened. So it's very confusing. And I was at a meeting in WHO recently, and I said, look, this vitality thing, you talk about fatigue, but fatigue is one of the phenotype of the frailty phenotype. And so I said, well, why don't you talk about frailty anymore? They said, oh, nobody can agree on the definition, which is a bit strange. Nobody can agree on the definition and measurement of the intrinsic capacity either. It's even further away. So yeah, I think it's a conceptual thing, really.
I would just to add, because Professor Hu presented this, and I really learn about this. I really enjoy, again, to stay here, because we can share our data, the VO2 max. So just to answer to your question, again, how I can improve my VO2 max when I am old or am I young? So this is the intrinsic capacity. So if I have a training during my life, I can improve my VO2 max. And probably when I will be old, probably my VO max will be better.
Actually, I really want to confirm your last answer about SPPB 7 to 9. So you consider 7 to 9 is approaching to like a frailty or pre-frailty or something? Because it's like you go to hospital, now it's prevention medicine, but people in the society have been brainwashed. You need some number and tell me, you are in pre-frailty stage?
No,
yes.
I think it's, I understand what you say, but this is an experimental study.
Yes.
So with a short time.
Yes.
Only 3 months, 3 years. The follow-up is, the mean follow-up is a little bit more than 2 years. Yeah. So for this reason, we have the bottom ceiling effect. If I enroll only the people with 10, 11, on 12 short physical score, I cannot see the results. But this does not means that for that people, the diet, exercise, technology doesn't work. It's work the same, but this is the experimental. So the better result was when you are so close to deep
Yes.
in the disability.
But I think it's important to emphasize that you can check your own status yourself. Why go somewhere else for people to measure it? I mean, there's an app. I mean, the Bruno Vellet's group just published a paper that says self-assessment is just as good as assessment by other people. And so if you do it yourself, you're really interested, this is me, and then you do something, and then you improve. You can have these measurements that improve. I mean, we've done some programs in Hong Kong, it does improve. And then that's what keeps them coming year after year, twice a week, and they have to pay for these programs. The best motivating factor is that they see something improving. So it's a sprint on a small scale, but it's the most important thing for incorporating into the lifestyle.
Oh, it's very, very interesting. My question is both for Francesco and for Jen regarding the tools that we use to evaluate the intrinsic capacity. Because in reality, I think in primary practice, I don't think the GPs will be interested in doing a 6-minute walk and not even a complete SPPB. So I would like to know your opinion about the specific components of the test. For instance, the chair to stand, which is something that you did, and I think Jen has done in the past. We're not going to measure VO2 in clinical practice realistically in primary care. So my first question relates to, don't you think that maybe sit to stand would be enough to give us enough perspective of evaluating intrinsic capacity in clinical practice? And second, where we left gait speed? Because we were talking about gait speed for years and years and how good gait speed is a predictor of so many adverse outcomes. But now we see that this approach to intrinsic capacity doesn't integrate that importance of the test.
Quick answer. I think that in the general practice, for the general practitioner, I think the chest stand test could be okay. In clinical practice, for the geriatrician, for sure, I want to add, for example, the 6-minute walking test or the 400-meter test. So for the GP, probably I'll try to ask at least the chest stand test, really few seconds. About the gait speed, I agree with you, but I mean, now, if you also, if you're thinking that we are moving, because when we use the 4-meter walking test and the gait speed, we use the gait speed and all that data in the old people, where you can see the difference. But for the intrinsic capacity, if you move younger people, you cannot see the difference. Because the difference, it's really, it's undetectable in that people. The difference for only 4 meters is really a short distance. So for sure, for example, for the cardiac surgery, old people, the 4-meter walking test was predictive of the outcome. But for the old people, because the difference is higher in the phenotype of that people.
Yeah, I think there are lots of places where you can do these assessments. There are a lot of community centers where people gather and do programs. And if you incorporate these self-tests, they enjoy it. Right? But to be honest, I mean, if you're a doctor in a clinic, all you need to do is just do the free phenotype or the Frail scale. I mean that's just predictive. I mean, lots of specialties now use the frailty assessment. So I think in the hospital setting, the clinic setting, I think people still continue to use these frailty measurements and sarcopenia measurements.
Thank you for presentation. This is Shuichi Obuchi from Japan. And I have the same kind of question that I understand that V.O2 or 6 minutes walking is icon of positive frailty, right? I mean that explain positive side of frailty, right? But I still have a concern of if we use the maximum walking speed, is that compatible to the 6-minute walking or something like that? Do you understand that meaning? I mean, walking, to me, walking is very important and easy to tell the older person. But VO2 is a little bit difficult to explain, or it's difficult to measure because it takes at least 6 minutes walking or something, the ergonometrics things. So I would like to stay on that walking speed. But I think, if the VO2 or the 6 minutes walking is icon of the frailty, can I use the maximum walking speed still?
What do you mean for maximum walking speed?
Maximum,
the distance.
Right.
Which distance?
If you
because for example, in one formula to calculate to indirectly calculate the VO2 max, you can use 12 minutes, or for example 1 mile. But 1 mile is really long, and also it's not easy to perform. So I think that the 6-minute walking test is a test that usually we use in clinical practice. For example, for the evaluation of COPD, all the medical doctors interested in respiratory disease use a 6-minute walking test for a long time. So it's a validated test. The other one, for sure, if I have 12 minutes, I have the athletic world, I can do the maximum walking speed. Also, in the young people and the older people, they can run, not only walk.
I think you must misunderstand me. I'm not pushing for VO2 max at all. I'm just using that to counter the current debate, which is fatigue, using a 20 question. I'm sure it takes you more than 6 minutes to ask 20 questions to show that we're going round and round in circles. Right? So it's my response to what's being debated in Vitality at the moment. But yesterday, I think it was yesterday, one of the speakers made the point that you have to combine, when you assess and screen, you have to combine, it's quicker to combine questions with actual measurements. Yeah, I mean, I think it's that kind of situation.
Yeah, it's not a different purpose. Yeah, not for the diagnosis. Okay.
I have a question to ask Professor Bai. Well, your research is very interesting, and my question is, do you have chance to compare your spatial navigation impairment versus other tests? Which one appear earlier? And the reason I'm asking is because current pathophysiology of Alzheimer's disease, we understand before the apparent clinical symptom appear, probably 20 years ago, they already have the A-beta accumulator, right? And then the tau. So if you have a test, non-invasive, and can pick up as early as possible, then probably in the future, the intervention can be earlier. For example, yesterday, one investigator of the NHI, he studied ApoE epsilon carrier versus non-carrier. So if we compare two groups at the same age, will those carrier will have some sign of spatial navigation impairment or not? If that's the case, that will become a very useful functional assessment, right? So that's my question.
Thank you for your very excellent question. I have two answers. The first is that perhaps episodic memory impairment is the earliest and most often detected by caregiver and their family members. But many mild cognitive impairment do have spatial navigation impairment, but they just don't want to let others know. They can try to use many strategy for compensation to solve this problem until they are really got lost and escorted home by policemen or others. So this is my purpose, to detect before they are lost. But we must, by using some method, to get them to have a usual, it must be practically and a simple method to measure their spatial navigation impairment. So in the future, I would like to simple down our visual VR facility to detect this impairment in people with MCI, especially for those with AD pathology. And the second, usually, episodic memory and the spatial navigation are not always parallel in their deterioration and appearance. But you know, spatial navigation impairment may have a very, very severe outcome, not only injury, but also mortality. Maybe you don't know, over the past 3 years in Taiwan, we have 7,000 people are missing. It's terrible. So you must, and till now, there is no way to prevent. They only can identify and use GPS to locate the person who are lost. So we will try our best to prevent in advance. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I think all these speech in this section are very inspiring to me personally. In particular, I appreciate very much Professor Francesco Landi and also Yuh-Ru. To me, it's a new concept, okay? So I'm wondering, should we start this cohort for aging study? We should start collecting people from age 40 something and then follow up for 50 years. Because this intrinsic capacity, I like the idea, this capacity will eventually lose, but we would like to see the changes or decline of a capacity on one individual follow up for 50 years. I think it's possible if the UK Biobank can add something to measure the intrinsic capacity and then continue to follow for 50 years, then we will have a really good big data. That's what I learned on my while thinking. On the other hand, I would put into, of course, this is a positive interpretation of measuring the capacity, putting in a positive way. For me, as a geneticist, you already look at the negative side, the phenotype, the disease phenotype. So I would interpret in a different angle. It's an intrinsic deficiency or intrinsic risk. We want to manage the risk, we want to promote, and we would like to raise the level of tolerance to this intrinsic risk. I hope my interpretation is close to yours. Thank you.
I agree with you. I really like to do the trial, not a trial, just an observational study, a longitudinal study, starting from 40 for young people. But I cannot survive all the study, I suppose. So I think it's really the great idea. But for now, we need to try to give information in some short time with the observational study and in some cross-sectional study.
Yeah, the other public health implication from both of you is we should promote healthy aging study earlier. If you start at 65, too late. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think for your study,
the problem is our survival.
Well worth collecting data because the French group has just published a research letter in Nature Aging, where they looked at the reference range for intrinsic capacity from age 20 to, I forget what, old age, right? And they found it is steady. at 20, assume you reach a peak. It's steady until about 50. So just like your curves. So I think you can confirm that things start to go wrong when you're about 50. But from the other point, that when you, in school, early childhood, you should do a whole lot of things to ensure that you reach a higher level of intrinsic capacity. But I think that here we will come to the social determinants. They will be very important in terms of whether they can afford to do various sports and things like that.
Yeah, totally agree.
I think this is not can be carried out on a unique project, maybe under the umbrella of the nation. Yeah, we can use in the national survey system in the different pathway, maybe in school, in university, and in the some kind of base, and then the multi-entry to collect. Yeah, so not be possible to be carried out in one unique PI. Yeah, it's impossible. Yeah, okay. So because in another part, sorry, and Dr. Huang, they raised a hand several times. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Professor. So I have a question about intrinsic capacity as well. So because in the initial validation model, maybe published several years ago, developed by Professor John Beard, the FEV1, forced expiratory volume, is one component in the vital capacity domain. So because FEV1 is much easier for GP because it's already, although it's a one-time measurement instead of a continuous monitoring like 6-minute walk test, but it's easier to practice in clinical setting. So could you, do you think that FEV1 could be used as a surrogate of VO2 max, or should it be combined with a 6-minute walk test?
I think you have to understand that when people start this concept of intrinsic capacity, they just looked around for longitudinal data sets, right, and see what variables they have, and try and add it in. The problem with FEV1, supposing you've got asthma or COPD, then that would be a confusing thing. But all I can say is that currently, this group that's looking at all the measurements, they have not mentioned FEV1 at all. Don't know why. I mean, they used to talk about nutrition, but some people are still doing that, using that as a surrogate, and some people are using inflammatory markers. But it's all conjecture. So it's a concept that various people are trying out. So I think that from the practical point of view, trying to motivate people to change their behavior, or it's still very far from that. But I think the concept itself is good in motivating people to take notice. Hey, if you do that, you don't age so fast. I mean, that's a really strong motivating factor, rather than if you've got to do exercise and eat right so that you have fewer heart disease and cancer and so on. I think people worry about aging fast. I think that's a very strong motivator.
Okay, Professor Xu.
Yeah, thank you for your excellent talk. And I think the intrinsic capacity is very important to promote the healthy longevity. This is concept very good. However, just Professor Hu mentioned, and also Professor Landi also mentioned that the physical frailty or physical function is only one of the intrinsic capacity. Another 4 components, including the sensory well-being, psychological well-being, even cognitive well-being, and so on. So, and Professor Landi just used a sprint study in Europe, said a multi-component intervention, but just tackle on the frailty function, right? The physical function. I think the physical function may be the easier one compared to the other 4 components for the intrinsic capacity. I want to know that in the world, does any successful project to tackle 5 components as a whole to increase the intrinsic capacity to promote the healthy longevity? Thank you.
I agree with you that we focus on exactly, as you say, with the Sprint project on physical performance, on physical function. But also we have data from the big data that we collect in Italy in the community that probably we have an interaction between physical performance and the other domain, especially the cognitive performance. Because when you improve, for example, physical exercise, you have also an healthy diet, you have a right blood pressure, you have low cholesterol, low glycemia, no diabetes. So probably the lifestyle that improves physical performance is important, is like a cluster to improve also the other performance and protect also against, for example, cognitive decline. So I think that this is really important. For sure, we need to better understand the interaction between the different domains, but I think that starting, it's not, as you say, easy. Probably it's easy to communicate how we can improve our performance in terms of exercise and diet, but again, there is an interaction with the positive lifestyle, with the positive healthy, that is a good correlation with the other domain. But we need more research to better understand the interaction and how, for example, muscle and brain can communicate. We know that muscle and brain communicate by biomarkers, and we need to better understand this, or, for example, gut and brain. So we need to better understand this intricate mechanism.
Okay. Any question from the floor? Okay, the Professor Yang is the question to the Professor Bai.
As a small question, as you said that the early signs of Alzheimer's disease, most of for dealing with the recent memory loss. So most of the patients complain that forgetfulness and come to our clinic. And you mentioned that about the spatial navigation impairment. And my question is, one of my patients visited me in the clinic yesterday, and he is a retired programmer in our computer center in our university. He is still very sharp in writing the code, programming, even in his retired state. But he complained of his recent memory loss. Sometimes he forget because he go to one room and forget why should he come here or do things. And the problem is his complaint is he can write the code very well and better than his younger colleague. I just learned the word as the code monkey. It means the 菜鸟 for writing the code, and they spend 1 month. I cannot write the program, but he can finish it in the 1 week and do it very good work. But he complains that he cannot locate the coding when you write the program. He can write it very well, but he cannot locate. Is kind of the spatial navigation impairments? When you check the code, you cannot find, but he can write it very logically and very well. That's kind of the so-called spatial navigating impairment, right?
Okay, maybe kind of, but not exactly equal to spatial navigation impairment. Perhaps it's an anecdote. You know, I've heard a pianist who was a patient with Alzheimer's disease. She was died at 92. Before, 2 days before her death, she could still play piano very well. It's playing piano, riding a bicycle, and perhaps writing a program for an engineer is very similar to semantic memory. It's different from episodic memory. Episodic memory is very dependent on hippocampus, but semantic is not. So this can be dissociated. This can answer your question regarding the professor's condition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Professor.
I have a question to Dr. Lin. Thank you for your very excellent talk. And I wonder, do you any plan to integrate your polygenic risk score to any biochemical markers or lifestyle profile into a more comprehensive either prediction or outcome evaluation tool?
So in addition to the polygenic risk score that we perform, it's solely on the whole genome sequence data. And actually, in a more broader view, we can imagine a lot of different factors like the environmental factors or like the other clinical data would need to be put into account. So actually, that's in our work map in the future that we plan to do meta-analysis between all these factors. Yeah.
Okay. Any question? Okay, before we close the section, I also have a suggestion to Dr. Lin. Yeah, because using the NGS to do the PRS for kidney patient to get with the oncologist, but this is very challenging because the number is too small, and so using the variant, the criteria is 0.-4, but you will be facing too many variants and not too significant. So I think you should be very careful to identify the subgroup which might be susceptible to the cancer risk. Yeah. Otherwise, you will because the small sample and so very variant, the model cannot be shrink to the very uniqueness. Yeah. So it's very facing robust. So you need to check. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you for the comment. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So we now any question? Now we want to close the section because after the very fruitful discussion, now the time is up. So before we close the discussion, we have some talking gift to our speaker. Yes.
We thank the speakers and moderator and participants who raised the question for bringing us such vibrant and engaging discussions, which has inspired in theory and will likely to inform public health practice in the near future. And we greatly appreciate the input of our speakers, and we invite the moderators, Professor Cho and Professor Yang, representing National Health Research Institute, to present a certificate and a gift. Please, speakers, please come to the stage. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Professor Bai. Thank you, Professor Landi. Thank you, Professor Hu. Thank you, Dr. Lin. let's invite our speakers and moderators come to the front of the stage. Let's take a group photo. Please smile in to our photographers at the center. Hold on. One moment, please. Video time, video time. Any gestures you prefer? Wave hands, finger hearts. Okay. Smile. Oh, very vivid and energetic for this group. Thank you all, thank you. Now we will have a short intermission. Please, we will have a tea break outside. Please enjoy the refreshments and return promptly at 3:40.
Couple of people staying to the last one. It's a very busy day for me. It's my fourth activities of the day. So I will let Professor Shiong start the session. I hope I will not sleep during the session. So Professor Shiong.
Thank you so much to stay to the last session here. And so the first speaker is Dr. Kao Tung-Wei. And Dr. Dong got his PhD from the National Taiwan University Institute of Clinical Medicine. And he's the attending physician in the Tri-Service General Hospital. And he's also the associate professor at the National Defense Medical Center. And today he's going to talk about body composition and biomarkers among different muscle health statuses. Results from the DYNASTY-TSGH Tri-Service General Hospital study. So let's welcome Dr. Dong.
Yes, thanks for Professor Shiong's introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this presentation. And I'm very appreciate your perseverance to keep to the final session. My topic is about the muscle health status and focus on the body composition and some biomarkers. So, sarcopenia is a term released by the Iron Rosember since 1989. And it focuses on the age-related decrease in muscle mass. I did not mention about the muscle function. Almost 2 decades later, the European Consensus of Working Group on Sarcopenia in Old People just released a consensus of sarcopenia, the diagnosis criteria, focus on the 3 parameters. One is grip strength, and the other one is gait speed, and the third one is muscle mass, and define the cut point to represent the low grip strength or low gait speed or low muscle mass. And 4 years later, Asian Working Group of Sarcopenia also released a consensus. It's also focused on the same parameter, the grip strength and the gait speed and the muscle mass, but they define definitely the cut point for the men and the women, and the gait speed lower than 0.8 meters per second. And they use suggest to use the DEXA or BIA to measure the appendicular skeletal muscle mass. And in the beginning, from the 2010 and 2014, European Working Groups of Sarcopenia, they defined a special term to describe the muscle health status. If all the people just with muscle mass loss, it's called pre-sarcopenia. But all the people have muscle mass loss accompanied with muscle strength decline or physical performance impairment. It's called sarcopenia. And if older people have triple loss of these three parameters. It's called severe sarcopenia. But in clinical practice, you can find some people, they have low muscle strength or low physical performance, but they have reserve of their muscle mass. How could we define this phenomenon? Actually, in 2008, Dr. Clark and Dr. Belinda has released a special term of dynapenia. It's just focused on age-related loss of muscle strength, but reserve of muscle mass. And it also mentioned about that sarcopenia is not equal to dynapenia. In 2018, the European Working Group of Sarcopenia revised the consensus. They also awareness of the muscle strength is most important. So they provide the flow chart to find out the candidate of sarcopenia. They use the SARC-F first to screen the possible candidate of sarcopenia. If the SARC-F is positive, they will perform the muscle strength, grip strength, or the chair stand test. If the muscle strength is declined, they will set up a specific term of is a probable sarcopenia, which means low muscle strength is an indicator for probable sarcopenia in the future. And if they perform the muscle quantity using the DEXA, BI, or CT, or MRI, if it is positive, they have a muscle mass loss, they will confirm sarcopenia. And they perform the physical performance, and if it is positive, poor performance of physical performance, you will call severe sarcopenia. So this special term is probable sarcopenia, which means loss of muscle strength in older people. And also in the AWGS, they also revised for the second version. They also released a special term of possible sarcopenia. It's also a screen by the SARC-F or SARC-CAF, and then perform the muscle strength examination, such as hand grip strength or physical performance, 5 times a chair stand test. If it is positive, it's called a possible sarcopenia. Or even either probable sarcopenia or possible sarcopenia, which means muscle strength loss. And then if the muscle strength loss first, they will perform a diagnosis to confirm the sarcopenia or severe sarcopenia by muscle mass measurement and the physical performance measurement. So from this flow chart, from these guidelines of sarcopenia, we can focus on 2 parameters of muscle health status. One is muscle mass, and the other one is muscle function, muscle strength or physical performance. So these 2 parameters could divide it into 4 categories of muscle health status. The first one is if old people have muscle function decline or muscle function positive, and then you will perform the muscle mass examination, muscle mass positive or muscle mass negative. So even older people with a positive muscle function and positive muscle mass, it's called robust. If older people have normal muscle function but loss of muscle mass, maybe called presarcopenia from the consensus of Europe Working Group of Sarcopenia in 2010. If older people have low muscle function, but they have reserved muscle mass, maybe you can call it possible sarcopenia because it's just the loss of muscle strength. And if old people have double loss in muscle function and muscle mass, it's called sarcopenia. So we can divide it into 4 categories to describe the muscle health status in older people. So in your study, I would like to answer a question because an old people will transition from the robust to sarcopenia, from double positive on muscle mass and muscle function to the double loss to the loss of muscle mass and the muscle function. During this process, progression, either they will go to the dynapenia pathway or pre-sarcopenia pathway. Either they will lose of muscle mass first or loss of muscle function first. And then eventually, perhaps they will go to the sarcopenia, the endpoint. If we set endpoint is sarcopenia. So I set up a long-term follow-up study. I call it dynapenia and sarcopenia in Taipei City since 2015, just to want to observe the transitional trajectory from the robust to sarcopenia. So this study design is a longitudinal study since 2015, and we enroll the old people in the community, age older than 65 years old. And we have annual health checkup in the health management center. And this is conducted in the Tri-Service General Hospital. So we use the consensus cut point to measure the grip strength and gas speed and the muscle mass. And this is the schedule for measurement. On the baseline, we measure the BMI and body composition, waist circumference, the fat component, and the grip strength, gas speed, and clinical events. And annually, every year, we follow up their body composition and muscle function, and to observe their clinical events, such as fall or hospitalization or ER visit or disability or something like that, metabolic syndrome, every year, and continue to follow up until now. And we have some exclusion of participants. If old people are under regular hemodialysis or congestive heart failure or the poor cognition, or if they have cancer under treatment, or if they experience a joint pain or chest pain during exercise, we'll exclude it. And we'll have a structural questionnaire to obtain health behavior, physical activity, and overall the health conditions, including physical activity. And because we are interested about the body composition, so we focus on the obesity profile, including body mass index and the waist circumference, body fat mass, and body fat percentage. And especially we include the fat to muscle ratio, because we want to understand if the fat and muscle have some interaction to affect muscle strength or muscle mass. The aim of this study is just to understand the muscle health status, the four groups. What's the difference, or what's the prevalence and the distribution among old people. And the other one is to measure the body composition in different muscle status. And also the impact of muscle condition and on clinical events, just the fall and the metabolic syndrome and something else. We also examine the biomarkers related to the muscle and fat interaction. So first, I present the preliminary data. So this is the baseline from 2015. We enrolled about 765 participants in our center. You can find that all of them are almost a robust population. And the second one is the prevalence is dynapenia. And even higher, the prevalence is even higher than the sarcopenia. And the pre-sarcopenia is the last one in prevalence. And we can also focus on the special condition is their body composition. especially the BMI and the waist circumference and fat mass and body fat and the fat muscle ratio. In Dynapenia group, they are the higher obesity profile among the 4 groups. And especially in the Dynapenia group, they have a higher prevalence of metabolic syndrome and hypertension and some chronic disease. And the Presarcopenia is the reserve of muscle function, but they have muscle mass loss. They have the relative leanness compared to the 4 groups. And you can see the picture. We describe the obesity profile such as BMI and the waist circumference. You can see the Dynapenia group has a higher obesity profile than the sarcopenia and presarcopenia. And this is body fat percentage. Body fat percentage and the subcutaneous fat is also show the highest prevalence in the Dynapenia group and the lowest one in the presarcopenia group. And this is fat to muscle ratio. Fat to muscle ratio indicates obesity, another index to represent the obesity. It can also show that Dynapenia group has a higher prevalence of fat to muscle ratio. So we also examine the 4 risk among the 4 groups to test the clinical impact on different muscle health status. You can see we set the robust group as a reference, and the Dynapenia group has a higher 4 risk than the other groups, than the sarcopenia groups. And the presarcopenia groups has the lowest risk to 4. And we also examine the metabolic syndrome risk among the 4 groups. You can see that Dynapenia groups, loss of muscle strength, they have a higher obesity profile, so they have a higher risk for metabolic syndrome than the other groups. And presarcopenia, because they reserve their muscle function, but just the loss of their muscle mass. So they can reserve some function. And they may have the least metabolic syndrome risk among the 4 groups. So the brief summary in this presentation is Dynapenia, loss of muscle strength, but reserve of muscle mass, has more fat in body composition. And they have higher risk, higher 4 risk in clinical events, and higher risk for metabolic syndrome than sarcopenia and presarcopenia groups. So we think that muscle strength is more important than muscle mass in clinical events during aging process. So during aging process, we also encounter a body composition change. When we are in young age, we have a high amount of muscle mass and high muscle function. And during aging process, when we're getting old, we have body composition change. Maybe we have a shrinkage of our muscle mass and loss of our muscle function, but our fat mass is increasing. So the different body composition means we have some interaction between muscle and fat. So in the previous study, they have summary some parameters to indicate muscle mass and adipose tissue. And the left one is normal status. Normal status means we have a good muscle mass and moderate adipose size. And this is the parameter, like biomarker like irisin and IL-6, IL-15. And the other one is adiponectin. This is a good marker to reserve a small amount of adipose tissue. And the right one is a bad condition, which means the muscle fiber is shrinkage and the adipose site is getting large. So which means the biomarkers to interfere this condition is negative biomarkers, such as leptin and myostatin and some interleukin-6, just like that. In our study, we just, because limited budget, we just performed some biomarker to examine the differences between these 4 groups. But almost all the biomarkers show a negative, non-significant association, just leptin. So I just show you the data about leptin. And leptin is different by gender. Female subject is higher than the male subject, maybe because we are modified by the sex hormone. And so we separate to describe these findings. The first is male groups, and we divided leptin into the quartile, and you can see the quartile 4 is the higher leptin level, and the quartile 1 is the lowest leptin level. And you can see some parameters show significant differences, including BMI and waist circumference and SMI and gas speed. The higher leptin level, which shows a higher amount of BMI and the waist circumference and the rapid gas speed. And also in the obesity profile, you can see if people with a higher leptin, they will have a higher fat mass and fat muscle ratio, and they will have high risk to have metabolic syndrome in the men groups. And also in the female groups, we also divide it into the quartiles to describe different parameters. It also has the same findings, including a high leptin level will increase the body mass index and the waist circumference and SMI, and they will have a rapid gas speed. And also in the obesity parameter, the higher leptin level will increase the body fat and the fat muscle ratio. And also have a higher leptin level will increase the risk of metabolic syndrome. We also examined the association between the leptin level and the muscle mass and the grip strength and the gas speed and some obesity parameters. It shows a positive association between leptin and the SMI and the waist circumference and the fat mass and body fat percentage, but negative association to the hand grip strength and the gas speed. So because leptin is associated with muscle mass and fat mass, and negative association to the hand grip strength and gas speed. So we collect it together to define the low muscle strength and reserve muscle mass. What's the difference between the association to the leptin level? So we define the logistic regression to observe if a higher leptin level will increase the risk of thalassemia or sarcopenia. You can see because leptin level is different in male and female, so we discuss it separately. So in first table, you can see the male subject. We compare the highest leptin level to compare to the lowest leptin level. You can see it shows a positive association. Also show a dose response effect. Compared to the lowest leptin level, the highest leptin level will increase the risk of thalassemia. The trend is significant. And in terms of sarcopenia show a reserve association, which means a higher leptin level will decrease the possibility of sarcopenia. It's so dose response or reaction. And it also shows these findings in the female participants. So in this experimental summary, we can see the higher serum leptin level will increase the muscle mass and the fat mass, but will decrease the hand grip strength, gas speed in both genders. And leptin is maybe a status of good nutrition. So it will increase the risk of dyspnea in both genders. Maybe they will decrease the risk of sarcopenia, because sarcopenia may be a status of low muscle mass, which means malnutrition. So in discussion, obesity and muscle function. So in the obesity history, if older people have a long history of obesity, they will have decreased hand grip strength. And in older people with a higher body fat percentage, they tend to have a loss of hand grip strength and work speed. And then the lower body fat percentage in the previous study. And also we find that in the previous study, along with the age increasing, we have intramuscular adipose tissue increasing. And the higher fat, which means you have the lower maximal torque of your leg. You have a lower fat, you will have a higher maximal torque of your leg force. So in addition, we introduced the fat muscle ratio because in the previous study also mentioned about this. And in Korea study, they found that fat muscle ratio increasing, the hand grip strength will decrease. And also in California study, they also find the same results. So in our study, we demonstrated the fat muscle ratio. In dyspnea status, they loss of muscle function, but reserve muscle mass, they have a fat muscle ratio increasing, but they loss of their muscle strength. And in pre-sarcopenia, they are leanness, so they have a low ratio of fat muscle ratio, and they have increased grip strength and gas speed. So we can think that fat muscle ratio and muscle function is show a negative association. Maybe a fat will interfere with the muscle function. So in leptin, fat and muscle condition, in the previous study, leptin and fat and muscle, and the longitudinal study, leptin can increase the muscle, the trunk fat and their body fat. And also in the animal study, the leptin administration in mice, they can decrease the gradation, the protein degradation, and increase the muscle mass. So they can increase the muscle mass and the fat mass. But in muscle function, leptin is like a good nutrition status. So in previous study, they also show leptin concentration is positive associated with cholesterol or albumin, and negative associated with the malnutrition score. And leptin and muscle function also show a negative association in the previous study, especially in men. And leptin in skeletal muscle mass, skeletal muscle cell, they can increase the skeletal muscle cell and to increase the fatty acid oxidation. So they can to accumulate, if this pathway is blocked, they can accumulate deposit of fat in the muscle cell. Maybe it will interfere with their muscle function. So in previous study also showed that high level of leptin will in the obesity condition will increase the insulin resistance and the fatty acid oxidation will decrease, which means excessive lipid will accumulate in the skeletal muscle mass. So the muscle quality and the muscle strength will decrease. So the leptin level, which means hyperleptinemia, which means leptin resistance, because like the insulin resistance, your leptin in the obesity condition, they will have some resistance to to blunt the signal transduction. So that will have decreased the fatty acid oxidation in muscle cell, so the intramuscular fat infiltration will increasing, so the muscle quality may be decreased. So in conclusion, in our study, we can see the prevalence and obesity and the fall risk and the metabolic syndrome. All of these parameters, dyspnea, loss of muscle strength, are all worse than the sarcopenia groups. And during aging process, fat will again accompany with muscle loss, and this will interfere with muscle function, and it will make the muscle function decline. And leptin may be a status of a good nutrition status. So muscle mass and muscle function, muscle mass and fat mass will increase, and that maybe decrease the muscle function because of leptin resistance. So that may be a status of malnutrition. So maybe leptin maybe decrease the risk of sarcopenia and increase the risk of dyspnea. So I also want to acknowledge the National Taiwan University and Child Service General Hospital, and also the funding from the Ministry of Science and Technology. And I have to thank all the participants in this study. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kao. To save your question to the end of this session, and so let's welcome the second speaker, Dr. Shuichi Obuchi. And Dr. Obuchi got his PhD from Kitasato University, Japan. And he's now the chief researcher in the Tokyo Metropolitan Institute of Geriatrics and Gerontology in Japan. And also he's the adjunct professor and the director of the Management of Frailty, Faculty of Sport Sciences, Waseda University. So let's, and he's going to talk about an attempt to develop a digital biomarker for frailty. So let's welcome Dr. Obuchi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to having you presentation. I'm very thankful to NHRI. Today, I would like to talk about our attempt to develop a digital biomarker for frailty with these kind of wearable devices. Neither of our members did not have any financial support from the institute, other institute. Today, I would like to talk about a little bit, briefly explain about our recent researches, then the attempt to use this kind of measurement system to detect the frailty and non-communicable disease. And this project is done by our research institute and geriatric hospitals. So we are collaborating with the doctors and scientists. Let's talk about the background a little bit. This is the early strong predictors of decline in instrumental activities of daily living, which means 4 years IADL decline. What kind of factor is most closely related to the IADL decline, including almost all of the comprehensive geriatric assessments. It's including hand grip strength and the standing time and walking speed, maximal walking speed and time up and go time, and also the oral function. And here is a repetitive swallowing test. And here the dietary variety score, geriatric depression scale, and WHO5, and also a mini mental state exam and Raven social network scale, which means it covers most of that aspect. And we found as the yellow here that these kind of the walking related indices is the strongest predictor for the 4 years decline in IADL. So maybe that if the researcher, you or the researcher of the Frailty field, you all agree with the walking speed is a very important factor to predict predictor. But the problem is to measure the walking speed, we need to the certain kind of walking path, and also we need a special laboratory technician who measures that the walking speed. The regular, the nurse or others cannot do that. So that's the problem, so that the clinicians did not use that kind of the walking speed for the everyday diagnosis. So what we do is we try to use this smartphone system, whether this system can be measured like walking parameters without any intention of the subject. Actually, this the smartphone has a step counter in the very basis of the OS level, and also this one has a GPS system. So if we understand the person walking steadily, we can measure that length of the walking, and also we can measure the speed, time of the walking, so that we can calculate walking speed and step length and cadence, and the cycle as well. So in this system, the application system the monitors the step counters every minute, then find out if they are walking or not. If the system understand it's walking, they ask the GPS system on, then every 20 meters of straight walking, if the person did not walk straight, it's omit that the data. Every 20 minutes of walking, they measured, they calculate the walking speed and the step length and so on. Then after that, all correction, the application send those data onto the cloud in once a day. Using this system, we did a series of the researches, whether this is compatible to the gold standard measurement, which is using stopwatch. We found 84% of agreement with the smart stopwatch measurement, and also I thought that we did not know about the distribution of this kind of unintentional walking. So someone, in a hurry, it should be more faster. But if they have a time or they walk with the children, they should have a slower speed. So the distribution can be a two-fold or any distribution. But so I did about 1,000 people asking use this system, then compare their distribution of the walking speed. Then I found that the walking speed is more normal distribution type. So that if we see that the mean walking speed, you can tell that their regular walking style. So I thought this can be used as a biomarker of the person. It's not affected so much by the social or environmental factors. Then I did a retest reliability, and also, and then I found a very good retest reliability of the system. Then move on to the, I get the reference value. I had 15,000 participants using this system, age from 20 to over 80 years old, so that I calculate that each of the group, the standard, I measure that I published that reference value of from 20 to 80. Then I just wondering if this system can be used as a frailty measurement or not. So I did a measure. I asked our cohort person to use this system, and then the value from our system could be explain the frailty category or not. And it is about good as the stopwatch measurement. And also, I did some intraday validity and seasonal validity. The interesting of seasonal variability is walking speed is highly related to the temperature of the environment. Do you think which is faster? The colder is the faster, or the warmer is the faster? That I found is the colder the faster. So that is kind of regulated by the midbrain function that I believe. So I did that kind of things. So I'm more sure that this walking speed measured by this system could be a biomarker. Then, after the pandemic of COVID, I did some clinical researches about whether they changed their activity or not. Now, so I'd like to move forward to use this kind of system to the frailty. But frailty, as you know, frailty is not the concept of physical functioning. It also should include social functioning and others, mental function, cognitive functions, oral functions as well. So we attempted to compare this kind of cohort study to this kind of the lifelog data. We used the smartwatch here and asked the participants use the ankle band type of walking speed measurement. All these data go to the smartphone. Then subjects were asked at least 3 months of using this system. In fact, the study is started from last year. 60% of the participants still using this system, although they can be withdrawn after 3 months of the research. Then this part here is the cohort study here. We did a cohort study every once in a year, but the problem is maybe you will encounter that kind of problem. If you ask the community dwelling person, there is not so many frail person or MCI persons. So this time we have a frailty outpatient clinic in our hospital. So we include that they are registered person with the regular cohort study. So we have about 600 the cohort the participants, and also we have 500 of outpatient. Of those, we are asking whether they would like to use this kind of a system or not. And most, and we had about 1,200 of participants accepted to use this system from the about 7,000 of the possible participants. So if you're looking at the difference between user and non-user with the assist of some statistical analysis, you can compare whether this kind of system is effective or not as well. Then, using these kind of data, it's huge data, so I cannot calculate by my hand. So I asked the AI system whether they are frail or not. So the main outcome is physical frailty, cognitive frailty, and social frailty, and also non-communicable disease. And good things of the smartwatch is not only measure the physical functioning, but also measure some social aspect, which is verbal, the length, duration of conversation time, conversation duration. We have a number of steps, gait speed things, and body temperature, and energy expenditure, and heart rate, yeah. And also, to send the data to the crowd, some of participants did not have the smartphone. So I asked the gateway to send the data from these devices to the cloud. On that the gateway, it has environment sensors that can be tell how cold and how much pressure, how much CO2, and so on, how illuminance, how bright it is. So I think these kind of, combined with these kind of information, we can understand some aspect of social functioning as well. And these are the health outcomes. This is more common, so just skip this part. So we have we asked the person asked to use the device is our 1,200. Of those, about 74 persons are agreed to use this system. Within those, about 54% is robust, and 62% is peripheral, and 7.7% is frail. So we use that the frail outpatient clinic, but still we have a small number of frailty persons. We use the CHS criteria for determining the frailty. This is the overview of data collection. Subjects are asked to use the devices about a year, but if the person did not want to use it, they can withdraw after 3 months. Then every year we are going to have a cohort study. We are now here. And after that, we are hoping they still continue to use this system. This is a data from these participants of the 3 months of data recordings. you can see here, heart rate is not different between robust, pre-frail, frail, but energy expenditure, they don't move so that the frail person has a lower energy expenditure, but sleep is much more, but talk, this is the interesting part, talking, conversation with the person is, the frail person is much higher. This is, it is not I expected, but maybe a frail person would like to communicate somebody, but also I found, I tried to look at the hour by hour analysis. The talking time is started at 7 o'clock and 12 o'clock and about 6 o'clock. It's the increasing the talking time. So that I think, you know, that these frail person have to have some kind of assist for eating or something. So they communicate with the carers. That's my understanding. But I don't know that's true or not. But you can see the significant difference between groups. In the female, there is not so many difference, but the tendency is the same. This is the traditional type of analysis of this kind of data. I think this is the more focused on amount of the activity. So combine these data and compare the mean value of these things, we found that significant difference. I put the color on the significant difference. So activity calories and metabolic rate, sleep duration, and total steps are significantly different. Sleep duration is increased. But I use this kind of the data put into the machine learning. But as you see here, the accuracy of the data are less than 60%. Maybe the conventional research had a much higher accuracy, but they don't use the validation study. They are using same data set, making the model and then validate with the same data set. So it's overestimate accuracy. But this types of the analysis, we use the independent data set that it was less than 60%. So to me, the traditional type of analysis is not enough. So what I do is we call this is tapestry analysis. This is my data here. This is walking the habit. I get up early in the morning at 6 o'clock, then move lifestyle walking, which means I do some the household works, and from the 6 o'clock to the 8 o'clock, then go to the job. So I have a steady walking here, and then get to the research institute and sitting all the time. Then in the lunchtime, I go out, things like that. If we see this kind of the character pattern, person by person, we can understand more their social pattern or things. So that's the idea. So I put the green light shows the walking over 1.1 meter or higher. And this is from day 1 through day 30. This is the combination of 30 days of measurement from 0 o'clock to the 24 hours. So looking at these kind of the measurement, the picture, you can understand their pattern easily. So using this tapestry, I did more the deep learning. This is a typical type of the tapestry data. Robust individual has a clear signals, and this case B has a very intense the light at in the morning, so he may walk every day. But see here, frail persons did not have a much light, and also the pattern is odd. Using that information, we start the research last year, so we did not have a good enough time to analyze. So I just a quick try using LessNet 50 and using sleep, and then whether it can be classified frail, robust, pre-frail. Then the result is much better than the ordinary type of analysis. Ordinary type of analysis could not distinguish between frail and pre-frail. But this type of analysis mostly distinguish frail and robust. But robust and pre-frail is, I think it's confusing the definition, I think. There can be convert easily. So right now, we are not have enough accuracy of that system, but I would like to do that things more. This is the result from that the deep learning. The actual is the real measurement, and predicted it from the AI. This slide shows the actual measurement is robust, but the AI predict as a pre-frail. But see here, in this pattern, you can see the person sleep in the daytime a lot. So the actual measurement is 0, but predicted to the frail. So maybe AI understand more than the things. I did some other group-based trajectory modeling. Like if we do that kind of analysis, we can do that if person use this system. This is the from 100 days, 3 months, and then if we look at the trend of the person, if the person increased, let's say step by day increase this way, that means they are affected by this kind of the system. So you can also understand they are tolerate with, they have ability to change their life or not. So conclusion, we are doing in the middle of the research, but we would like to do to find several aspects of the frailty. Of course, if we measure this kind of motion analysis, motion activity analysis devices, we can understand the quantity of the activity. But if we use that kind of tapestry analysis, we may understand the quality of activities. And also our challenge is maybe I need to find the social aspects as well. So that's our attempt. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Obuchi. So we'll still save your question to the end of the session. And so then next, Dr. Chang will chair the next two speakers.
So we will welcome Professor Wei Xiong Lim. He's from Singapore. Right now, he's the director of Institute of Geriatrics and Active Aging at Tan Tock Seng Hospital, Singapore. And he's also the associate professor of Lee Kong Chiang School of Medicine, Nanchang Technological University. And then today the talk is osteosarcopenic obesity, insight from the Jerry LABS2 study. Let's welcome Professor Lim. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the kind introduction. Thank you also very much to NHARI for this very prestigious invitation. It's always a delight to come to Taipei. And today I'll be sharing insights about osteosarcopenic obesity, or OSO, using insights from the GeriLabs2 study. Shown here are my co-authors, and I have no financial disclosures to declare. So in my talk, I'll first give an overview of OSO. Then I'll share some results from the GeriLabs2 study, and I'll close off with some reflections. Alterations in the bone-muscle fat interface is one of the changes that we see with age. And what this does is that it can lead to the characterization of the triad of osteoporosis, osteopenia, sarcopenia, and increased adiposity. So these conditions can kind of combine to give rise to different combinations of tissue derangements. So if we have overlap syndromes such as sarcopenic obesity, there will be fat and bone. Osteosarcopenia would be bone and muscle. And this theoretical entity of osteopenic obesity, which is the bone and fat. And OSO occurs when all three combine to give that triad. And it is believed in the conceptual model that this is the so-called most advanced stage in the bone-muscle fat interface, arising either from age or individual comorbidities. So why is OSO significant? I think in terms of pathophysiology, it has its origins in the mesenchymal stem cells. In younger age, the MSCs show a preference for differentiation into either the myocytes or osteoblasts. But with age, and especially in the presence of inflammation, the MSCs increasingly differentiate into adipocytes. And the ectopic deposition would give rise to, for example, the increase in waist circumference, deposition to visceral tissues, and of interest today would be the deposition into the muscle and bone. This dysregulation of the fat-muscle-bone crosstalk is occurring in a pro-inflammatory milieu and in a background of increased insulin resistance, which is driven really by the release of adipokines, myokines, and osteokines to give rise to the triple whammy of decreased muscle mass, decreased bone density, and increased adiposity, which over time result in the OSO syndrome. So the interest in OSO arises because there is this thinking that the combination of these three may actually result in worse outcomes than individual conditions. So in this study, OSO actually has worse in terms of weaker hand grip strength and lower gait speed compared with the non-OSO obesity phenotypes. And in the Frailty study, OSO is associated with a 2 to 5 times increased odds of frailty compared with non-OSO. When we look at the studies, there's quite a wide prevalence, ranging from about 6% to 25%. Reasons that have been cited for this variation include the fact that different operation definitions has been used, especially for obesity and sarcopenia domains. The characteristics of the study population in terms of the social demographics, the frailty status, and the study setting, So studies which recruit older subjects and with females tend to have higher prevalence of OSO, and social cultural factors may also be at play. So this is data from the Yishun study in Singapore, and I would like to draw your attention to the dotted lines for OSO and ignore the bold line for OS. So there are three trends worth highlighting. The first is that the prevalence of OSO increases with age. And this age-associated increase in prevalence is dependent also on the definitions used. So if we were to use percent body fat, this would result in a higher prevalence compared with the use of the fat mass index, and you can see that across the two panels. When we look at the sarcopenia definitions which use the appendicular mass-based definitions would result in higher prevalence compared with those using the AWGS 19-based definitions. However, there are gaps in terms of our current understanding of OSO. Firstly, there's a lack of consensus in its measurement and definition. So for example, for obesity, this can be measured either using DEXA, BIA, and anthropometric measures such as body mass index or waist circumference. And in sarcopenia, different definitions along with their different cutoffs have also been used as well. So at this juncture, the field generally thinks that there is little evidence to really support the additive or multiplicative health impact of OSO. And there are three reasons cited for this. Most importantly, I think there's a paucity of direct comparison studies with overlap syndromes such as sarcopenic obesity or osteosarcopenia. Secondly, most of studies are cross-sectional, lacking longitudinal data. And thirdly, there's also a lack of clinical pathological correlation with blood and body composition biomarkers. So in this critical review by Yugen-Bo et al., they actually put forth the case that it's not surprising that these three conditions overlap because they increase with age and they share common risk factors. Although there is evidence for the partial overlap, a causal relationship is yet to be established. And importantly, as mentioned, because of the lack of direct comparative studies, it remains to be proven whether the concurrent existence of sarcopenia, osteoporosis, and obesity really leads to an increased risk of adverse outcomes above and beyond the risk associated with the sum of the component parts. And they therefore conclude that it's insufficient evidence at this juncture to support the discrete clinical entity of osteosarcoma obesity. So against this backdrop, in 2017, the Jaya Labs 2 longitudinal cohort study, which is actually part 2 of the first study, was kind of formed with the goal of developing a clinical biomarker phenotype of sarcopenia and OSO to predict the risk of frailty or function decline amongst completely older adults. So we assembled a team of multidisciplinary experts, and our goal was to kind of develop a deep phenotyping of OSO through serial measurements of clinical, blood, and body composition biomarkers. And our criteria was basically those aged 50 and above, complete dwelling, functionally independent and cognitively intact. And in wave 1, the baseline, between end 2017 and 2019, we recruited 230 subjects. The goal was to have annual follow-up, but due to COVID, wave 1 data was incomplete and the study was stopped for 6 months. So for this presentation, I'll essentially be presenting wave 2 data, the 2-year outcomes between 2021 and 2022. And we have about 193 or 84% of subjects who completed full assessment, including physical performance assessment. So this to give you an idea of the cohort. Mean age of 67, predominantly females and Chinese ethnicity, and consistent of very well cohort. The median SPB score is actually a max score of 12, and none were frail when we use the Morley frail criteria of 3 or more. So essentially, this cohort is not representative of the typical national cohort, but it's a cohort of fairly healthy older persons. And what we hope to do, therefore, is that we really want to compare between OSO and overlap syndromes. And our research question would be amongst healthy, complete dwelling or Asian older adults, what is the relative prevalence? What is the association with blood biomarkers and body composition parameters? And lastly, what is the predictive value for 2-year outcomes? So let's review AIM 1. We use a DEXA-based definition. So pectinal lean mass for sarcopenia, fat mass percentage for adiposity, and bone mineral density for osteopenia, osteoporosis. And we use the validated Asian cutoffs as shown. So depending on the number of components, 0 to 1 would form our reference group. Overlap syndromes, we have 2 components, and OSO is when all 3 components are present. Reviewing the prevalence, using the osteopenia definition, this is about 35.2%, which has a slight male predominance. When we use the osteoporosis definition, the prevalence kind of dips by about 3-fold to 12.2%, again with a slight male predominance. When we look across the age band, this jumps in the 50-60 age group from about 6% to about 13%, and this remains constant throughout the age bands. So we can see that OSO is prevalent even in a very healthy cohort of completely developing older adults. The definition matters. If you use osteopenia, it can be higher by about 3-fold. Interestingly, we have a slight male predominance. So this kind of differs from earlier studies, which were mainly done in post-menopausal women. But the male predominance was also reported in the Tianjin study. So I think more studies are needed in order to understand really if there is a gender difference. Next, let's review the relative prevalence. And this Venn diagram basically shows distribution of cases through the overlap of the 3 conditions. So when we have an osteopenia definition, what you find is that the osteopenia circle has most of the cases, right? So the highest prevalence will be OSO, followed by osteosarcopenia, and also osteopenic obesity. However, when we use the osteoporosis definition, the number of cases in the osteoporosis circle drops, and the cases are redistributed to obesity, sarcopenia, and sarcopenic obesity. In our study, we'll be using the osteoporosis definition. So for overlap syndromes, majority cases, about 3/4 are constituted by sarcopenic obesity, followed by about 1/4 with osteosarcopenia. And this is important to keep in mind later when we interpret the data. Okay, with that, let's move on to aim 2, the comparison between OSO and overlap syndromes. So as mentioned, we have 3 groups referenced with 0 to 1 components, overlap syndromes with 2 components, also with 3 components. Analysis is at 2 levels. First, the comparison of OSO and overlap syndromes against reference group, and then number 2, that direct comparison between OSO with overlap syndromes. We perform one way and over a post hoc comparison for the cross-section analysis of body composition and blood biomarkers, and for 2 outcomes, we perform logistic regression adjusted for covariates and baseline values. We have 3 groups of outcomes, body composition looking at bone mineral density, appendicular lean mass, as well as fat mass percent visceral adipose tissue. For blood biomarkers, we kind of group them into 3 conceptual groups. Insulin resistance with leptin, adenopectin, and HOMA-IR. Inflammation, we have CRP, MCP1, and TNF-R1. And metabolism, IGF-1, myostatin, as well, vitamin D. For 2 outcomes, we have muscle function looking at strength and physical performance, activity level looking at social activity, the Francesco, physical activity, the IPAC-E, and life space mobility. And lastly, we look at health-related quality of life. So this is a comparison of the 3 groups. And what we can see is that for the OSO group, they are older, slightly higher education levels. Interestingly, in terms of anthropometry, they have lower body mass index, lower weight, and lower calf circumference. They are intermediate for hand grip strength and weakest for knee strength. No difference in terms of geriatric syndromes. Okay, so let's first review body composition. And what we can see is that for the OSO group, they have the lowest BMD, and this is significant for the comparison with both the reference group and also the overlap syndromes. When we look at the appendicular lean mass, what we can see is that the OSO group have the lowest as well in terms of appendicular lean mass, but this is only different compared with the reference group. There's no difference when compared with the overlap syndromes. And lastly, when you look at the adiposity, the OS group again has the highest visceral adipose tissue when adjusted by BMI and fat mass percent. This comparison is significant only when compared against reference group, but not against the overlap syndromes. moving on to blood biomarkers, when we look at the group of insulin resistance markers, we can see that OSO group has the highest insulin resistance, as evidenced by higher HOMA-IR, higher insulin levels, and lower adenopectin levels, which is significant compared against both reference and overlap syndromes. For inflammation, somewhat surprisingly, OSO has the lowest level for MCP1 and also TNF-R1, and this is significantly different for MCP1 when compared against the reference group and overlap syndromes. Looking on to the metabolic markers, no difference for VITE. For myostatin, OSO has the highest level of myostatin, and this is significant when compared against both overlap syndromes and reference group. And for IGF-1, somewhat surprisingly, it had the highest levels. Typically, in sarcopenia, we would like to see lower IGF-1 levels suggestive of decreased anabolic effect. But here it's actually the highest, and this is significant when compared against both the reference group and also overlap syndromes. Okay, so a summary of that whirlpool of results. Against reference group, OSO is lower bone mineral density, lower lean mass, higher fat mass percent and visceral adipose tissue, higher insulin resistance, higher myostatin, but a bit surprisingly lower inflammation and higher IGF-1 levels. And for overlap syndromes, similar findings except for body composition-wise, there's no difference in the direct comparison for lean mass and fat mass percent. Next, let's move on to AIM-3, which are the 2-year outcomes. We'll first review the muscle function. There's no difference in terms of predicting SPPB less than 10 at 2 years. But the interesting part is actually in terms of strength. So for hand grip strength, what we find is that the OSO group predicts a 4-fold increased odds of weaker hand grip strength at 2 years compared to the reference group. But this was not so for overlap syndrome, so that is a significant difference. When we look at knee extension, we see a suggestion of a dose-response relationship. So for overlap syndromes compared with reference, this is about 4.5-fold, and for the OSO, this is about 7.3-fold of in terms odds of weaker knee extension at 2 years. When we look at clinical outcomes, there was no difference in terms of ability to predict clinical outcomes at 2 years. So no difference for health-related quality of life, lifestyle mobility, physical activity, as well as social activity. So again, a quick summary for both reference and overlap syndromes. Mainly the prediction is for weaker strength at 2 years, but not for physical performance, activity, and health-related quality of life. Okay, so let's try to put things together. I think in terms of prevalence, OSO does show an age-associated increase in prevalence even in healthy, generally non-frail older persons. I think our study provides proof of concept of some differences between OSO and overlap syndromes. For the composition, this is mainly for the decrease in the bone mineral density. Adiposity may be visceral adipose tissue, but not for LMI nor fat mass percent. Blood biomarkers, there is increased insulin resistance in OSO and increased catabolism. There's also increased 2-year risk of weaker muscle strength. Relationship more clear-cut for hand grip strength and the dose-response relationship for knee extension strength. However, there's no difference in activity levels and QOL, and the so-called surprising findings of the blood biomarkers. We expected high inflammation and decreased anabolism, but what we found instead was that there were lower MCP1 levels and higher IGF-1 levels. So how do we reconcile that latter finding? It does appear that one possible explanation is that perhaps at the OSO stage, it is driven less by inflammation, but more by insulin resistance. And for insulin resistance, actually, there are 2 levels. And what is really driving the mechanism in OSO is the peripheral insulin resistance. So in peripheral insulin resistance, the IGF binding protein 1 levels actually drop. And because of that, there's an increase in the free or bioavailable IGF-1. And that may account for what we see. Contributing factors towards decreased IGBP-1 levels will also be decreased inflammation, intermediate BMI because of the inverted U-shape relationship, and very interestingly, decreased leptin. And these are what we actually see in our results. So that again, we drive the IGF-1. So putting together the increased IGF-1 that we see is not so much a case of increased anabolism, but rather it may be actually a marker of increased peripheral insulin resistance. So let's go back again in light of the findings to the propositions put forth by Bo et al. I think we do support that finding that OSO is quite prevalent, even in healthy older persons. We do provide more evidence of this clinical pathological association, mainly for bone, to some extent fat, and then from the blood biomarkers point of view, mechanistically, there seems to be increased insulin resistance and increased catabolism. However, in terms of outcomes, we're only able to show that it predicts weaker strength at 2 years. So this is more on the tenuous side. So if you put things together, we feel that at this juncture, there's still insufficient evidence to really support a discrete clinical entity of OSO above and beyond overlap syndromes at this time. But we have learned some things as a result of our study. So summarizing again, one, that OSO subjects may be older, with lower BMI, lower weight and calf circumference. Insulin resistance appears to be raised as evidenced by increased HOMA-IR, decreased adenopectin, and possibly here we postulate increased IGF-1 as well, and increased catabolism as a result of myostatin. So this would then lead to increased visceral adipose tissue, possibly also, although we didn't do it in this analysis, the infiltration of muscles as well, along with a decrease in appendicular lean mass index. Studies showing that insulin resistance and increased myostatin may be a risk factor for decreased bone mineral density and osteoporosis. So in the short to medium term, in our case 2 years, that could then predict weaker hand grip strength, and perhaps with longer follow-up may then lead on to frailty and other clinical outcomes. So we would be hoping to analyze our wave 4 data, and with that we hope to see whether we're able to see more differences in the clinical outcomes. So I'd like to acknowledge the team, both the investigators and also our research support team. Also like to acknowledge our funder, Lee Foundation, our committee partners, and last but not least, all participants for making this study possible. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Professor Lim. I think this afternoon, the final session, we have a lot of things to think about. So initially we have dynapenia, pre-sarcopenia, possible sarcopenia, and sarcopenia. And the second one, we have frailty. And right now we have osteosarcopenic obesity. And last one, we have osteoporosis. So our last speaker is Dr. Shau-Huai. He is from Yunlin branch of National Taiwan University Hospital. He's right now assistant professor of our National Taiwan University School of Medicine. And also he actually, the study is sponsored by the National Center of Geriatrics and Welfare Research. He did a lot of publication in osteoporosis. So let's welcome him for this final talk. The talk is about unlocking a novel anabolic effect, synergistic benefit of sequential strong anti-resorptive osteoporosis medication. Let's welcome Dr. Fu.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Chen. And good day, distinguished audience. I'm Shau-Huai from National Taiwan University, Yunlin Hospital. And I'm honored to be here with you today. I'm delighted to present our research on denosumab sequential therapy. And I will discuss the potential synergistic benefits of sequential strong anti-resorptive osteoporosis medications. So osteoporosis imposes a significant disease burden when accessed through the disability-adjusted life year, ranking closely behind lung cancer in terms of its impact on overall health. The high death associated with osteoporosis underscores the substantial health challenges and diminished quality of life experienced by individuals affected by this bone-weakening disease. So addressing osteoporosis is very important. Fortunately, after years of development, there are now numerous medications, and most of them have a great reduction risk of osteoporotic fracture by 30 to 70%. So we have many weapons. Among older anti-osteoporosis medications, the top performers in preventing fractures are teriparatide, romosozumab, denosumab, and zoledronate. These medications can prevent more than 60% of spine fractures. The first two are bone-forming medications, while the later two belong to anti-resorptive class. The three most well-known bone-forming medications are romosozumab, teriparatide, and abaloparatide. Romosozumab is an anti-sclerostin antibody with dual effect, promoting both bone modeling and inhibiting bone remodeling. Teriparatide and abaloparatide are both parathyroid hormone-related protein analogs, stimulating osteoclasts and fostering bone formation. And regardless of whether abaloparatide or teriparatide is used, both can significantly increase spine bone mineral density with annual increase of 8 to 10%. In contrast, romosozumab can increase spine bone density by as much as 13.3% in 1 year. The treatment of postmenopausal women with osteoporosis using teriparatide led to significant increase in cancerous bone volume and connectivity. It also resulted in improved trabecular morphology, favoring a shift toward a more plate-like structure and an increase in cortical bone thickness. These alternations in cancerous bone and cortical bone morphology are both benefit to our bone and also prevent the fracture risk. This figure illustrates the anabolic window associated with various anabolic agents, defined as the interval between the bone formation marker, P1NP, and the bone resorption marker, CTX. Teriparatide and abaloparatide are approved for 24 months, that means 2 years treatment duration, whereas romosozumab only approved for 12 months treatment period, partially reflecting the difference in their anabolic window periods. So although they are very strong anabolic drugs, but they cannot be used too long, only for 1 year or for 2 years. Denosumab is an antibody here to inhibit the receptor activator of nuclear factor kappa B ligand, rancoligand, and bisphosphonate, nitrogen-containing bisphosphonates stop osteoclasts from sticking to the bone by blocking a key enzyme and inhibit bone resorption. As we all know, denosumab and bisphosphonate have different mechanisms of action, and their half-lives in the body vary considerably. These factors have a profound impact on their residual effect after drug cessation, and we will discuss later. Throughout denosumab treatment, there was a consistent and persistent increase in bone mineral density, particularly in the lumbar spine, with no apparent plateau. After 10 years of treatment, lumbar spine bone mineral density can increase by up to 21.7%. However, after stopping denosumab, there is a rapid increase in bone resorption marker here, CTX, the green line, and above the baseline, which remains elevated for up to 2 years and result in a rapid bone loss in lumbar spine within 1 year. This is known as the rebound effect. After stopping alendronate, the blue line, CTX remains suppressed for 2 years, and lumbar spine bone mineral density remained above the pretreatment level for 2 years. So previously, we conducted a population-based cohort study published in the Journal of Internal Medicine to compare the risk of major osteoporotic fracture, vertebral fracture, and non-vertebral fracture among patients who had discontinued anti-osteoporosis medication. Our study revealed that discontinuing denosumab led to a heightened risk of major osteoporotic fractures, particularly vertebral fractures, And this elevated risk typically became apparent within 1 year after discontinuation and increased with longer treatment duration. For instance, here, after 1 year of denosumab treatment and established drugs, the major osteoporotic fracture risk would increase about 60% when compared to continued user of denosumab. And the vertebral fracture risk will increase to about 118%. And after using denosumab for 2 years, and we could see that the risk increased a lot, and the vertebral fracture risk will increase to about 258%. On the other hand, about the bisphosphonate who used for 1 year and stop, or who used for 2 years and stop, we could see that the fracture risk, although would increase a little, but also less than denosumab. So a recent review article in the Lancet cited our work and recommended not delaying the denosumab dose by more than 1 month. Bisphosphonates, including alendronate and zoledronate, lead to gradual improvements in lumbar spine bone mineral density, although the increase is less pronounced compared to denosumab. Additionally, the total hip bone mineral density tends to reach a plateau approximately 3 to 5 years after the initiation of treatment. And osteoporosis medications have rare but serious side effects. Two notable rare side effects associated with some osteoporosis medication are a medication-related osteonecrosis of jaw and atypical femur fracture. And the occurrence of these side effects may rise with prolonged use, prompting recommendations for a drug holiday in patients undergoing extended bisphosphonate treatment. But drug holiday was not suggested in denosumab because we know it would cause a rebound effect to cause more vertebral fracture. So the summary of drawbacks of anti-osteoporosis medications, we could see that about anabolic anti-osteoporosis medications come with notably higher cost of treatment and making them financially burdensome for many patients. Additionally, these medications are typically suitable for only 1 to 2 years, only for short-term use, limiting their long-term efficacy in managing osteoporosis. And about anti-resorptive agents also have certain drawbacks, such as rare but concerning side effects like osteonecrosis of jaw and atypical femur fracture. And about denosumab, we could see that after stopping denosumab, it could cause a rebound effect, large bone mineral density loss, and fractures. About bisphosphonate, bisphosphonate was less effective in increasing bone mineral density and would have bone mineral density plateau after treatment for 3 to 5 years. So also the same review in the Lancet recommends investigating the effectiveness of various treatment sequences, including the incorporation of cycles with this sequence. So as Professor McClone emphasized, the management of osteoporosis necessitates lifelong attention, and the optimal approach should be personalized, often involving the sequential utilization of various classes of osteoporosis medication. He also personally recommended to use zoledronate toward the conclusion of the treatment cycle due to its extended duration of drug effect. So he also suggested a structured treatment regimen, proposing the initial use of estrogen to prevent menopausal bone loss and preserve trabecular microarchitecture. Following this, he recommended a 3-year intermittent alendronate therapy with a drug holiday of 1 to 2 years to sustain bone mineral density. Toward the later stage of life, he advised concluding the treatment with a single dose of zoledronate. However, the suggested treatment regimen may not be optimal for patients with initially low bone mineral density due to the limited effectiveness of estrogen and bisphosphonates in increasing bone mineral density. And previous many studies have already demonstrated a correlation between post-treatment increases in bone mineral density and a reduction in fracture risk. Therefore, when treating osteoporosis, if possible, we should treat the patient to prevent fracture, and if possible, we should try to increase their bone mineral density as well. So my question is there a treatment for osteoporosis, whether through medications or the sequential utilization of various classes of osteoporosis medications that can achieve sustained increases in bone density, prevent fracture, and have minimal side effects? So according to our previous multi-center randomized control study, we recruited postmenopausal women or older men who had been received denosumab for at least 2 years. Participants were stratified and allocated into 4 groups, with Group A as the positive control, receiving denosumab for another 2 years. And both Group B and C and D received zoledronate during the first year, and during the second year, Group B shifted back to denosumab, and Group C received another dose of zoledronate, and Group D went on a drug monitor drug holiday. And here is the flow chart. We could see that the follow-up rate is 92%. And today I will introduce the result of Group B, because Group B received the zoledronate for the first year and then resumed denosumab in the second year. We found that there is a lumbar spine bone mineral density surge during the second year. We call it a catch-up effect following the resumption of the denosumab. A potential explanation for the catch-up effect could be the decrease in serum wrinkle ligand following denosumab discontinuation. In a recent secondary analysis of a randomized control trial, Solin et al. Observed a peak in wrinkle ligand levels 6 months post-denosumab discontinuation here. And the serum concentration gradually decreased over a subsequent 6 months, where the actual mechanism remained unknown. And this pattern could account for the enhanced response to denosumab in the second year of Group B compared with Group A regimen. So we already know that there might be a catch-up effect when we resume denosumab after 1 year of zoledronate. And we also know that when we compare denosumab with bisphosphonate, we found that the use of denosumab has a better effect on bone mineral density than bisphosphonate, and is less likely to reach a plateau. However, discontinuing denosumab poses a risk of rebound effect. In real-world practice, patients often face the need to stop the medication due to reasons such as dental treatment or COVID-19 or anywhere, presenting continuous treatment with denosumab a difficult strategy. So based on the results of our previous randomized control trial and the characteristics of different medications, we have formulated a treatment approach. This method involves the initiating treatment with denosumab as a foundational therapy to improve bone density. After 2 years of treatment, we propose switching to zoledronate for 1 year to mitigate the rebound effect following cessation of denosumab. And then we repeat this circle until the end. So we call this study denosumab sequential therapy 2. We enroll postmenopausal women or elderly men who had been on denosumab treatment for 2 or 2.5 years. Participants were stratified and assigned to 2 groups. Group A, as the positive control, received continuous denosumab for 7 years, and Group B received 1 year of zoledronate, then shipped back to denosumab for 2 years, then another zoledronate, then shipped back to denosumab for 2 years. And we maintained the cyclic pattern till 7 years. And every group we recruit 30 patients in each group, and we measure the bone turnover marker, including CTS and P1NP every 6 months, and also measure the bone mineral density every year. So this is our initial result. These figures illustrate the percentage change in bone turnover markers. Regarding bone turnover markers in Group A, it was observed that throughout 3 years of continuous denosumab treatment, both CTS, the bone resorption marker, and P1NP, the bone formation marker, remained stable because they all used a strong anti-resorptive drugs, the denosumab. However, in Group B, concerning the bone turnover markers in Group B, transitioning to zoledronate resulted in approximately a 20% increase in CTX and about 60% increase in P1NP. So there is a substantial elevation exceeding 60% in P1NP. And upon resuming denosumab, when we resume denosumab here, both CTS and P1NP experience a 20% decrease below the baseline. So they come back again 20% below the baseline. And then when we resume, give the denosumab again in the second year, the bone turnover marker became stable and then returned to baseline. So it's interesting here, there is a potential anabolic window emerges between the lines representing P1NP and CTS during this sequential treatment. The phenomenon might be attributed to a substantial activation of osteoclast precursors after stopping denosumab and followed by osteoblast activation due to a coupling effect. However, as osteoclasts digest zoledronate on bone surface, they undergo apoptosis and to inhibit the bone resorption. But maybe there are also some bone formation occur here. So the total hip bone mineral density steadily increased in Group A over the 3 years period, just as previous data show in long-term denosumab treatment. In contrast, Group B experienced a stable bone mineral density after treatment with zoledronate, and then there is also a catch-up effect. So there is a rapid increase in bone mineral density after resuming denosumab, so we call it catch-up effect. After 3 years of treatment, the total hip bone mineral density in both groups became comparable. And the pattern observed in spine bone mineral density mirrored that of total hip bone mineral density, where there was a laser increment in Group B during the 3rd year. And it's important to note that the number of participants who completed the 3-year follow-up remained limited. The study is still ongoing. And the pattern observed in femoral neck bone mineral density differs slightly from the previous 2 sites. The increase in femoral neck bone mineral density is more pronounced in Group B compared to Group A. This findings is particularly interesting as enhancing femoral neck bone mineral density is recognized as a challenging aspect across various medications. So there are several potential benefits arise from employing this cyclic treatment. After discontinuing denosumab, there is a synchronized differentiation of osteoclast precursor and recycled osteoclast. So, and this phenomenon was leading to large bone resorption and became more pronounced after several years of denosumab treatment. In a post-hoc analysis of our previous study, a significant difference in lumbar spine bone mineral density was noted in patients who with prior denosumab treatment. We could see here, if the patient received denosumab treatment for 2 years or less than 2.5 years, after transition from denosumab to zoledronate, their bone mineral density remains stable across 1 year. However, if they receive denosumab for more than 3 years and then went into our clinical trial, after transition, their bone mineral density would decrease a lot to 4%. Previous studies on the sequential treatment of denosumab with zoledronate reveal conflicting results, where a study in Greece showed an increase in lumbar spine bone mineral density after 1 year of drug transition. A study in Denmark demonstrated a decrease in bone mineral density after the same duration of drug transition. So, given the difference in prior denosumab treatment duration, while the denosumab treatment duration was less in Greece and longer in Denmark. And in Ferrari's study, patients who received denosumab treatment for an average of 4.9 years were subsequently treated with zoledronate following strict readministration criteria. Within the first year, most patients receive at least 2 doses of zoledronate, with some requiring up to 5 doses due to specific criteria. Despite this, significant bone loss of 4% to 8% and the lumbar spine was still observed among groups. So this is also the reason that why we design our treatment protocol as 2 years denosumab, then 1 year zoledronate. So the other benefit of our treatment protocol is that we could increase enhancing the treatment flexibility. If the treatment goals are achieved, such as we setting the goal of treatment of osteoporosis for the patient with a T-score larger than -2.5 or -2.0, a drug holiday may be considered after completing zoledronate for bone density consolidation. This therapeutic break may alleviate concerns regarding rare side effects such as osteonecrosis of jaw or a typical femur fracture. Adopting a cyclic treatment approach, intermittent use of denosumab for shorter duration, only 2 years, minimize the concern of rebound effect. Another potential benefit is that in the course of osteoporosis treatment with anti-resorptive agents such as strong anti-resorptive agents, denosumab or zoledronate or some bisphosphonate, there are many micro damage may accumulate in our bone. This is the micro damage, and it will cause our osteocyte to secrete wrinkle ligand to core osteoclast to repair it. But during the treatment, all these will be inhibited, especially in the denosumab, then cause many micro damage accumulate in our bone. And this accumulation potentially leading to conditions like osteonecrosis of jaw or typical femur fracture. So, but on the other hand, after discontinuation of denosumab, this unopposed wrinkle ligand here, many wrinkle ligand here, will also cause the osteoclast to activation and cause to repair the micro damage, but also cause bone resorption and loss of bone mineral density. So our cyclic treatment protocol, there is the anabolic window here, and we could release osteoclast precursor every 2 years to repair our micro damage and to cause some anabolic effect. So I think this cyclic treatment protocol is beneficial for our bone. Our preliminary findings indicate that cyclic treatment with denosumab and zoledronate at the very least demonstrate comparable bone mineral density performance to continuous denosumab with fewer potential side effects or concerns during long-term treatment. However, whether the bone mineral density can continue to increase steadily in the future requires a more extended time of follow-up, and also the fracture risk. And the final advantage is that the use of long-dosing drugs, either zoledronate or denosumab, promotes better drug adherence. According to our previous study, during the first year, patients using parenteral osteoporosis medication have better adherence compared to those with using oral medications. So the parenteral one is the the color is orange, and the oral one is blue. And even in the second year and third years, the adherence is nearly double than the oral form. So our protocol composed of 2 long-dosing drugs, including denosumab and zoledronate. We think that it will improve whether in the real-world practice in the future, it will cause a better drug adherence. There are also several potential drawbacks to consider. Firstly, although we anticipated that our cyclic treatment could periodically repair microdamage, the presence of residual bisphosphonate within the bone might potentially increase the risk of osteonecrosis of jaw or a typical femur fracture. Secondly, there is a potential for increased fracture risk due to the fluctuation in CTX and P1NP. However, no elevated fracture risk has been observed currently in our study. We could see that in group A, there are 3 people suffer from low energy fracture and only 1 in group B. So currently there is no evidence that when changing to group B, that it would cause more fracture risk. And finally, we could still found in real-world practice or in our clinical practice, the patients there is still issues of medication discontinuation during the treatment period. Nevertheless, even in such cases, the cyclic treatment condition appears to better control the rebound effect. Additionally, previous literature has suggested that in individuals who have previously used bisphosphonates and then discontinued denosumab had a low risk of fracture and experienced less bone mineral density loss. So my conclusions are the sequential treatment with denosumab and zoledronate results in continuous increase in bone mineral density. Other benefits include a potential anabolic effect and periodic repair of microdamage. These benefits position this sequential or cyclic treatment protocol as a lifelong option for treating osteoporosis. And longer follow-up and studies focused on fracture are needed in the future. Thank you for your attention. We look forward to welcoming you to Yunlin County in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Fu. This is a very new concept. So we will welcome all the panelists to go on the stage. And then we also welcome all the audience if you have any questions. So during the preparing stage, because I'm also doing osteoporosis, let me ask Dr. Fu for the first question. So for Dr. Fu, the reason why I think we try to use zoledronate several doses after denosumab is when you reach maybe to the goal, we will try to let the patient have holidays. But then when you use this cyclic pattern, there will never be a chance for the holidays. So then what's your strategy?
Actually, according to my design, I will follow the patients who reach the goal, maybe minus 2.5 or minus 2.0. And after the final consolidation of zoledronate, I will suggest drug holiday after the consolidation of zoledronate. Because only short-term denosumab used, and according to the Greek study, they follow their patients who use short-term denosumab and then zoledronate for 3 to 5 years. Most of the patients who keep their bone mineral density during 3 to 5 years. So there's still a chance for drug holiday.
Thank you very much. So.
That was very interesting. I have lots of questions, but I know it's the last session. So I will start with a question to Dr. Fu. I think that's a very interesting study. However, I have a comment and a question. My comment is regarding the side effects. I don't expect that, just switching from one anti-resorptive to another is going to decrease the risk of side effects because both of them are associated with osteonecrosis of the jaw. So I wouldn't put my money on that. But the question regards to the anabolic window. How can you find, what is the biological basis of an anabolic window there if both of those drugs are strong inhibitors of osteoblasts? In both of them, the osteoblastic activity goes down. We know that the increase in bone density is not due to anabolic effect, but the increase in bone density is due to secondary mineralization. So how do you demonstrate that is due to some kind of anabolic effect?
Initially, I organized the concept is based on the performance of P1NP and CTX. So I also try to find some basis for this difference in P1NP percentage change and the difference in CTX percentage change. And finally, I propose that there might be a reason that's due to the coupling effect temporarily, because after cessation of the denosumab, there's lots of osteoclasts that would osteoclast precursor, they would become activated. And then because due to the coupling effect, the activated osteoclasts would also activate lots of osteoblasts. And because we have the sequential treatment with zoledronate, so the activated osteoclasts would digest the bisphosphonate and become apoptosis. However, the osteoblasts, they were activated by the coupling effect, and maybe there is a short term for their work on our bone. That's just my hypothesis. I have no evidence to prove that. But I also agree that maybe the increase in bone mineral density will cause from the mineralization. So I just propose a hypothesis. I have no proof.
Yeah, because both of them are strong inhibitors of osteoblastic activity.
I know, yes. So it's interesting why there is a difference effects between the bone forming marker and the bone resorption marker.
Okay, any questions from the audience, please? Professor Chen.
I have a question to ask Dr. Obuchi. Because your idea is very attractive, you using digital wearable device, right? And try to decompose the activity into walking or conversation. So my question is two. One is, did you ask the participant to have some diary so you can somehow to verify whether your judgment is correct or not? A second is, this type of study probably highly cultural context dependent. For example, in Taiwan, many elder people in the morning, they gather together in the park. They do some Tai Chi, right? But not by walking. But they maybe also get together doing some dancing, like a Thai dancing. But then they have a lot of chit-chat. And so I'm wondering, in that situation, do you like to, decoding as a conversation or exercise without walking or something like that? So I'd just like to have your comment.
First question is how to verify whether the person speak or not, right? So because we have the cohort study every year, from that the questionnaire, I am planning to ask them the lifestyle so that we can verify the part of that aspect. And second one is, my idea of why I would like to use this kind of system is most of the study trying to find the physical activity to the frailty is more focused on leisure time activity. But in Japan, not many people, especially in the women, participate to the leisure time activity. But some of them, most of them are very busy during the time because they have to have, the household things and communicate with the persons. So the conventional type of research could not find that kind of the activity. So since this system is used for the cardiovascular the activity, but I would like to that the intensity of that activity is not so important, but how scattered the movement the activity is. That's my idea. So maybe you can use the person who are not actively participating Tai Chi, but if she or he has more activity with the person or talking to using the phone, you may understand the significance of that kind of activity by using this kind of system.
I have a question to follow that question to Professor Obuchi. Actually, I'm quite interested in your digital marker, especially the map. And so in your data, you also mentioned about the energy expenditure and the metabolic rate is, I recall, is related to Frailty score. Is that right? And so your map is a combination of working speed and energy expenditure, or just leisure activity alone. And because if that also related to energy expenditure and the metabolic rate, seems to me is back to VO max, similar to Jim Wang just mentioned previously about cardiorespiratory fitness. You also asked a similar question about walking speed. Is any data to echo this to concept, walking speed and your cardiorespiratory fitness?
That's true. If you see like energy expenditure and walking speed, you feel like two are different. But looking for this kind of the older people, most of the energy expenditure is coming from walking. It's do you know the METs, right? So the person's the average level of the activity is about 3 METs through the 4 METs, which is not kind of more significant exercise for the cardiovascular things. To me, energy expenditure and walking speed are almost equivalent. So I did not that much attention to the energy expenditure in this presentation, but from your point of view, I understand that it could be different. So I'd like to do more research on that difference. Thank you very much.
I have 2 questions. One is for Dr. Kao. You present the trajectory of the sarcopenia, dyslipidemia, and the robust, but I wonder if your data is only analyzed for the cross-sectional data or longitudinal data. I remember you said that the data collected since 2015 and follow up until now, right? So I haven't seen you present the trajectory pattern from the robust to dyslipidemia and to sarcopenia. Do you have this kind of data? Or you mentioned that the leptin had do something about the muscle mass or muscle function. Do you see the longitudinal effect for the leptin? Okay, and for the second question is to the Professor Obuchi. I remember you said that the accuracy for your digital biomarker is only 60% only. I wonder, do you stratify by your participant by their adherence or education level? Because we know that not every older people is willing to wear their wearable device whole day. So I wonder, maybe some of the adherence is better, then the accuracy is much better. And for those lower adherence, maybe the accuracy is lower. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for Professor Xu's excellent question. Actually, I presented my longitudinal data last year. And because today I just want to present the body composition or profile and association with muscle function delay. And in the longitudinal data, we have collected about 1,500 participants since 2015. And we can see a trend because we enrolled different muscle health status. And we continue to observe the robust participants for the following years. And we found that most of them will transition to the dynapenia process. And then the second one is transmitted progress to the dynapenia progress. And very few of them will progress to the sarcopenia directly because we observe it every year. And so we can see this trend. And the most important is all of the participants progress from robust to dynapenia. They tend to stasis in this status. They no further to progress to the sarcopenia. Maybe because in my concept and in my study, maybe this kind of groups tend to be more nutrition, more obesity, more fat, and make it because we know that a little bit obese may be better for the old people, so they can sustain in this dynapenia process. The other one is the second process is robust transmitted to the dynapenia pre-sarcopenia program, pre-sarcopenia condition, and this condition is much leanness, and then the other population, and because they have a shrinkage of muscle mass first, and if they have poor exercise, they will progress to sarcopenia very fast, faster than the dynapenia. And in terms of the leptin, I just follow up for about 1 year to 2 years. So I have no continuous follow-up to this leptin level. Maybe in the future work, I can continue to collect this data. Thank you.
Dr. Obuchi.
Thank you very much. First, I have to apologize that I didn't clearly describe my research. The data I have shown is that all from the person used this system for 3 months. So they can't adhere that our protocol is excluded from the analysis. Actually, that person is not so many. From the 1156 participants, just only 83 persons are excluded because of they could not adhere the protocol. So I think at the beginning we thought the person don't like use this system because they are old, but in fact they like it, very like it. Actually, it's coming about a year till now. Over the 65% of the people still using the system. So I think the adherence is not so bad. But I recognize that the education level or some kind of factors may affect to this kind of information. So I will analyze more deeply. Thank you very much.
Please.
Okay, thank you. And I want to ask you, Dr. Ming-Chyi. Sorry. My question is about the definition of osteosarcopenic obesity. So, as you know, in European guideline on sarcopenic obesity, the muscle mass is adjusted with BMI, and also they included for obesity, they included waist circumference. So, what do you think about that, especially for Asians and in Singapore, your study?
Yeah, thanks very much for the question. I think when we perform the analysis for our study, we base it on the work of the original authors who basically just use a DEXA-based definition. So because of that, we use ALMI, which is adjusted for height square for sarcopenia. So BMD as per normal. And for fat mass, we use fat mass %. So this is conventionally the way that it's been done. But you're right. I think the key is in the definition, as I showed, right? If you use different definition, the prevalence changes, and I believe the predictive ability also changes. So coming back to your specific question, I think that it is important to think about the normalization of, for example, appendicular lean mass. Yeah, I think one of the possibilities why muscle mass has not been shown to be helpful could be because of the choice of measures to normalize. Yeah, so in particular, I think in Singapore, we are seeing a society where obesity is a bigger problem than malnutrition. And in my cohort, where the mean age is about 67, I think that group obesity is an issue, and I suspect it's very similar to Dr. Kao's group, where the dynapenia is actually, I suspect, dynapenic obesity. It's actually sarcopenic obesity. So in that group, what the studies have shown is that height square is not such a good way of adjustment, because with that, we don't adjust for actually the weight and distribution, and people who actually have sarcopenic obesity actually are not accounted for. So someone who actually may be having a lower lean mass is not adjusted for that. So generally, I think BMI or weight may be better in the case of sarcopenic obesity. We have not performed the analysis yet in the context of OSO, but I think that's definitely something we can follow up with to see whether that changes the prevalence as well as the predictive validity. Oh yes, yeah. So I think that's a good point. So in our, not in this study, but we had earlier published before, we compared between 3 definitions of obesity. We use BMI, we use waist circumference, and we use DEXA fat mass index. The one that works the worst is BMI. It doesn't pick up and it doesn't predict. So actually BMI is quite useless in the Asian context, because even when we use the Asian cutoffs with the lower BMI cutoffs, it doesn't work. Yeah. It's then down to waist circumference versus FMI. And in our context, the waist circumference actually was slightly superior to fat mass index in that it could actually predict SPPB decline at 2 years. And what is important is the protocol. So if we look at waist circumference, there are different protocols. My hunch is that the protocol for metabolic will be different from the protocol for muscle. So for example, if you look at WHO measurement, it is actually midpoint, iliac crest, and lower rib. That measurement has been shown in one study not to predict body composition that well. So in that study, the best measurement protocol is actually 2.5 cm above the lumbricus, and that's the one that we use. So I suspect for waist circumference, a study that really needs to be done is to compare between different protocols to look at muscle outcomes. Yeah.
I think due to the time limit, we will end our session here, and we'll save 5 minutes for the closure by our Vice President, Dr. Chang. Thank you very much for all your wonderful talks.
I will present the...
Please, a moment, please. We highly appreciate the contribution of our speakers, and we invite the moderators to present, representing our institute, to present the gift and certificate to our speakers. So could you please come to the stage? And yes. Okay. Okay, thank you, Professor Kao. Thank you. This session has demonstrated the achievements obtained over the years. Thank you, Professor Obuchi. Thank you, Professor Lin, for extending our understanding with international experiences. Okay, smiling at the photographers. Okay. Okay, thank you, Professor Fu. We invite speakers and moderators to the front, and we can take a photo together. Okay. Please smile at the photographers at the center first. Cheese. Okay. Video is... Okay. Okay. Show your certificate. Thank you very much. Oh, thumbs up. Okay. Oh, okay. Push for. Oh. Okay. Say hi to the camera. Hello. Hi. Thank you all. Thank you, everyone. As we draw near the end of the 2023 International Conference, we would like to invite the Vice President of the National Health Research Institute, Professor Chang-Wei, to deliver a closing remark. Let's welcome Professor Chen.
I think everyone will agree. The organizing committee of this conference really put together an excellent program for this two-day conference. And we have been listening to opinions or experience from experts from many different countries and different disciplines. And in fact, the scope of the topic is quite right? So we cover from single biomarker, multiple biomarker, even neuroscience approach. And also we deal with disease burst, healthy or preclinical situation, or even touch upon the intrinsic capacity, right? So it's quite comprehensive. Yeah. So I think we really enjoyed this 2 days conference. But in addition to the organizing committee, I think everybody will agree the staff of this conference, excellent, right? So probably we should give a big applause to our staff. Yeah, they have been prepared in every detail to make this conference excellent. But although I said, this conference covers a very wide range of topic, nevertheless, the aging is so complicated. And this National Center, Research Center, National Center for Geriatric and Welfare Research is only established 2 years ago. And this is the second year conference. And the CEO of the center just told me they plan to hold annual conference, okay? So I hope, many of you can consider to come back next year. And before that, I'd like to tell you one story. Although we cover quite a wide range topic, but however, the aging may also have some non-physical or non-medical aspect. I remember I heard Professor Ichiro Kawachi tell a story. That story is about the elder people who attend a golf club in Japan. And he divides the participants into 3 groups. One group is very typical long, early bird. They went to the golf course in the early morning, follow rigorous the golf, and then spend little time for social activity. So they keep their body healthy. The second group is they don't like to do the exercise, but they went to the club to meet old friends and then have a good meal and chit-chat. And the third group is they not only follow the rigorous exercise, but also have social activity, right? And so that Professor Kawachi followed those 3 groups and guess which group had the worst outcome? The first group. That means, even you don't like the exercise, but you will enjoy the social gathering. You have the same benefit from people who do exercise and do social media. So the take-home message is this. Even you don't know completely the academic language of the conference, but you enjoy the social gathering, you still have good benefit for your health, okay? Yeah, so remember, come back here and we will have more attractive topic for people to share. And with that, I hope you have a safe trip back home and also continue to maintain your healthy lifestyle and to have a good health and spirit. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chen. And once again, we would like to express our appreciation to the speakers and moderators. Your collective efforts have made this conference a great success, and we have celebrated together. And we highly anticipate promising collaborations or outcomes that will emerge from this event. Once again, we appreciate your continued support and look forward to your continuing involvement in the near future. And until we meet next year, see you next year, and thank you all. Goodbye. And the final. Please go on the stage, and can we take a group photo for all of the participants who remain at the last?